Section 0 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, March 9th, 2022, Westford, Massachusetts. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Preface. Before the reader decides that an apology is necessary for the introduction of another work on bees into the presence of those already before the public, it is hoped that he will have the patience to examine the contents of this. The writer of the following pages commenced beekeeping in 1828, without any knowledge of the business to assist him, save a few directions about hiving, smoking them with sulphur, etc. Nearly all the information to be had was so mingled with erroneous whims and notions that it required a long experience to separate essential and consistent points. It was impossible to procure a work that gave the information necessary for practice. From that time to the present, no sufficient guide for the inexperienced has appeared. European works republished here are of but little value. Weeks, Townley, Miner, and others, writers of this country, within a few years, have given us treatises, valuable to some extent, but have entirely neglected several chapters, very important and essential to the beginner. Keeping bees has been, and is now, by the majority deemed a hazardous enterprise. The ravages of the moth had been so great, and the loss so frequent, that but little attention was given to the subject for a long time. Mr. Weeks lost his entire stock 3 times in 15 years. But soon after the discovery was promulgated that honey could be taken from a stock without destroying the bees, an additional attention was manifest, increasing to a rage in many places. It seems to be easily understood that profit must attend success in this branch of the farmer's stock, inasmuch as the bees work for nothing and find themselves. This interest in bees should be encouraged to continue till enough are kept to collect all the honey now wasted, which, compared with the present collections, would be more than 1,000 pounds to 1. But to succeed, that is the difficulty. Some 18 years since, after a propitious season, an aged and esteemed friend said to me, "It is not to be expected that you will have such luck always. You must expect they will run out after a time. I have always noticed when people have first-rate luck for a time, that the bees generally take a turn, and are gone in a few years." I am not sure but to the above remarks may be traced the cause of my subsequent success. It stimulated me to observation and inquiry. I soon found that good seasons were the lucky ones, and that many lost in an adverse season all they had before gained. Also that strong families were the only ones on which I could depend for protection against the moth. This induced the effort to ascertain causes tending to diminish the size of families, and the application of remedies. Whether success has attended my efforts or not, the reader can judge, after a perusal of the work. It is time that the word luck, as applied to beekeeping, was discarded. The prevailing opinion that bees will prosper for one person more than another under the same circumstances is fallacious. As well might it be applied to the mechanic and farmer. The careless, ignorant farmer might occasionally succeed in raising a crop with a poor fence, but would be liable at any time to lose it by trespassing cattle. He might have suitable soil in the beginning, but without knowledge for the proper application of manures, it might fail to produce unless a chance application happened to be right. But with the intelligent farmer the case is different. Fences in order, manures judiciously applied, and with propitious seasons, he makes a sure thing of it. Call him lucky, if you please. It is his knowledge and care that render him so. So with beekeeping. The careful man is the lucky one. There can be no effect without a preceding cause. If you lose a stock of bees, there is a cause or causes producing it, just as certain as the failure of a crop with the unthrifty farmer can be traced to a poor fence or unfruitful soil. You may rest assured that a rail is off your fence of management somewhere, or the proper applications have not been made. In relation to bees, these things may not be quite so apparent, yet nevertheless true. Why is there so much more uncertainty in apiary science than other farming operations? It must be attributed to the fact that among the thousands who are engaged in and have studied agriculture, perhaps not more than one has given his energies to the nature and habits of bees. If knowledge is elicited in the same ratio, we ought to have 1,000 times more light on one subject than the other. And still there are some things, even in agriculture, that may yet be learned. It is supposed by many that we already have all the knowledge that the subject of bees affords. This is not surprising. A person that was never furnished with a full treatise might arrive at such conclusions. Unless his own experience goes deeper, he can have no means of judging what is yet behind. In conversation relative to this work with a person of considerable scientific attainments, he remarked, "You do not want to give the natural history of bees at all. That is already sufficiently understood." And how is it understood as Huber gives it, or in accordance with some of our own writers? If we take Huber as a guide, we find many points recently contradicted. If we compare authors of our day, we find them contradicting each other. One recommends a peculiarly constructed hive as just the thing adapted to their nature and instincts. If a single point is in accordance with their nature, he labors to twist all the others to his purpose, although it may involve a fundamental principle impossible to reconcile. Someone else succeeds in another point and proceeds to recommend something altogether different. False and contradictory assertions are made either through ignorance or interest. Interest may blind the judgment, and spurious history may deceive. It is folly to expect success in beekeeping for any length of time without a correct knowledge of their nature and instincts, and this we shall never obtain by the course hitherto pursued. As much of their labor is performed in the dark and difficult to be observed, it has given rise to conjecture and false reasoning, leading to false conclusions. When I say a thing is so, or say it is not so, what evidence has the reader that it is proved or demonstrated? My mere assertions are not expected to be taken in preference to another's of such proof. We have more than enough. Most people have not the time, patience, or ability to sit down quietly with close observation and investigate the subject thoroughly. Hence, it has been found easier to receive error for truth than to make the exertion necessary to confute it, the more so because there is no guide to direct the investigation. I shall, therefore, pursue a different course, and for every assertion endeavor to give a test, that the reader may apply and satisfy himself, and trust to no one. As for theories, I shall try to keep them separate from facts, and offer such evidence as I have, either for or against them. If the reader has further proof that presents the matter in another light, of course he will exercise the right to a difference of opinion. I could give a set of rules for practice and be very brief, but this would be unsatisfactory. When we are told a thing must be done, most of us, like the inquisitive Yankee, have a desire to know why it is necessary, and then like to know how to do it. This gives us confidence that we are right. Hence I shall endeavor to give the practical part in as close connection with the natural history that dictates it as possible. This work will contain several chapters entirely new to the public. the result of my own experience, that will be of the utmost value to all who desire to realize the greatest possible advantages from their bees. The additions to chapters already partially discussed by others will contain much original matter not to be found elsewhere. When many stocks are kept, the chapter on Loss of Queens alone will, with attention, save to anyone not in the secret enough in one season to be worth more in value than many times the cost of this work. The same might be said of those on diseased brood, artificial swarms, wintering bees, and many others. If such a work could have been placed in my hands 20 years ago, I should have realized hundreds of dollars by the information, but instead of this my course has been, first to suffer a loss, and then find out the remedy, or preventive, from which the reader may be exempt, as I can confidently recommend these directions. Another new feature will be found in the duties of each season being kept by itself, commencing with the spring and ending with the winter management. In my anxiety to be understood by all classes of readers, I am aware that I have made the elegant construction and arrangement of sentences of secondary importance, therefore justly liable to criticism. But to the reader whose object is information on this subject, it can be of but little consequence. End of section 0.
Section 1 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 1. A Brief History. 3 kinds of bees. Every prosperous swarm or family of bees must contain 1 queen, several thousand workers, and, part of the year, a few hundred drones. Queen described. The queen is the mother of the entire family. Her duty appears to be only to deposit eggs in the cells. Her abdomen has its full size very abruptly, where it joins the trunk or body, and then gradually tapers to a point. She is longer than either the drones or workers, but her size, in other respects, is a medium between the two. In shape, she resembles the worker more than the drone, and, like the worker, has a sting, but will not use it for anything below royalty. She is nearly destitute of down or hairs. A very little may be seen about her head and trunk. This gives her a dark, shining appearance on the upper side. Some are nearly black. Her legs are somewhat longer than those of a worker. The 2 posterior ones and the undersurface are often of a bright copper color. In some of them, a yellow stripe nearly encircles the abdomen at the joints and meets on the back. Her wings are about the same as the workers, but as her abdomen is much longer, they only reach about 2/3 the length of it. For the first few days after leaving the cell, her size is much less than after she has assumed her maternal duties. She seldom, perhaps never, leaves the hive, except when leading a swarm, and, when but a few days old, to meet the drones in the air for the purpose of fecundation. The manner of the queen's impregnation is yet a disputed point, and probably never witnessed by anyone. The majority of close observers, I believe, are of opinion that the drones are the males, and that sexual connection takes place in the air, performing their amours while on the wing, like the humble-bee and some other insects. It appears that one impregnation is operative during her life, as old queens are not afterwards seen coming out for that purpose. Description and duty of workers. As all labor devolves on the workers, they are provided with a sack or bag for honey. Basket-like cavities are on their legs, where they pack the pollen of flowers into little pellets, convenient to bring home. They are also provided with a sting and a virulent poison, although they will not use it abroad when unmolested, but, if attacked, will generally defend themselves sufficient to escape. They range the fields for honey and pollen, secrete wax, construct combs, prepare food, nurse the young, bring water for the use of the community, obtain propolis to seal up all crevices about the hive, stand guard, and keep out intruders, robbers, etc., etc. Description of drones. When the family is large and honey abundant, a brood of drones is reared. The number probably depends on the yield of honey and size of the swarm more than anything else. As honey becomes scarce, they are destroyed. Their bodies are large and rather clumsy, covered with short hairs or bristles. Their abdomen terminates very abruptly, without the symmetry of the queen or worker. Their buzzing, when on the wing, is louder and altogether different from the others. They seem to be of the least value of any in the hive. Perhaps not more than 1 in 1,000 is ever called upon to perform the duty for which they were designed. Yet they assist, on some occasions, to keep up the animal heat necessary in the old hive after a swarm has left. Most brood in spring. In spring and first of summer, when nearly all the combs are empty and food abundant, they rear brood more extensively than at any other period. Towards fall, more combs are filled with honey, giving less room for brood. The hive soon becomes crowded with bees, and royal cells are constructed in which the queen deposits her eggs. When some of these young queens are advanced sufficiently to be sealed over, the old one, and the greater part of her subjects, leave for a new location, termed swarming. They soon collect in a cluster, and, if put into an empty hive, commence anew their labors, constructing combs, rearing brood, and storing honey, to be abandoned on the succeeding year for another tenement. 1 in 100 may do it the same season, if the hive is filled and crowded again in time to warrant it. Only large, early swarms do this. Their industry. Industry belongs to their nature. When the flowers yield honey, and the weather is fine, they need no impulse from man to perform their part. When their tenement is supplied with all things necessary to reach another spring, or their storehouse full, and no necessity or room for an addition, and we supply them with more space, they assiduously toil to fill it up. Rather than to waste time in idleness, during a bounteous yield of honey, they have been known to deposit their surplus in combs outside the hive, or under the stand. This natural industrious habit lies at the foundation of all the advantages in beekeeping. Consequently, our hives must be constructed with this end in view, and at the same time not interfere with other points of their nature. But this subject will be discussed in the next chapter. Those peculiar traits in their nature mentioned in this will be more fully discussed in different parts of this work, as they appear to be called for, and where proof will be offered to sustain the positions here assumed, which as yet are nothing more than mere assertions. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Sebastopol, California.
Section 2 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cadwallader. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby, Chapter 2, Hives, Part 1. Hives to be thoroughly made. Hives should be constructed of good materials, boards of good thickness, free from flaws and cracks, well fitted and thoroughly nailed. The time of making them is not very particular, providing it is done in season. It certainly should not be put off till the swarming period to be made as wanted, because if they are to be painted, it should be done as long as possible before, as the rank smell of oil and paint, just applied, might be offensive to bees. But what kind of hive shall be made? In answer, some less than 1,000 forms have been given. The advantages of beekeeping depend as much upon the construction of hives as any one thing, yet there is no subject pertaining to them on which there is such a variety of opinions. And I have but little hopes of reconciling all these conflicting views, opinions, prejudices, and interests. Different opinions about them. One is in favor of the old box, and the cruel practice of killing the bees to obtain the honey, as the only means to obtain luck. They are sure to run out if they meddle with them. Another will rush to the opposite extreme, and advocate all the extravagant fancies of the itinerant patent vendor, as the ne plus ultra of all hives, when perhaps it would be worth more for firewood than the apiary. The author has no patent to recommend. To remove from the mind of the reader all apprehension that I am about condemning one patent to recommend another, I would say in the beginning that I have no patent to praise, no interest in deceiving, and I hope no prejudices to influence me in advocating or condemning any system. I wish to make beekeeping plain, simple, economical, and profitable, so that when we sum up the profit, it shall not be found in the other pocket. It is a principle recognized by our statute that no person is suitable as a juror who is biased either by interest or prejudice. Now, whether I am the impartial jurist is not for me to say, but I wish to discuss the subject fairly. I hope some few will be enabled to see their own interest, at any rate, dismiss prejudice as far as possible, while we examine wherein one class in community is unprofitable to beekeepers. Speculators supported long enough. We have faithfully supported a host of speculators on our business for a long time, often not caring one straw about our success, after pocketing the fee of successful humbuggery. One is no sooner gone than we are beset by another, with something altogether different and of course the acme of perfection. Prefix of patent, a bad recommendation. This has been done until the very prefix of patent, or premium, attached to a hive, renders it almost certain that there must be something deleterious to the apiarian, either in expense of construction or intricate and perplexing in management, requiring an engineer to manage and a skillful architect to construct. What does the American savage, who without difficulty can track the panther or wolf, know of the principles of chemistry? What does the chemist know of following a track in the forest, when nothing but withered leaves can guide him? Each understands principles, the minutiae of which the other never dreamed. Ignorance of officers and committees. Thus it appears to be with granting patents and premiums. If we take what has been patented and praised by our committees and officers as improvements in bee culture, these men may be capable, intelligent, and well fitted for their sphere, but in bee matters about as capable of judging as the Hottentot would be of the merits of an intricate steam engine. Knowledge and experience are the only qualifications competent to decide. Opposition to simplicity. I am aware that among the thousands whose direct interest is opposed to my simple, plain manner of getting along, many will be ready to contend with me for every departure from their patent, improved or premium hives, as the case may be. By gaining one point, produce another evil. I think it will be an easy matter to show that every departure from simplicity to gain 1 point is attended in another by a correspondent evil that often exceeds the advantage gained. That we have made vast improvements in art and science, and in every department of human affairs, no one will deny. Consequently, it is assumed we must correspondingly improve in a beehive, forgetting that nature has fixed limits to the instincts of the bee, beyond which she will not go. It will be necessary to point out the advantages and objections to these pretended improvements, and then we will see if we cannot avoid the objections and retain the advantages without the expense by a simple addition to the common hive. Because if we expect to encourage beekeeping, they must have better success than a neighbor of mine who expended $50 for bees and a patent and lost all in 3 years. Most beekeepers are farmers. Very few are engineers sufficient to work them successfully. I would say to all such as do not understand the nature of bees, adhere to simplicity until you do, and then I am quite sure you will have no desire for a change. First delusion. Probably the first delusion in the patent line originated with the idea that to obtain surplus honey, it was absolutely necessary to have a chamber hive. To get rid of the depredations of mice, the suspended hive was contrived. The inclined bottom board was then added to throw out the worms. To prevent the combs from sliding down, the lower end was contracted. The principle of bees rearing queens from worker eggs when destitute gave rise to the dividing hive in several forms. Comb, when used several years, becomes thickened and black and needs changing, hence the changeable hives. Non-swarmers have been introduced to save risk and trouble. Moth-proof hives to prevent the ravages of worms, etc., etc. Chamber hive. The chamber hive is made with 2 apartments. The lower and largest is for the permanent residence of the bees, the upper or chamber for the boxes. Its merits are these. The chamber affords all the protection necessary for glass boxes. Considered as a cover, it is never lost. Its demerits are inconvenience in handling. It occupies more room if put in the house in the winter. If glass boxes are used, only one end can be seen, and this may be full when the other may hold some pounds yet, and we cannot possibly know until it is taken out. I know we are told to return such boxes when not full, and the bees will soon finish them, but this will depend on the yield of honey at the time. If abundant, it will be filled. If not, they will be very likely to take a hint and remove below what there is in the box. Whereas if the chamber was separate from the hive, and was not a chamber but a loose cap to cover the boxes, it could be raised at any time without disturbing a single bee, and the precise time of the boxes being filled ascertained, that is, when they are of glass. Mrs. Griffith's hive. Mrs. Griffith of New Jersey is said to have invented the suspended chamber hive with the inclined bottom board. One would suppose this was sufficiently inconvenient to use and difficult and expensive to construct. Week's improvement. Yet Mr. Weeks made an alteration. Calls an improvement, the expense is but a trifle more. It is sufficient to be sanctioned by a patent. From front to rear, the bottom is about 3 inches narrower than the top, somewhat wedge-shaped. It has the merit to prevent the combs from slipping down, when they happen to be made, to have the edges supported. The objections are that filth from the bees will not fall as readily to the bottom as if every side was perpendicular, and the extra trouble in constructing. Inclined bottom boards do not throw out all the worms. Inclined bottom boards form the basis of 1 or 2 patents, said to be good to roll out the worms. I can imagine a pea rolling off such a board, but a worm is not often found in a rolling condition. Most of us know that when a worm drops from the comb, it is like the spider, with a thread attached above. The only way that I can imagine one to be thrown out by these boards is to have it dead when it strikes it, or so cold that it cannot spin a thread, and wind to shake the board, till it rolls off. The objection to these boards are coupled with the suspended hive with which they are usually connected. Objections to suspended hives. All suspended hives must be objectionable to anyone who wishes to know the true condition of his bees at all times. Only think of the trouble of unhooking the bottom board and getting down on your back, or twisting your neck till your head is dizzy, to look up among the combs, and then see nothing satisfactory for want of light, or to lift the hive from its supporters, and turn it over. The operation is too formidable for an indolent man, or one that has much other business. The examination would very probably be put off till quite sure it would do no longer, and sometimes a few days after that, when you will very often find your bees past remedy. End of Chapter 2, Hives, Part 1.
Section 3 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by SalmanTahir. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 2. Hives, Part 2. See Bees Often. See Your Bees Often is a choice recipe. It is worth $500 at interest, even when you have but few stocks. How necessary, then, that we have every facility for a close and minute inspection. How much easier to turn up a hive that simply rests on a stand. Sometimes it is necessary to turn the hive, even bottom up, and let the rays of the sun directly among the combs, to see all the particulars. By this close inspection I have often ascertained the cause of some difficulty, and provided a remedy, thus saving a good many that in a short time would have been lost, yet with a little help were as valuable as any by another year. Hall's patent. Mr. Hall has added a lower section to his hive, about 4 inches deep, with 2 boards inside, like the roof of a house, to discharge the worms. But, as these boards would interfere with close inspection, they are objectionable. Several other variations of inclined bottom boards and suspended hives have been contrived to obtain a patent, but the objections offered will apply to most of them. I shall not weary the reader by noticing in detail every hive that has been patented. I think if I notice the principles of each kind, it will test his patience sufficiently. Jones's patent. Jones's dividing hive was probably suggested by this instinctive principle of the bee. When a stock by any accident loses its queen, and the combs contain eggs or very young larvae, they will rear another. Now if a hive is constructed so as to divide the brood combs, it would seem quite certain that the half without a queen would raise one, and we could multiply our stocks without swarms, the trouble of hiving, and risk of their going to the woods. An experiment. Several years ago, I thought I had obtained a principle that would revolutionize the whole system of bee management. In 1840, I constructed such hives, and put in the bees to test by actual experiment the utility of what seemed so very plausible in theory. It would appear that this principle suggested the same idea to Mr. Jones, perhaps with this difference. I think he did not wait to test the plan thoroughly. Before obtaining his patent in 42, One vendor of rights asserted that 63 stocks were made from one in 3 years, but somehow a great many that obtained the rights failed in their expectations. From my experiments, I think I could guess at some of the reasons. Mr. A. Well, what are the reasons? Give us your experience, if you please. I'm interested. I had the right for such a hive, and had a lot made to order. That cost more money in the end than I shall ever pay again for anything about bees. Do not be too hasty, friend. I think I can instruct you to keep bees on principles in accordance with their nature, which is very simple, so that if you can be introduced to try again, we will have the hives cost but little, at any rate. Reasons of failure in dividing hives. The greatest difficulty with dividing hives appeared to be here. It must be constructed with a partition or division to keep the combs in each apartment separate. Otherwise, we make tearing work in the division. When bees are first put into such hives, unless the swarm is very large and honey abundant, one apartment will be filled to the bottom before the commencement is made in the other. Mr. A. What difference can that make? It is necessary to have the hive full. If it cannot be all filled at once, why let them fill part? The difference is this: the first combs built by a swarm are for brood, and store combs afterwards. As needed, one apartment will be nearly filled with all brood combs, and the other with store combs and honey. Now in the two kinds of cells there is a great difference. Those for breeding are near half an inch in length, while those for storing are sometimes 2 inches or more, totally unfit for breeding, until the bees cut them off to the proper length, which they will not do, unless compelled for want of room. Consequently, this side of the store combs is but little use for brood. When such hive is divided, the chances are not more than 1 in 4 that this apartment will have any young bees of the proper age for which to raise a queen. If not, and the old queen is in the part with the brood comb, where she will be 99 times in 100, 1/2 of the hive is lost for want of a queen. Mr. A. I think I now understand how I lost 1/2 of nearly every hive I divided. I also lost some of them in the winter. There was plenty of bees as well as honey. Can you tell me the cause of this? I will guess they starved. Mr. A. Starved? Why? I said there was plenty of honey. I understood it, but nevertheless feel quite sure. Mr. A. I would like to see that made plain. I can't understand how they could starve when there was honey. Cause of starving in such hives. I said one apartment would be filled with brood combs. This will be occupied, at least partially, with brood as long as the yield of honey lasts. Consequently, there will be but little room for storing here, but the other side may be full throughout. The bees will take up their winter quarters among the brood combs. Now suppose the honey in this apartment is all exhausted during a severe turn of cold weather. What can the bees do? If one should leave the mass and go among the frosty combs for a supply, its fate would be as certain as starvation. Without frequent intervals of warm weather to melt all the frost on the combs, and allow the bees to go into the other apartment for honey, they must starve. The cost of construction is another objection to this hive, as the labor bestowed on one is more than would finish 2. That would be much better. Advantages of the changeable hive considered. The value of changeable hives is based upon the following principle. Each young bee, when it first hatches from the egg, is neither more nor less than a worm. When it receives the necessary food, the bees seal it over. It will then spin a cocoon, or line its cell with a coating of silk, less in thickness than the thinnest paper. This remains after the bee leaves it. It is evident, therefore, that after a few hundreds have been reared in a cell, and each one has left its cocoon, that such cell must somewhat be diminished, although the thickness of a dozen cocoons could not be measured, and this old cell needs removing, that the bees may replace it with a new one. But how shall it be done? This is a feat for the display of ingenuity. A common man might go about it in a very sensible, simple manner, might possibly turn the hive over, and cut out the old combs when necessary, without knowing perhaps that the patent vendor could sell a receipt to do the thing scientifically, the benefit of which would be many times on the principle of a surgeon cutting off your head to get a good chance to tie a small artery according to system, or would show you a roundabout way of half a dozen miles to accomplish what the same number of rods would do. Had we not ocular demonstration of the fact, we could not suppose so many variations for the same end could be invented. But if we reward ingenuity, it will be stimulated to great exertions. Perhaps if we describe the merits of one or two of this class, the utility of this principle may be comprehended. Variation of these hives. First, then, the sectional hive of various patterns has been patented. It consists generally of about 3 boxes, one above another. The top of each has one large hole, or several small ones, or crossbars, about 1 inch wide, and half an inch apart. These holes or spaces allowing the bees to pass from one box to another. When all are full, the upper one is removed, and an empty one put under the bottom. In this way, all are changed, and the combs renewed in 3 years. Very easily and quietly done. This is as far as a patent vendor wishes the subject investigated, and some of his customers have not gone beyond this point. As an offset for these advantages, we will first look at the cost of such hive. Expense in constructing changeable hives. It is as much work to construct each separate section as a common hive. Consequently, it is 3 times the expense to begin with. It is objectionable for wintering bees, on the same principle as the dividing hive. I object to it on another point. Our surplus honey will never be pure, as each section must be used for breeding, and every cell so used will contain cocoons corresponding to the number of bees raised. End of Section 3, Chapter 2, Hives, Part 2.
Section 4 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie Burks. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 2, Hives, Part 3. Surplus honey will contain bee bread. Also pollen, or bee bread, is always stored in the vicinity of the young brood. Some of this will remain mixed with the honey to please the palate with its exquisite flavor. The majority will probably prefer all surplus honey stored in pure comb, where it will be with proper management. I will here give a full description of a hive on this principle, as I have the description from one of its advocates in the dollar newspaper Philadelphia, called Cutting's Patent Changeable Hive. Description of Cutting's Changeable Hive. The size of the changeable hive most used in this section has an outside shell made of inch boards about 2 feet high and 16.5 inches square, with a door hung in the rear. On the inside are 3 boxes or drawers, which will hold about 1,000 cubic inches each, and when filled with honey, usually weigh about 35 pounds, which is a sufficient amount of honey to winter a large swarm. The sides of these drawers are made of boards about half an inch thick. The tops and bottoms of the lower drawers and ends of the upper drawers should be 3/4 of an inch, and the drawers should be 14 inches high, 14 inches from front to rear, and 6 3/4 inches wide. 2 of these drawers stand side by side, with the third placed flatwise upon the 2, with the free communication from one drawer to another, by means of 30 3/4 inch holes on the side of each drawer, and 24 in the bottom of the upper drawer, and holes in the top and bottom of the lower drawers to correspond, and slides to cut off the communication when occasion may require. Thus we see our hive may be one hive, with communication sufficiently free throughout, or we may have 3 hives combined. The drawers have tubes made in them, for the bees to pass and repass, which are made to go through the front side of the hive. The back side of the drawers are doors with glass set in them. These drawers set up from the bottom of the hive and rest on pieces of wood, closely fitted in such a way as to make a space under the drawers for the dirt, dead bees, and water, which collect in the bottom of hives in winter between the drawers and the outside, is an air space of about 1/3 of an inch. These hives, when well made and painted, will last many years, and those doing much in the business will find it an advantage to have a few extra drawers. Having given you some idea of the construction of the changeable hive, I will proceed to notice some of the most important reasons why I prefer this hive to any I have yet seen. First, because the hive, being constructed upon the changeable principle, so that by taking out a full drawer and placing an empty one in its stead, our comb is always kept new, wherefore the size of the bee is preserved and kept in a more healthy or prosperous state or condition than when obliged to remain and continue to breed in the old comb when the cells have become small. Secondly, because small, late swarms may be easily united. Thirdly, because large swarms may be easily divided. Fourthly, because however late a swarm may come off, it may be easily supplied with honey for the winter by taking from a full hive a surplus drawer and placing it in the hive of the late swarm. Fifthly, because a column of air between the drawers and the outside of the hive is a non-conductor of both heat and cold, preventing the melting of the comb and securing the bees against frost and cold. Now, here is a full description of perhaps as good a hive as any of its class. It is given for the benefit of those who wish to go miles instead of rods. They may know the road, especially as they can have the privilege by paying for it. For myself, I had rather be excused. Why, reading the description has nearly exhausted my patience. What should I do if I attempted to make one? First objection, cost of construction. The first obstacle in the way, after the right is obtained, is the construction. Let's see. We want inch boards to make the shell, 3/4 inch boards for the tops and bottoms of drawers, 1/2 inch for sides, hinges to hang a door, glass for back of drawers, tubes for the egress of the bees, and slides to cut off communication. It will be necessary to get a mechanic and a workman, too. Those 108 holes that must be bored must match, or it is of no use to make them. But few farmers would have the tools requisite, a still less number the skill and patience to do it. What the cost might be by the time a hive was ready to receive the bees, I could not say, but guess it might be some $3 or $4. Hives can be made with less expense. The one I shall recommend without paint will not cost, or need not, over 37.5 cents with cover, etc. Now, if we wish hives for ornament, it is well enough to expend something for the purpose, but it is well not to refine too much, as there are limits which, if passed, will render it unfit for bees. Therefore, when profit is an object, the extra expense will or ought to be made up by the bees, and returned for an expensive domicile. But will they do it? The merits of the one under consideration are fully given. First, by taking out a full drawer and putting in an empty one in its stead, the combs are always kept new and cells of full size. Now this fear of bees becoming dwarfs in consequence of being reared in cells too small has done more mischief among the bees and their owners' pockets than if the fact had never been thought or heard of. Old breeding cells will last a long time. These old cells do not need renewing half as often as has been represented. It is in the interest of these patent vendors to sell rights. This interest either blinds their eyes to the facts or lulls the interior monitor of right while acquisitiveness is gratified. The same cells can be used for breeding 6 or 8 years, perhaps longer, and no one can tell the difference by the size of the bees. I have 2 stocks now in their 10th year without renewal of comb. A neighbor of mine kept a stock 12 years in the same combs. It proved as prosperous as any. I have heard of their lasting 20, and am inclined to believe it. Cells larger than necessary at first. The bees seem to make a provision for this emergency, The sheets of comb are farther apart than actually necessary at first. The diameter of the cell is also a little larger than the size of the young bee requires. Of this we are certain. Great many young bees can be raised in a cell and not be diminished in size, sufficient to be detected. The bottom fills up faster than at the sides, and as they do so, the bees add a little to the length until the ends of these cells on two parallel combs approximate too close to allow the bees to pass freely, before which time it is unnecessary to remove comb for being old. Expense of renewing combs. One important item should be considered in this matter by those who are so eager for new combs. It is doubtful whether 1 in 500 ever thought of the expense of renewing comb. I find it estimated by one writer that 25 pounds of honey was consumed in elaborating about half a pound wax. This, without doubt, is an overestimate, but no one will deny that some is used. Best to use old combs as long as they will answer. I am satisfied of this much from actual experience, that every time the bees have to renew their brood combs in a hive, they would make from 10 to 25 pounds in boxes. Hence I infer that their time can be more profitably employed than in constructing brood combs every year. I would also suggest that when combs have been once used for breeding, it is the best use they can be applied to after that, as the cocoons render it unfit for much else than a little wax. Method for pruning when necessary. But when the combs do actually need removing, I prefer the following method of pruning. To driving the bees out entirely, as has been recommended. It can be done in about an hour. As we are comparing the merits of different methods of getting rid of old combs, I shall give mine here, notwithstanding that it may seem a little out of place. The best time is a little before night. The first movement is to blow under the hive some tobacco smoke, the best means of charming them I ever found. The bees, deprived of all disposition to sting, retreat up among the combs to get away from the smoke. Now, raise the hive from the stand and carefully turn it bottom upwards, avoiding any jar, as some of the bees that were in the top when the smoke was introduced and did not get a taste will now come to the bottom to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. These should receive a share, and they will immediately return to the top, perfectly satisfied. When so many bees are in the hive as to be in the way in pruning, which if there is not, it is not worth it, get an empty hive the size of the old one and set it over, stopping the holes. Now strike the lower hive with a hammer or stick, lightly and rapidly, 5 or 10 minutes, when nearly all the bees will be in the upper hive, and set that on the stand. There being now nothing in the way except a few scattering bees, that I will warrant not to sting, unless you pinch or get them fast. The broad one is very readily made from a piece of an old scythe, about 18 inches long, by any blacksmith, by simply taking off the back and forming a shank for a handle at the heel. The end should be ground all on one side and square across like a carpenter's chisel. This is for cutting down the sides of the hive. The level will keep it close the whole length when you wish to remove all the combs. It being square instead of pointed or rounded, no difficulty will be found in guiding it. It being very thin, no combs are mashed by crowding. The other tool is for cutting off combs at the top or any other place. It is merely a rod of steel 3/8 of an inch diameter, about 2 feet long, with a thin blade at right angles, 1½ inches long and 1/4 inch wide, both edges sharp, upper side beveled, bottom flat, etc. You will find these tools very convenient. Be sure and get them by all means. The cost cannot be compared to the advantages. Now with the tools just described, proceed to remove the brood combs from the center of the hive. The combs near the top and outside are used but little for breeding, and are generally filled with honey. These should be left as a good start for refilling, but take out all that is necessary while you are about it. Then reverse the hives, putting the one containing the bees under the other. By the next morning all are up. Now put it on the stand, and this job is done without 1 cent extra expense for a patent to help you, and the bees are much better off for the honey left, which has to be taken away with all patent plants that I have seen. And this, as has been remarked, is not worth much, occupied as it is with a few cocoons and bead bread. It is worth more to the bees, and they will give us pure comb and honey for it. Use of tobacco smoke. I would not do it for $50. The bees would sting me to death. Stop a moment. If you never tried the efficacy of tobacco smoke, you know nothing of a powerful agent. This is the grand secret of success. Without it, I admit it would be somewhat hazardous, but with it, I have done it time after time without receiving a single sting, and no protection whatever for either hands or face. But is there no difficulty with our sectional or changeable hive when this feat is to be performed? The combs will be made in the 2 drawers similar to the dividing hive, brood combs in one side and store combs in the other. We wish to remove the one with brood combs, of course, as that is the one where the combs are thick and bad, etc. Where will the queen be? With the brood comb, where her duty is most likely to be. Well, this is the one we want, and we take it out. How is she to get back? She must go back, or we have 3 chances in 4 of losing the stock. But Her Majesty will remain perfectly easy, as well as some of the workers, wherever you put the drawer. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie Burks. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 2, Hives, Part 4. Further objections to a sectional hive. I can see no other way but to break the box, look her up, and help the helpless thing home. The chances of being stung may be here, too. Now, for a time at least, they must use the other drawer for breeding, where most of the cells are unfit. There is altogether too great a proportion of drone cells. These, as well as the other size, will nearly all be much too long, and will have to be cut off to the proper length, a waste of wax as well as labor. Another thing might be set down per disadvantage of Mr. Cutting's hive. The job of getting a swarm into such a hive, at first, I fancy would not be desirable to many. Now, when we strike the balance, putting expense, difficulties, and perplexities on one side, and simplicity and economy on the other, it appears like a great cry for little wool. But stop a moment. 4 other advantages are enumerated in its favor. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are borrowed from the common hive, or are all available here when required. But 5thly, allows a column of air between the drawers and outside of the hive is a non-conductor of heat and cold, etc. This is an advantage not possessed by the common hive. Neither does the common hive offer such advantages to the moth by affording such snug quarters for worms to spin their cocoons, when they cannot be destroyed without considerable trouble. Non-swarmers. Here I will endeavor to be brief. I feel anxious to get through with this disagreeable part, where every word I say will clash with somebody's interest or prejudice. The merits of this hive are to obtain surplus honey with but little trouble, which often succeeds in satisfying people of its utility. The principal objection is found on the score of profit. Suppose we start with 1, call it worth $5 in the beginning. At the end of 10 years, it is worth no more, very likely not as much. The chances of its failing, short of that time, we will not take into the account. We might get annually, say, $5 worth of surplus honey, amounting to $50. Contrast of profit. The swarming hive, we suppose, will throw off 1 swarm annually, and make us $1 worth of surplus honey. We will not reckon that yielded by the first swarm, which is often more than that from the old stocks, about 1/3 of the average in good seasons. The second year there will be 2 to do the same. Take this rate for 10 years. We have 512 stocks, either of them worth as much as the non-swarmer, and about $1,000 worth of surplus honey. Call these stocks worth $5 each, which makes $2,560. All added together will make the snug little sum of about $3,500 against $55. It is not to be expected that any of us will realize profits to this extent, but it is a forcible illustration of the advantages of the swarming hive over the non-swarmer. Principle of swarming not understood. But many of these non-swarmers, 'tis said, can be changed to swarmers to suit the convenience of the apiarian. Colton's is one. It is asserted that it can be made to swarm within 2 days at any time, merely by taking off the 6 boxes or drawers that are very ingeniously attached. As this contracts the room, the bees are forced out. Now, I will candidly confess that I could never get this thing to work at all. Of this I am quite positive, that he, Mr. Colton, is either ignorant of the necessary and regular preparations that bees make before swarming, or supposes others are. Mr. Weeks has advocated the same principle. He says there is no queen in any stage of existence in the old stock immediately after the first swarm leaves it. I have examined this matter till I am satisfied I risk but little in the bold assertion that not one stock in 50 will cast a swarm short of a week after commencing preparations. This opinion will be adopted by whoever will take the trouble to investigate for themselves. The chapter on swarming will give the necessary instructions for examining this point, if you wish. Not to be depended upon. Further, these non-swarmers are not always to be depended upon as such. They will sometimes throw off swarms when there is abundant room in the hive, as well as in the boxes. Hives not always full before swarming. I know Weeks, Colton, Miner, and others tell us the hive must be full before we need expect a swarm, but experience is against them. Bees do sometimes cast a swarm before filling the hive. From close observation, I find when a hive is very large, say 4,000 cubic inches, and is filled with comb the first season, that such seldom swarm except in very good years. Size of hives needed. But if such hive is only half full, or 2,000 inches, it is very common for them to swarm without adding any new comb, proving very conclusively that a hive that size is sufficient for all their wants in the breeding season, when about 1,200 inches only had been filled the first year. I have known them to add combs until they had filled about 1,800, and then cast a swarm, proving also that a little less than 2,000 will do for breeding. I have tested the principle of giving room to prevent swarming a little further. An experiment. In the spring of 47, I placed under 5 full hives, containing 2,000 solid or cubic inches, as many empty ones, the same size without the top. I had a swarm from each, but 2 had added any new comb, and these but little. If these hives had been filled to the bottom with comb in the spring, it is very doubtful whether either of them would have swarmed. The only place we can put a good stock and not expect it to swarm in good seasons is inside a building where it is perfectly dark, and even there a few have been known to do it. If we could manage to get a very large hive filled with combs, it would perhaps be as good a preventative as any. All the bees that could be reared in one season would have sufficient room in the combs made ready for their labors, and there would be no necessity for their emigration. But what becomes of all the bees raised in the course of several years? To this question I shall not probably be able to give a satisfactory answer at present. Bees do not increase, if full, after the first year in same hive. I will only notice the fact that the bees somehow disappear, and there is no more at the end of 5 years than at the end of 1. A stock of bees may contain 6,000 the 1st of May, and raise 20,000 in the course of the year, By the 1st of the next May, as a general thing, not one more will be found, even when no swarm has issued. Gilmore's system doubted. Now this fact is not known by a recent patentee from the state of Maine, else he supposes others do not, as he recommends placing bees in a house and empty hives in connection with the one containing bees, and in a few years all will be full. He has discovered a mixture to feed bees, to be noticed hereafter. This may account for an unusual quantity being stored by an ordinary-sized family. He said another thing, that is, each of these added hives would contain a queen. This would seem to explain away the first difficulty of the continued increase of bees, and so it would if it did not get into another equally erroneous. One error never made another true. This idea of bees raising a queen, merely because they have a side box to the main hive, is contrary to all my experience and to the experience of all writers, except himself, that I have consulted. If the principle is correct, why not sometimes raise a queen in a box on the top or side for us? I have never discovered a single instance where two perfect queens were quietly about their duties in connection with one hive. The deadly hostility of queens is known to all observing apiarians. Not having the least faith in the principle, I will leave it. Utility of moth-proof hives doubted. As for moth-proof hives, I have but little to say, as I have not the least faith in one of them. When I come to speak of that insect, I will show, I think, conclusively, that no place where bees are allowed to enter is safe from them. Several other perfect hives might be mentioned, yet I believe that I have noticed the principles of each. Have I not said enough? Such as are not satisfied now would not be if I filled a volume. Our view of things is the result of 1,000 various causes. The most powerful is interest or prejudice. It is said that in Europe the same ingenuity is displayed in twisting and torturing the bee to adapt her natural instinct to unnatural tenements. Tenements invented not because the bee needs them, but because this is a means available for a little change. Patent men have found the people generally too ignorant of apiarian science, but let us hope that their days of prosperity in this line are about numbered. Instincts of the bees always the same. Let us fully understand that the nature of the bee, when viewed under any condition, climate, or circumstance, is the same. Instincts first implanted by the hand of the Creator have passed through millions of generations unimpaired to the present day, and will continue unchanged through all future time till the last bee passes from the earth. We have, to gratify acquisitiveness, forced them to labor under every disadvantage. Yes, we have compelled them to sacrifice their industry, prosperity, and even their lives have been yielded, but never their instincts. We may destroy life, but cannot improve or take from their nature. The laws that govern them are fixed and immutable as the universe. Spring returns to its annual task, dissolves the frost, warms into life nature's dormant powers. Flowers with a smile of joy expand their delicate petals in grateful thanks, while the stamens sustain upon their tapering points the anthers covered with the fertilizing pollen, and the pistil springs from a cup of liquid nectar, imparting to each passing breeze delicious fragrance, inviting the bee as with 1,000 tongues to the sumptuous banquet. She does not need an artificial stimulus from man as an inducement to partake of the feast. Without his aid or assistance, she visits each wasting cup of sweetness and secures the tiny drop, while the superabundant farina, dislodged from the nodding anthers, covers her body, to be brushed together and kneaded into bread. All she requires at the hands of man is a suitable storehouse for her treasures. In good seasons, her nature will prompt the gathering for her own use and oversupply. This surplus man may appropriate to his own use, without detriment to his bees, providing his management is in accordance with their nature. Profit the object. To give the bees all necessary advantages and obtain the greatest possible amount of profit with the least possible expense has been my study for years. I might keep a few stocks for amusement, even if it was attended with no dollar and cent profit, but the number would be very small. I will honestly confess, then, that profit is the actuating principle with me. I have a strong suspicion that the majority of readers have similar motives. I am sure, then, that all of us with these views will consider it a pity when a stock produces $5 worth of surplus honey to be obliged to pay 3 or 4 of it for patent and other useless fixings. Common hive recommended. I would not exchange the hive I have used for the last 10 years for any patent I ever saw, if furnished gratis. I will guarantee that it affords means to obtain surplus honey as much in quantity and in any way which fancy may dictate, whether in wood or glass, and what is more than all, it shall cost nothing for the privilege of using. End of Section 5.
Section 6. Hives, Part 5 of The Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. The Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by M. Quinby. Chapter 2, Hives, Part 5. Size important. After deciding what kind of hive we want, the next important point is the size. Dr. Bevan, an English author, recommends a size 11 3/8 inches square by 9 deep in the clear, making only about 1,200 inches, and so few pounds necessary to winter the bees that when I read it I found myself wondering if the English inch and pound were the same as ours. Small hives more liable to accidents. At all events, I think it too small for our Yankee bees in any place. We must remember that the queen needs room for all her eggs, and the bees need space to store their winter provisions. For reasons before given, this should be in one apartment. When this is too small, the consequences will be their winter supply of food is liable to run out. The swarms from such will be smaller and the stock much more liable to accidents, which soon finish them off. Apt to deceive. Yet I can imagine how one can be deceived by such a small hive, and recommend it strongly, especially if patented. Suppose you locate a large swarm in a hive near the size of Dr. Bevan's. The bees would occupy nearly all the room with brood combs. Now if you put on boxes, and as soon as filled put on empty ones, the amount of surplus honey would be great, very satisfactory for the first summer. But in a year or two your little hive is gone. This result will be in proportion as we enlarge our hives until we arrive at the opposite extreme. Unprofitable if too large. If too large, more honey will be stored than is required for their winter use. It is evident a portion might have been taken if it had been stored in boxes. The swarms will not be proportionably large when they do issue, which is seldom, but there is this advantage: they last a long time, and are but little profit in surplus honey or swarms. Correct size between two extremes. Between the two extremes, like most other cases, is found the correct place. A hive 12 inches square, each way, inside, has been recommended as the correct size. Here are 1,728 cubic inches. This, I think, is sufficient for many places, as the queen probably has all the room necessary for depositing her eggs, and as the swarms are more numerous and nearly as large as from hives much larger. Also, there is room for honey sufficient to carry the bees through the winter, at least in many sections south of 40 degrees latitude, where the winter is somewhat short. Size for warm latitudes. This size will also do in this latitude, 42 degrees, in some seasons, but not at all in others. Not one swarm in 50 will consume 25 pounds of honey through the winter, that is, from the last of September to the 1st of April, 6 months. The average loss in that time is about 18 pounds, but the critical time is later, about the last of May or 1st of June in many places. Larger hive more safe for long winters or backward spring. About the 1st of April they commence collecting pollen and rearing their young. By the middle of May, all good stocks will occupy nearly, if not quite all, their brood combs for that purpose, but little honey is obtained before fruit blossoms appear. When these are gone, no more of any amount is obtained until clover appears, which is some 10 days later. I am speaking now particularly of this section. I am aware it is very different in other places where different flowers exist. Now, if this season of fruit flowers should be accompanied by high winds or cold, rainy weather, but little honey is obtained, and our bees have a numerous brood on hand that must be fed. In this emergency, if no honey is on hand of the previous year, a famine ensues. They destroy their drones, perhaps some of their brood, and for aught I know, put the old bees on short allowance. This I do know, that the whole family is actually starved at this season, sometimes in small hives. This, of course, depends on the season. When favorable, nothing of the kind occurs. Prudence, therefore, dictates the necessity of a provision for this emergency, by making the hive a little larger for northern latitudes, as a little more honey will be stored to take them through this critical period, from a series of experiments closely observed. 2,000 inches safe for this section. I am satisfied that 2,000 inches in the clear is the proper size for safety in this section, and consequently profit. On an average, swarms from this size are as large as any. The dimensions should be uniform in all cases, whatever size is decided on. It is folly to accommodate each swarm with a hive corresponding in size. A very small family this year may be very large next, and a very large one very small, etc. A queen belonging to a small swarm will be capable of depositing as many eggs as another belonging to a barrelful. A small family able to get through the winter and spring may be expected by another year to be as numerous as any. Kind of wood, width of board, etc. Of the kinds of wood for hives, pine is preferable, still other kinds will do. I have no faith in bees liking one kind better than another, and less likely to leave on that account. Hemlock is cheaper and used to a great extent, when perfectly sound is as good as anything, but is very liable to split, even after the bees have been in them some time. It should be used only when better wood cannot be obtained. Basswood, when used for hives, should always be painted, and then will be very liable to warp from the moisture arising from the bees inside. When not painted outside and allowed to get wet, if only for a few hours, so much moisture is absorbed that it will bend outward and cleave from the combs and crack them. A few days of dry weather will relieve the outside of water, and the inside kept moist by the bees, the bending will be reversed, and the combs pressed inward, keeping the bees fixing that which will not stay fixed. Perhaps there is wood as suitable or better than pine, but it is not as common. Shape of no consequence. Boards should be selected if possible that will be the proper width to make the hive about square, of the right size. Say 12 inches square inside by 14 deep. I prefer this shape to any other, yet it is not all important. I have had some 10 inches square by 20 in length. They were awkward looking, but that was all. I could discover no difference in their prosperity. Also, I have had them 12 inches deep by 13 square, with the same result. Hence, if we avoid extremes and give the required room, the shape can make but little difference. It has been recommended to plane the boards for hives, inside and out, but bees, when first put into such hive, find much difficulty in holding fast until they get their combs started. Hence, this trouble is worse than useless. Directions for making hives. If hives are not desired of the cheapest possible construction, the outside may be planed and painted, but it is doubtful whether strict economy would demand it. Yet a painted hive appears so much better that it ought to be done, especially as the paint adds almost enough to its durability to pay the expense. The color may be whatever fancy dictates. The moth will not probably be attracted by one color more than another. White is affected the least by the sun in hot weather. Lime is put on as a whitewash annually by many as a protection against insects. When hives are not painted, the grain should never be crosswise, having the width of boards form the height. Not that the bees would have any dislike to such, but nails will not hold firmly, they draw out in a few years. The size, shape, materials, and manner of putting together are now sufficiently understood for what I want. Sticks half an inch in diameter should cross each way through the center to help support the combs. A hole about an inch diameter in the front side, halfway to the top, is a great convenience for the bees to enter when coming home heavy laden. It now remains to make the top, cover, and boxes. The bottom board will be described in another chapter. The top should be all alike. Boards 15 inches square are just the right size. 3/4 of an inch is the best thickness. Inch will do. Plane the upper side, rabbet out around the edge of the upper side 1 inch wide and 3/8 deep. This will leave the top inside the rabbeting, just 13 inches. Size of cap and boxes. A box for a cover or cap, that size inside, will fit any hive. The height of this box should be 7 inches. Of course other sizes will do, but it is best to commence with one that we can adhere to uniformly, with no vexations arise by covers not fitting exactly, etc. I think this size is as near correct as we shall be likely to get. We want all the room in the boxes that the majority of our stocks demand for storing in a yield of honey, at the same time not be necessitated to give too much of the room in the height. They will commence work in a box 5 inches high much sooner than one 7 or 8. To give the requisite room, and have the boxes less than 5 inches high, would require more than 13 inches on top. This would make the hive too much out of shape. It would appear top-heavy. Miner's hive. Miner's equilateral hive has a cap somewhat smaller than this in diameter. Consequently, if we have the requisite room, it must be in its height. But by making the cap of his a little larger and a few trifling alterations, it would do very well for a patent. And if any one must have a patent hive, my advice is to get that. It costs but $2 for the right of using, and is nearer what we want for bees than any I ever saw. I prefer rabbeting around the edge of the top instead of nailing on a thin board the size of the inside of the cover, with room for a slide under it. It affords too nice a place for worms to spin their cocoons. Also, without the rabbeting, water may get under the cap and pass along the top till a hole lets it among the bees. As for slides, I do not approve of them at all. In shutting off communication, it is almost certain to crush a few bees. This makes them irritable for a week. They are unnecessary for me, at least. We will now finish the hive. Directions for making holes. After the top is got out as directed, strike a line through the center. 3 1/4 inches from this, make another on each side. Now measure on one of the last lines 2 1/2 inches for the first hole, 2 inches for the next, and so on till 5 are marked on this, and the same number on the other side, 10 in all. These holes should be about an inch diameter, a pattern 3 1/4 inches wide and 13 in length, with places for holes marked on it, will save time when many are made. When this top is nailed on, the hive is ready. A less number of holes is often used, and one is thought by some to be sufficient. Experience has satisfied me that the more room bees have to enter boxes, the less reluctance is manifested in commencing their work in them. But here's another extreme to be avoided. When the holes are much larger, or more of them, or even one very large one, the queen is very apt to go into the boxes and deposit her eggs, which renders the comb tough, dark, etc. Also, bee bread is stored near the brood. Dr. Bevan's and Miner's crossbar hives are objectionable on this account. They offer too free access to the boxes. We want all the room that will answer, and no more. A suggestion. Mr. Miner's crossbar hive is intended to make the bees construct all straight combs, and probably will do it, but the disadvantage of bee bread and brood in the boxes will not be made up by straight combs. For the benefit of those who have been made to believe straight combs all important, and perhaps have purchased the right to make the hive, and had some constructed, and have found bee bread in their surplus honey, I would suggest an improvement. That is, if it is thought the straight combs will pay. If you have not the right for the crossbar hive, and you wish to use it, I would say, buy the right, and remove all grounds of complaint with him. Put in the bars and hive your bees as he directs. After all the combs are started, instead of setting the open bottom boxes, which are also unsuitable for sending to market, directly on the bars as he recommends, take off the cloth and with screws fasten on top with 10 holes that I have just described, and then you will have the straight combs and surplus honey in the boxes pure. End of Chapter 2, Section 5.
Section 7 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2, Hives, Part 6. Glass boxes preferred. Having told how I make a hive, I will now give some reasons for preferring a particular kind of boxes. I've taken great quantities of honey to market, put up in every style, such as tumblers, glass jars, glass boxes, wooden boxes with glass ends, and boxes all wood. I have found the square glass boxes the most profitable. The honey in such appears to the best possible advantage, so much so that the majority of purchasers prefer paying for the box at the same rate as the honey, and have the tare allowed. This rate of selling boxes always pays the cost, while we get nothing for the wood. Another advantage in this kind of boxes is while being filled, the process can be watched, and the time they are finished known precisely, when they should be taken off, as every day they remain after that soils the purity of the combs. Glass boxes, how to make. Directions for making. Select half-inch boards of pine or other soft, light wood. Cut the length 12 3/4 inches, width 6 3/8 inches. Dress down the thickness to 3/8 or less, 2 pieces for a box, top and bottom. In the bottom, bore 5 holes through the center to match with those in the top of the hive. The pattern used in marking the top of hives is just the one to mark these. Next, get out the corner posts, 5/8 of an inch square, and 5 inches in length. With a saw thick enough to fit the glass, cut a channel lengthwise on 2 sides, 1/4 of an inch deep, 1/8 from the corner, for the glass. A small lath nail through each corner of the bottom into the posts will hold them. It is now ready for the glass. 10 by 12 is the right size to get. Have them cut through the center the longest way for the sides, and they are right, and again the other way, 5 5/8 long for the ends. These can now be slipped into the channels of the posts, and the top nailed on like the bottom, and the box is ready. Guide combs necessary. It will be found a great advantage, previous to nailing on the top, to stick fast to it some pieces of guide combs in the direction you wish the bees to work. They are also an inducement for them to commence several days sooner than if they had to start combs for themselves. A piece an inch square will do. It is well to start every comb you want in the box. 2 inches apart is about the right distance to look well. To make these pieces hold fast, melt one edge by the fire or candle, or melt some beeswax and dip one edge in that, and apply it before cooling. With a little practice you can make them stick without difficulty. For a supply of such combs, save all empty, clean white pieces you can when removing combs from a hive. If you have any way superior to this for making glass boxes, so much the better. Make them so by all means. The best way is as good as any. I give my method to be used only when better is not convenient. If you sell honey, I think you will find it an advantage to have glass boxes made in some way. 2 of this size when full weigh 25 pounds. If preferred, 4 boxes, 6 3/8 inches square, can be used for a hive instead of 2. The expense of making is a little more for the same number of pounds, yet when it is in market, a few customers will prefer this size. Wood boxes. For home consumption, the wood box will answer equally well for all purposes of obtaining the honey, but will give no chance to watch the progress of the bees, unless a glass is inserted for the purpose. and then it will need a door to keep it dark, or a cover over the hole, like the one for glass boxes, may be put on. Wood boxes are generally made with open bottom, and set on the top of the hive. A passage for the bees out of the box to the open air is unnecessary, and worse than useless. They like to store their honey as far from the entrance as possible. Unless crowded for room, they will not store much there when such entrances are made. Whether we intend to consume our surplus honey or not, it is as well to have the hives and covers made in a manner that we can use glass when we are likely to have some to spare. I'm not sure, but it would pay to make hives in this way, even if glass boxes were never used. The rabbiting prevents light as well as water from passing under the cover. Imagine a box set on a plain board nailed on for a top, without the rabbiting. The warping or bending admits the light and water, especially when hives are out in the weather, and I shall not recommend any other way of keeping them. Cover for hives. I have termed the cap or box a cover, but this should also be covered with a board laid on if nothing else. A good roof for each hive can be made by fastening two boards together like the roof of a building. Let it be about 18 by 24 inches. It being loose can be changed in accordance with the season. In spring, let the sun strike the hive, but in hot weather let the longest end project over the south side, etc. You can ornament this hive, if you choose, by mouldings or dentils under the top, where it projects over the body of the hive. Also the cap can have the top projected a little and receive the same addition. Jars and tumblers, how prepared. When jars, tumblers, or other vessels that are all glass are used, it is absolutely necessary to fasten as many pieces of combs as you wish made in the top for a beginning, or fasten a piece of wood there, as they seldom commence building on glass without a start. Some of you may have seen paraded at our fairs or in the public parts of some of our cities hives containing tumblers, some of them neatly filled, others empty, and this meagre sentence written upon them, "Not to be filled." Pretending to govern the bees, as the juggler sometimes does his tricks, by mysterious incantations, I once encountered an agent of this humbug, and modestly suggested to him that I had a counter-charm, that I could put a tumbler on his hive and it would be filled if the others were, however much he might forbid it by written charms. He saw at a glance how the matter stood. I was not the customer he wanted, and intimated that the show was only intended for the extreme verdancy of most visitors. It no doubt assisted in displaying his profound knowledge in bee management, which he wished to establish, as he had a little work on the subject to sell, also hives and bees. The reader no doubt will guess, as I did, the reason that those tumblers were not filled was because no combs were put in for a start. The perfect observatory hive described. There are many things pertaining to bees that cannot be properly examined and understood without a glass hive of some sort. Yet a perfect observatory hive containing but one comb is not a perfect hive for the bees. We can see very well what the bees are doing, but it is not a tenement they would choose if left to themselves. It forces them to labor in an unnatural manner, is unsuitable for wintering bees, and otherwise but little profit. If the satisfaction of witnessing some of their operations more perfectly than in glass hives of another kind will not pay, it is doubtful if we get it. I will describe as briefly as possible. 2 frames or sashes about 2½ feet square containing glass are so fastened together as to leave room for only one comb between them, about 1 inch and 3/4 apart. A comb of this size will not support itself by the top and edges, hence it is necessary to put in numerous crossbars to assist in supporting it. Outside the glass are doors to keep the whole dark, to be opened when we wish to inspect proceedings. Under the bottom is a board or frame to keep it in an upright position, etc. Probably but few will be induced to make one. I will therefore describe another, a hive that I think will pay better. One like common hive preferred. If we expect to know what bees are doing in ordinary hives, we must have one similar in every respect in size, shape, number of bees, etc. The construction of royal cells will be watched by most observers with the greatest interest. Now these are generally on one edge of the combs. The bees leave a space half an inch or more between the edges of the combs and one side of the hive, here half the length of it, apparently for no other purpose but to have room for these cells, as the other edges of the same combs are generally attached to the hive at the bottom. What may be seen? Now, instead of having one piece or pane of glass in the side of several hives, I would recommend having one or more with glass on every side, because we might have it on 3 sides and not the 4th, and this might contain all the queen cells, and we should miss an important sight. There are many other things to be witnessed in such a hive. The queen may be often seen depositing her eggs. We may see the workers detach the scales of wax from their abdomen and apply them to the combs during the process of construction, see them deposit pollen from their legs, store their honey, feed the queen, each other, their young brood, seal over cells containing brood, honey, etc. It is further useful as a guide for putting boxes on other hives, that is, if it is a good one, which it should be. We can easily ascertain whether our bees are gaining or losing. Directions for making a glass hive. My method of making them is as follows. The top is like those for other hives, 15 inches square, adapted to boxes and cover. This hive we want to be as profitable as any, giving us surplus honey in swarms like others. 4 posts are then got out, 2 inches square and 13 in length. Care should be taken to have the ends perfectly square. A frame is then to be made just 14 inches square outside for the bottom. The pieces are 1 inch thick by 2 in width, halved together at the corners. A gauge mark is then made round the underside of the top, half an inch from the edge. A post is then set inside of each corner of this mark and thoroughly nailed. The bottom is nailed on with the posts even with the outside corners. 4 pieces an inch thick and 1.5 inches wide are fitted between the posts, even with the gauge mark on the top. 16 strips about 1/4 by half an inch are got out, 8 to be 10 and 8 12 inches long. A gauge mark 1 inch from posts, bottom, etc. is the place to nail these strips. Very small nails or tacks will hold them. The panes of glass are to rest against them, which are held in their places by small pieces of tin or brads. The doors are the size of the glass, 10 by 12, about 3/4 of an inch thick. These doors are cut a little too short, and the pieces, to prevent warping, are nailed on the ends. These are hung to a post on one side and secured by a button on the other. On 2 opposite sides inside the posts, halfway up, 2 strips, half an inch by 3/4, are nailed, with holes in them for the cross sticks. One way is enough if you have guide combs for a start, like those recommended for boxes, so that the sheets will be at right angles with them. Otherwise, let the sticks cross both ways, about 3 each way will be needed, as the glass at the edges is not so good a support as wood. The cap can be made of 1/2 inch boards, the top to project over like the hive, or let it be a little more than 1/2 inch. It will admit a heavier moulding, which should surround it here as well as at the top of the hive, or if it is preferred, dentils can be used and look equally well. When no ornament is wanted, omit it. But painting seems necessary for such hives to prevent warping and the swelling of the doors in wet weather. These want to open and shut without rubbing or sticking, otherwise we disturb the bees every time a door is stirred. Putty should not be used to hold the glass, as the bees in the course of a few years will cover it with propolis. It is then necessary to take it out and scrape clean and return it, when, if fastened with putty, it would be difficult. Cold weather is the time for this operation. I am aware that a hive can be more substantially made than the one here described, but I have endeavored to make one as cheap as possible, and if properly made, will answer. The cost will be much less than many patents, and the satisfaction much more, at least with many. When our hive contains a swarm of bees and they are thoroughly in operation, we must not let them pass out at the bottom on every side, as they are frequently allowed to do from other hives, because should one come out a little excited in consequence of a slight jar accidentally given the hive, on opening the door or some other way, and should find our face within a foot of their house, peering in the window among their works, it would be very likely to give us a gentle hint that it was a mark of low breeding, that we were not wanted there at all, and that it was none of our business what they were doing. To prevent this as far as possible, a bottom board, somewhat different from the common one, is needed. 4 posts of chestnut or other lasting wood, about 2 inches square, are driven into the earth in the form of a square, far enough apart to come under the corners of the bottom board, 15 inches, and high enough for convenience when looking into the hive. The ends of these posts are to be perfectly level, and to which the bottom is to be nailed fast. As the hive is to sit perfectly close to the board, a passage must be made through it, as well as means for ventilation in hot weather, without raising the hive for that purpose. It requires a board about 15 inches square, planed smooth, the ends clamped to prevent warping or splitting. A portion of the center is taken out, say 6 inches by 10, and wire cloth nailed over. 4-ounce tacks will hold it. Fasten it just enough to keep the bees from getting through. Very likely it will want to be taken off occasionally and cleaned from the propolis that will be spread over it. It is easiest done in freezing weather. Take an edge in each hand and rock the wires a few times out of square, and it will readily crumble and fall out. In warm weather it must be scalded or burnt off. To close this space, a moving slide is fixed in grooves underside, fastened to the posts or board. The slide is to be moved in accordance with the weather. When cold, close it. When hot, withdraw it, and give the bees as much air as possible, without raising the hive. The whole of such space is as much ventilation as ordinary hives raised an inch. Wire cloth is needed for other purposes. It is best to procure some, even at considerable trouble and expense. On the side of the board intended for the front, 2 inches from the edge of the wire cloth, a passage is cut for the bees, 3/8 of an inch wide by 11 in length. But how is the bees to get to this place so inconvenient? Something is needed to assist them? Certainly, sir, an alighting board, 11 inches wide and about 2 feet long, not planed, is placed at an angle of 45 degrees between the 2 front posts of your stand, the upper end passing under the bottom, far enough back to be just even with the back side of the passage for the bees. The bees alight on this board and walk up into the hive without difficulty. When the bees are at work pretty freely and a door of this hive is opened, those that are about departing will be very likely to get on the glass instead of through the opening at the bottom. Seeing the light through the glass, they endeavor to escape by the nearest route. When so many gather here as to prevent a good view, and you wish to observe further, shut the door a moment and they will leave through their own passage, when you can open your door again for a short time. After the hive is filled with combs, the number attracted to the glass on opening a door will be much less. End of section 7. Read by Sandra. Montreal, 2022.
Section number 8 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby, Chapter 3, Part 1, Breeding. Imperfectly understood. The time that bees commence raising their young brood is but imperfectly understood by most people. Many persons that have kept them for years have bestowed so little attention on this point that they are unable to tell at what time they commence, how they progress, or when they cease. A kind of an idea that one swarm, and occasionally 2 or 3, are reared sometime in June or forepart of summer is about the extent of their reflections on the subject. Whether the drones deposit the eggs, or that a portion of the workers are females and each raise a young one or 2, or whether the king bee is the chap for laying eggs, is a matter beyond their ability to answer. It is but a few years since that a correspondent of a journal of agriculture denied the existence of a queen bee, giving the best reasons he had, no doubt, that is, that he had never seen one. But beekeepers of this class are so few, it is unnecessary to waste time to convince them. Suffice it to say that a queen exists with every prosperous swarm, and all apiarians with much pretensions to science acknowledge the fact also that she is the mother of the whole family. The period at which they commence depositing eggs probably depends on the strength of the colony, amount of honey on hand, etc., and not the time they commence gathering food. Good stock seldom without brood. I once removed the bees from a hive on the 10th of January and found brood amounting to about 500, sealed over, and others in every stage of growth down to the egg. This hive, had been in the house and kept warm. It will doubtless be supposed that being kept warm was the cause, but this is not a solitary instance. A neighbor lost a hive the 14th February in weather cold enough to seal the entrance with ice and smother the bees. I assisted to remove the combs and found young brood in abundance, from the perfect bee through all stages of growth. This stock had been in the cold all winter. I have further noticed, when sweeping out the litter under the hives early in spring, say the 1st of March, that young bees would often be found under the best stocks. Hence, it appears there is but little time, and perhaps none, when our best stocks have no broods. Yet stocks, when very weak, do not commence till warm weather. It seems that a certain degree of warmth is necessary to perfect the brood, which a small family cannot generate. How small stocks commence. The first eggs are deposited in the center of the cluster of bees in a small family. It may not be in the center of the hive in all cases, but the middle of the cluster is the warmest place wherever located. Here the queen will first commence. A few cells, or a space not larger than $1, is first used. Those exactly opposite on the same comb are next occupied. If the warmth of the hive will allow, whether mild weather produces it, or the family be large enough to generate that which is artificial, appears to make no difference. She will then take the next combs exactly corresponding with the first commencement, but not quite as large a place is used as in the first comb. The circle of eggs in the first is then enlarged, and more are added in the next, etc., continuing to spread to the next combs, keeping the distance to the outside of the circle of eggs, to the center or place of beginning, about equal on all sides, until they occupy the outside comb. Long before the outside comb is occupied, the first eggs deposited are matured, and the queen will return to the center and use these cells again, but is not so particular this time to fill so many in such an exact order as at first. This is the general process of small or medium-sized families. I have removed the bees from such in all stages of breeding, and always found their proceedings as described. Different with larger ones. But with very large families, their proceedings are different. As any part of the cluster of bees is warm enough for breeding, there is less necessity for economizing heat and having all the eggs confined to one small spot. Some unoccupied cells will be found among the brood. A few will contain honey and bee bread. How pollen is stored in the breeding season. But in the height of the breeding season, a circle of cells, nearly all bee bread, an inch or two wide, will border the sheets of comb containing brood. As bee bread is probably the principal food of the young bee, it is thus very convenient. When pollen is abundant and the swarm is in prosperous condition, they soon reach the outside sheets of comb with the brood. At this period, when the hive is about full and the queen is forced to the outside combs to find a place for her eggs, it is interesting to witness operations in a glass hive. I have seen her several times during one day on the same piece of comb next the glass. The light has no immediate effect on Her Highness, as she will quietly continue about her duty, not the least embarrassed by curious eyes at the window. Before depositing an egg, she enters the cell head first, probably to ascertain if it is in proper condition to receive it, as a cell part filled with bee bread or honey is never used. If the area of the comb is small, or the family is small, and cannot protect a large space with the necessary heat, she will often deposit 2 and sometimes 3 in one cell. The supernumeraries, I suppose, are removed by the workers. But under prosperous circumstances, with a hive of suitable size, etc., this emergency is avoided. Operation of laying and the eggs described. When a cell is in a condition to receive the egg, on withdrawing her head, she immediately curves her abdomen and inserts it a few seconds. After leaving it, an egg may be seen attached by one end to the bottom, about the 1/16 of an inch in length, slightly curved, very small, nearly uniform the whole length, abruptly rounded at the ends, semi-transparent, and covered with a very thin and extremely delicate coat, often breaking with the slightest touch. After the egg has been about 3 days in the cell, a small white worm may be seen coiled in the bottom, surrounded with a milky-like substance, which is its food without doubt. How this food is prepared is merely guesswork. The hypothesis of its being chiefly composed of pollen I have no objection to, as it is sufficiently proved by the quantities that accumulate in hives that lose their queen and rear no brood, that is, when a requisite number of workers are so left. The workers may be seen entering the cell every few minutes, probably to supply this food. Time from the egg to the perfect bee. In about 6 days, it is sealed over with a convex waxen lid. It is now hidden from our sight for about 12 days, when it bites off the cover and comes forth a perfect bee. The period from the egg to the perfect bee varies from 20 to 24 days, average about 22 for workers, 24 for drones. The temperature of the hive will vary some with the atmosphere. It is also governed by the number of bees. A low temperature probably retards the development, while a high one facilitates it. You may have seen accounts of the assiduous attentions given to the young bee when it first emerges from the cell. 'Tis said they lick it all over, feed it with honey, etc., desperately pleased with their new acquisition. Rough treatment of the young bee. Now, if you expect to see anything of this, you must watch a little closer than I have. I have seen hundreds when biting their way out. Instead of care or notice, they often receive rather rough treatment. The workers, intent on other matters, will sometimes come in contact with one part way out of the cell, with force sufficient to almost dislocate its neck. Yet they do not stop to see if any harm is done, or beg pardon. The little sufferer, after this rude lesson, scrambles back as soon as possible out of the way, enlarges the prison door a little, and attempts again, with perhaps the same success. A dozen trials are often made before they succeed. When it does actually leave, it seems like a stranger in a multitude, with no friend to counsel or mother to direct. It wanders about uncared for and unheeded, and rarely finds one sufficiently benevolent to bestow even the necessaries of life, but does sometimes. It is generally forced to learn the important lessons of looking out for itself the day it leaves the cradle. A cell containing honey is sought for, where its immediate wants are all supplied. Guesswork. The time before it is ready to leave the hive for honey, I might guess, would be 2 or 3 days. Others have said it would leave the day it left the cell, but I guess they guess at this point. They tell us, too, that after the bees seal over the cells containing the larva, they immediately commence spinning their cocoons, which takes just about 36 hours. I think it very likely, but when I admit it, I cannot imagine how it was ascertained. The faculty of looking through a millstone I do not possess, and it requires about the same optical penetration to look in one of these cells after it is sealed over, as it is all perfect darkness. Suppose we drive away the bees and open the cell to give us a look at the interior. The little insect stops its labor in a moment, probably from the effect of air and light. I never could detect one in its labor. Suppose we open these cells every hour after sealing. Can we tell anything about their progress by the appearance of these cocoons, or even tell when they are finished? The thickness of a dozen would not exceed common writing paper. When a subject is obscure or difficult to ascertain like this, why not tell us how they found out the particulars, and if they were guessed at, be honest and say so. When the bee leaves the cell, a cocoon remains, and that is about all we know about it. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Greene. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 3, Breeding, Part 2. Terms applied to young bees. The young bee, when it first leaves the egg, is termed grub, maggot, worm, or larva. From this state, it changes to the shape of the perfect bee, which is said to be 3 days after finishing the cocoon. From the time of this change till it is ready to leave the cell, the terms nymph, pupa, and chrysalis are applied. The lid of the drone cell is rather more convex than that of the workers, and when removed by the young bee to work its way out, is left nearly perfect. Being cut off around the edges, a good coat or lining of silk keeps it whole, while the covering of the worker cell is mostly wax and is pretty well cut to pieces by the time the bee gets out. The covering to the queen cell is like the drones, but larger in diameter and thicker, being lined with a little more silk. Discrepancy in time in rearing brood as given by Huber. We are told by most writers the period of time necessary to perfect from the egg the 3 different kinds of bees. Huber leads the way, and the rest, supposing him to be right, repeat in substance his account as follows: that the whole time necessary to perfect a queen from the egg is 16 days, the worker 20, and the drone 24 days. Huber, as quoted by Harpers, gives the time of each stage of development belonging to each kind of bee, but is rather unfortunate in arithmetic. The items or stages, when added together, do not prove, as the schoolboys say, that is, he gains time by making his bee by degrees. He says, first, of the worker, it remains 3 days in the egg, 5 in the grub state, it is 36 hours in spinning its cocoon, in 3 days it changes to a nymph, passes 6 in that form, then comes forth a perfect bee. How do the items add? The egg, 3 days, grub, 5, spinning cocoon, 1.5, changing to a nymph, 3, in that form, 6, equals 18.5 days. 1.5 days short. We will see how the figures with the royal insect match. Recollect, 16 days are all she is allowed. Then of the different stages, 3 days in the egg is 5 a worm when the bees close its cell, and it immediately begins its cocoon, which is finished in 24 hours. During 11 days and even 16 hours of the 12th, it remains in a state of complete repose. Its transformation into a nymph then takes place, in which state 4 days and part of the 5th are passed. Now let us add the items. The egg, 3 days, a worm, 5, spinning a cocoon, 24 hours, 1, reposes 11 days and 16 hours, 11 2/3, a nymph 4 days and part of the 5th, 4 1/3, equals 25 days. Now, reader, what do you make of such palpable blundering guesswork? A difference of 9 days. The merest schoolboy ought to know better. Can we rely on such history? Does it not prove the necessity of going over the whole ground, applying a test to every assertion, and a revision of the whole matter throughout? My object is not to find fault, but to get at facts. When I see such guesswork as the above published to the world in this enlightened age, gravely told to the rising generation as a portion of natural history, I feel it a duty not to resist the inclination to expose the absurdity. The number of eggs deposited by the queen guessed at. The number of eggs that a queen will deposit is often another point of guesswork. When the estimate does not exceed 200 per diem, I have no reason to dispute it. The number will probably fall short in some cases and exceed it in others. Some writers suppose that this number would never produce a swarm, as the bees that are lost daily amount to or even exceed that number, and give us instead from 800 to 4,000 eggs in a day from one queen. The only way to test the matter accurately is by actually counting in an observatory hive or in one with sufficient empty combs to hold all the eggs she will deposit for a few days, when by removing the bees and counting carefully, we might ascertain, and yet several would have to be examined before we could get at the average. The nearest I ever came to knowing anything about it happened as follows. A swarm left, and the queen from some cause was unable to cluster with it, and was found, after some trouble, in the grass a few rods off. She was put in the hive with the swarm about 11 o'clock a.m. The next morning, at sunrise, I found on the bottom board, among the scales of wax, 118 eggs that had been discharged in that time. Probably a few escaped notice, as the color is the same as wax scales. Also, they might already have had combs containing some. I have several times found a few the next morning under swarms hived the day previous, but never over 30, except in this one instance. The reason of this queen not being able to fly well might have been an unusual burden of eggs. Perhaps it would be as well to mention here that in all cases where eggs are found in this way, that they must be first swarms which are accompanied by the old queens. Chirac estimates the eggs a single female will lay from 70,000 to 100,000 in a season. Rumor and Huber do not estimate so high. Another writer estimates 90,000 in 3 months. Let the number be as it may, probably thousands are never perfected. During the spring months, in medium and small families, where the bees can protect with animal heat but a few combs, I have often found cells containing a plurality of eggs, 2, 3, and occasionally 4 in a single cell. These supernumeraries must be removed and frequently may be found amongst the dust on the bottom board. A test for the presence of a queen. If you have a hive that you suspect has lost a queen at this season, her presence can be ascertained 9 times in 10 by this method. Sweep off the board clean and look the next day or two for these eggs. Take care that ants or mice have no chance to get them. They might deceive you, being as fond of eggs for breakfast as anyone. When one or more is found, or any immature bees, it is sufficient. No further proof of the presence of a queen is needed. Another portion of eggs is wasted whenever a supply of their food fails. If we remove the bees from a stock during a scarcity, when the hive is light, we will be very likely to find hundreds of eggs in the cells, but very few advancing from that stage towards maturity. I have thus found it in the fall, in July, and sometimes the 1st of June, or at any time when maturing the brood would be likely to exhaust their stores, to endanger the family supply. Now, instead of the fertility of the queen being greater in spring and 1st of summer than at other times, as we are often told, I would suggest the probability that a greater abundance of food at this season and a greater number of empty cells may be the reason of the greater number of bees matured. When drones are reared. Whenever the hive is well supplied with honey and plenty of bees, a portion of eggs are deposited in the drone cells, which 3 or 4 days more are necessary to mature than the worker. When queens are reared. Also, when the combs become crowded with bees and honey plenty, the preparations for young queens commence, as the first step towards swarming. From 1 to 20 royal cells are begun. When about half completed, the queen, if all continues favorable, will deposit eggs in them. These will be glued fast by one end like those for the workers. There is no doubt but they are precisely the same kind of eggs that produce other bees. When hatched, the little worm will be supplied with a superabundance of food. At least it appears so from the fact that a few times I have found a quantity remaining in the cell after the queen had left. The consistence of this food is about like cream, the color some lighter or just tinged with yellow. If it was thin like water or even honey, I cannot imagine how it could be made to stay in the upper end of an inverted cell of that size in such quantities as are put in, as the bees often fill it near half full. Sometimes a cell of this kind will contain this food and no worm to feed upon it. I guessed the bees had compounded more than their present necessities required, and that they stored it there to have it ready. Also, that being there all might know it was for royalty. The taste is said to be more pungent than food given to the worker, and the difference in food changes the bee from a worker to a queen. I have nothing to say against this hypothesis. It may be so. Or the young bee being obliged to stand on its head may affect it, or both causes combined may affect the change. I never tasted this food or found any tests to apply. The preceding plate represents a piece of comb containing all the different cells, those at the left hand the size for drones. In the center are few that appeared sealed over, others nearly covered, others the larvae in different stages of growth, as well as the eggs. Figure 1 represents a queen cell just commenced. They are usually started thus far the first season, very frequently when the hive is only half or 2/3 full. Figure 2 is a cell sufficiently advanced to receive the egg. Figure 3, one finished, the stage when the first swarm leaves. Figure 4, when a queen has been perfected and left. Figure 5 is a cell where its occupant has been destroyed by a rival and removed by the workers. It will be perceived that each finished queen cell contains as much wax as 50 made for the workers. Liability of being destroyed. In any stage from egg to maturity, these royal insects are liable to be destroyed. If honey fails from any cause sufficient to make the existence of a swarm any way hazardous, the preparations are abandoned and these young queens destroyed. I would here request the reader not to condemn me for telling more than I can prove until he has had the whole story. In the swarming season, I will give further particulars. Drones destroyed when honey is scarce. When an occurrence like the above happens, the drones next fall victims to the failure of honey. A brief existence only is theirs. Such as are perfect are destroyed without mercy. Those in the chrysalis state are often dragged out and sacrificed to the necessities of the family. Such as are allowed to hatch, instead of being fed and protected as they would be if honey was abundant, are allowed, while yet weak from the effects of hunger, to wander from the hive and fall to the earth by hundreds. These effects attend only a scarcity in the early part of the season. The massacre of July and September is quite different. The drones then have age and strength. An effort is apparently first made by the workers to drive them out without proceeding to extremes. They are harassed, sometimes for several days, the workers feigning only to sting, or else they cannot, as I never succeeded in seeing but very few dispatched in that way. Yet there is evidence proving beyond doubt that the sting is used. Hundreds will often be collected together in a compact body at the bottom of the hive, this mutual protection affording a few hours' respite from their tormentors, who do not cease to worry them. In a few days they are gone, and it is a hard matter to tell what has become of them, at least the majority. If the hive in September is well supplied with honey, a portion of the drones have longer lease of life given them. I have seen them as late as December. In some seasons, when the best hives are poorly supplied with stores, the ensuing spring, the bees will rear no drones until the flowers yield a good supply. I have known 1 or 2 years in which no drones appeared before the last of June. At other times, thousands are matured by the 1st of May. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 3, Breeding, Part 3. Old Queen leaves with the first swarm. The old queen leaves with the first swarm. As soon as cells are ready in the new hive, she will deposit her eggs in them. At first, for workers, the number perfected will correspond with the supply of honey and the size of the swarm. When the supply fails before leaving the old stock, she remains there and continues laying throughout the season. But the bees matured after the 20th of July in this section are not more than sufficient to keep the number good, as many die or are lost during their excursions, as the young ones will replace. In fact, they often lose rather than gain, so that by the next spring, a hive that has cast no swarm is no better for a stock than one from which a swarm has issued. We are apt to be deceived by bees clattering outside, towards the latter end of the season, and suppose it hardly possible for them all to get in, when it may be caused by hot weather, full stores, etc. A young queen takes the place of her mother in the old stock. In ordinary circumstances, when a swarm has left a stock, The oldest of the young queens is ready to emerge from her cell in about 8 or 9 days. If no second swarm is sent out, she will take her mother's place and begin to lay eggs in about 10 days, or a little less. 2 or 3 weeks is the only time throughout the whole season, but what eggs can be found in all prosperous hives? Whenever a copious yield of honey occurs, drones are reared. As it becomes scarce, they are destroyed. The relative number of drones and workers that exist when they are most numerous doubtless depends on the size of the hive, whether 1 in 10 or 1 in 30. When a swarm is first hived, the first cells are the size for working. If the hive be very small and bees numerous, it may be filled before they are fully aware of it, but few drone cells constructed, consequently, but few can be raised. Whereas if the hive be large, long before it is full, considerable honey will be stored. Cells for storing honey are usually the size for drones. These will be made as soon as the requisite number of workers is provided. An abundant yield of honey during the process of filling a large hive would therefore cause a great proportion of these cells to be built. The amount of drone brood being governed by the same cause is a strong argument against large hives, as affording room for too many of these cells where an unnecessary number of drones will be reared, causing a useless expenditure of honey, etc. Other theories. Theories differing materially from the foregoing are advanced by nearly all writers. One says, quote, "In spring the queen lays about 2,000 eggs of males, resumes it again in August, but during the rest of the intervals she exclusively lays worker eggs. The queen must be at least 11 months old before she begins to lay the eggs of males." End quote. Mr. Townley makes the same assertion. Dr. Bevan says, quote, "The great laying of drone eggs usually commences about the end of April." End quote. Another author repeats about the same and appears to have investigated farther, as he has found that the eggs for the two kinds of bees are germinated separately, and the queen knows when each kind is ready, as well as the workers, etc. Now, I beg to leave to differ a little from these authors. Either there exists no difference in the eggs germinated, and any or all will produce drones or workers, just as they happen to be deposited and fed, or else the periods of laying drone eggs are much more frequent than any writer with which I am acquainted has been willing to allow. Subject not understood. I am not anxious to establish a new theory, but to get at facts. If we pretend to understand natural history, it is important that we have it correct, and if we do not understand it, say so, and leave it open for further investigation. It is my opinion that we know but very little about this point. I wish to induce closer observation, and would recommend no positive decision until all the facts that will apply have been examined. Whether these drone egg theories have been too hastily adopted, the reader can decide. I shall offer a few more facts, somewhat difficult to reconcile with them. First, in relation to the queen being 11 months old before laying drone eggs. We all agree, I believe, that the old queen goes with the first swarm, and a young one remains in the old stock. Now suppose that the first swarm leaves in June, and the old stock yet contains a numerous family. The flowers of buckwheat in August yield a bountiful harvest of honey. This old stock rears a large brood of drones. Is it not proved in this case that the queen was but 2 months old instead of 11? We further agree that young queens accompany second or after swarms. When these happen to be large and prosperous, they never fail to rear a brood of drones at this season. What is the age of these? I apprehend that this 11 months theory originated in sections where there are no crops of buckwheat raised, or in small quantities. Clover generally fails in August, and May or June of another year comes round, before there is sufficient yield to produce the brood. With these observations only, how very rational to conclude that it must be a law of their nature, instead of being governed by the yield of honey and the size of the family? If the periods of drone egg laying are limited to only 2 or 3, it would seem that all queens ought to be ready with this kind of egg, about the same period of season. But how are the facts? I would like to inquire what becomes of the first series of drone eggs, the last of April or the 1st of May, when the stocks are poorly supplied with honey, or when a family is small and but little honey through the summer. No drone brood is matured in these cases. It is not pretended that the queen has any control over the germination of these eggs, yet somehow she has them ready whenever the situation of the hive will warrant it. 2 stalks may have equal number of bees the 1st of May. One may have 40 pounds of honey, the other 4 pounds. The latter cannot afford to rear a drone, while the other will have hundreds. Let 2 stalks have but 4 pounds each at any time in summer when honey is scarce. Now feed one of them plentifully, and a brood of drones is sure to appear, while the other will not produce one. Whenever stalks are well stored with honey and full of bees, the 1st of May will find drone cells containing brood. If the flowers continue to yield a full supply, these cells may be examined every week from that period until the first swarm leaves, and I will engage that drone brood may be found in all stages from the egg to maturity, and the worker brood the same. In 24 days after the first swarm leaves, the last drone eggs left by the old queen will be just about matured. When transferring bees from old to new hives, I generally do it about 21 or 22 days after the first swarm. This is the time to avoid destroying the worker brood. The particulars will be given in another place. I have transferred a great many, and never failed to find a few drones about ready to leave the combs. Whether the swarm has left the last of May or the middle of June, there was no difference. They were on hand. A very early swarm in good seasons will often fill the hive and send out an issue in from 4 to 6 weeks. The usual amount of drone brood may be found in these cases. The following circumstance would appear to indicate that all the eggs are alike, and if they are laid in drone cells, the bees give the proper food and make drones. If in worker cells, workers, just as they make a queen from a worker egg when put in a royal cell. In a glass hive, one sheet of comb next to the glass and parallel with it was full size. About 3/4 of the sheet was worker cells, the remainder drone cells. The family had been rather small, but now had increased to a full swarm. A few drones had matured in the middle of the hive. It was about the middle of June, 1850, when I discovered the bees on this outside sheet, preparing it, as I thought, for brood, by cutting off the cells to the proper length. They had been used for storing honey, and were much too long, being about 1.5 inches deep. In a day or two after I saw a few eggs in both worker and drone cells, 4 or 5 days afterwards, on opening the door, I found Her Majesty engaged in depositing eggs in the drone cells. Nearly every one already contained an egg. Most of these she examined, but did not use them. 6 or 8, it appeared, were all that were unoccupied, and each of these she immediately deposited an egg. She continued to search for more empty cells, and in doing so, she got on the part of the comb containing worker cells, where she found a dozen or more empty, in each of which she laid one. The whole time perhaps 30 minutes. Query: was her series of drone eggs exhausted just at this time? If so, it would appear that she was not aware of it, because she examined several drone cells after laying the last one there, before leaving that part of the comb, and acted exactly as if she would have used them had they not been preoccupied. Did the worker cells receive some eggs that would have produced drones, but for the circumstances of being deposited in worker cells? I know we are told that an egg may be transferred from a worker cell to one for drones, or an egg taken from a drone cell and deposited in a worker cell, that the exchange will make no difference. The bee will be just what the first deposit would have made it. How the knowledge for this assertion was obtained, we are not informed, at least of the practical part. That an egg was ever detached from the bottom of one cell safely and successfully deposited in another, without breaking or injuring it in some manner, to make the bees refuse it, permit me at present to doubt. Necessity for further observation. Cannot some experiments, practicable to all, be instituted that will throw more light on the subject? The old hypothesis of limiting drone egg laying to 2 or 3 periods is evidently at fault. 2 sides of the question. If we suppose that the eggs are all alike, and the subsequent treatment makes either workers, drones, or queens, and look to analogy for support, we shall find much against as well for it. For instance, we find in almost every department of animated nature that the sex of the germ of a future being is decided before being separated from the parent, as the eggs of fowls, etc. Another fact, some queens, averaging 1 in 60 or 80, deposit eggs that produce only drones, whether in worker or drone cells, proving that sex is decided in this case beyond controversy. Hence, it would appear reasonable if sex was decided by the ovaries of the queen. In one case, it would be in another. To allow bees the power of making 3 kinds of bees from 1 kind of eggs, which would be virtually constituting a third sex, an anomaly not often found, the drones being males and the workers imperfect females with generative organs undeveloped, renders the anomaly of the third sex unnecessary. On the other side, it might be said in reply that if food and treatment would create or produce organs of generation in the female by making an egg destined for a worker into a queen, a fact of which all apiarians admit, why not food and treatment make the drone? Is the difficulty of developing 1 kind of sexual organs greater than another? Respecting the anomaly of the eggs of some queens producing only drones, the question might be asked, is this more of an anomaly than of the ordinary queens which are said to germinate eggs in a distinct series? It is all out of the usual line. Other animals or insects usually produce the sexes promiscuously. As we are ignorant of causes deciding sex in any case, we must acknowledge mystery to belong to both sides of the question here. The stumbling block of more than 2 sexes, which seems so necessary to make plain, is no greater here than with some species of ants, that have, as we are told, king, queen, soldier, and laborer, 4 distinct and differently formed bodies, all belonging to 1 nest, and descended from 1 mother. Whether there are 4 distinct kinds of eggs producing them, or the power is given to the workers to develop such as are wanted from 1 kind, we cannot say. If we make 2 kinds of eggs, it helps the matter but very little. There is still an anomaly. There is but 1 perfect female in a nest to germinate eggs, and the myriads produced, being over 80,000 in 24 hours, according to some historians, shows that the fecundity of our queen bee is not a parallel case by any means, and yet they are similar, by having their offspring provided for without an effort of their own. I shall leave this matter for the present, hoping that something conclusive may occur in the course of my experiments, or those of others. At present, I am inclined to think that the eggs are all alike, but I am not fully satisfied. I am aware that this matter is of but little value or interest to many, but myself and a few others have Yankee inquisitiveness pretty well developed, and would like to know how it was managed. As for workers proving occasionally fertile, I have but little to say. After years of close observation directed to this point, I have been unable to discover anything to establish this opinion. Neither have I found the black bees described by some authors. It is true that in the middle or later part of a summer a portion will be much darker than others, and perhaps rather smaller, and some of them with their wings somewhat worn, perhaps the result of continued labor, peculiar food, or some incidental circumstance. I have a few times found a humble bee under the hive that had entered, and, not finding his way out readily, was speedily shorn of his beautiful locks, and consequently his strength, that is, every particle of hair, down, feathers, bristles, or whatever he had been covered with, was completely removed by the bees, who had no regard for his beautiful alternating stripes of yellow and brown, which left him the very picture of darkness. End of section 10. Read by Gray Pickett on June 12th, 2022.
Section 11 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 4, Bee Pasturage, Part 1. Bee Pasturage. In some seasons, the earth is covered with snow much later than others. When this occurs, a greater number of warm days are necessary to melt it and start the flowers than otherwise. Substitute for pollen. During these warm days, while waiting for the flowers, the bees are anxious to do something. It is then interesting to watch them and see what will be used as substitutes for pollen and honey. At such times, I have seen hundreds engaged on a heap of sawdust, gathering the minute particles into little pellets on their legs, seeming quite pleased with the acquisition. Rotten wood, when crumbled into powder and dry, is also collected. Flour, when scattered near the hive, I have known to be taken up in considerable quantities. Some apiarians have fed it to their bees at this season and consider it a great advantage. I have not tested it sufficient to give an opinion. A substitute for honey is sap from a few kinds of trees, yet it all amounts to but very little. All these unnatural sources are abandoned when the flowers appear. Manner of packing it. The particular manner of obtaining pollen has been witnessed by but very few persons, as it is generally brushed from their bodies and packed on their legs while on the wing, thereby preventing a fair chance to inspect operations. When collecting only pollen, they alight on the flowers, passing rapidly over the stamens, detaching a portion of the dust which lodges on most parts of them to be brushed together and packed into pellets when again on the wing. Thus, they keep alternately flying and alighting until a load is obtained, when they immediately return to the hive, each bee bringing several loads in a day. Honey, as it is collected, is deposited in the abdomen and kept out of sight till stored in the hive. Alder yields the first. The first material gathered from flowers is pollen. Candle alder, Alnus rubra, yields the first supply. The time of flowering varies from the 10th of March to the 20th of April. The amount afforded is also variable. Cold, freezing weather frequently destroys a great portion of these flowers after they are out. These staminate flowers are nearly perfected the season previous, and a few warm days in spring will bring them out, even before any leaves appear. When the weather continues fine, great quantities of farina are secured. The time that bees commence their labors does not govern the time of swarming by any means. This matter depends on the weather through April and May. These remarks apply particularly to this section, Greene County, New York, in latitude about 42 degrees. In other places, many different trees, shrubs, and herbs may be found yielding honey and pollen that scarcely exist here, producing far different results. Our swamps produce several varieties of willow, salix, that put out their blossoms very irregularly. Some of these bushes are a month earlier than others, and some of the buds on the same bush are a week or two later than the rest. These also afford only pollen, but are much more dependent than alder, as a turn of cold weather cannot at any time destroy more than a small part. Next comes the aspen, Populus tremuloides. Of this we have more than is necessary for any purpose. It is not a particular favorite with the bees, as but few, comparatively, visit it. It is followed very soon by an abundance of the red maple, Acer rubrum, that suits them better, but this, like the others, is often lost by freezing. The first honey obtained of any account is from the golden willow, Salix vitellina. It yields no pollen and is seldom injured by frost. Gooseberries, currants, cherries, pear, and peach trees add a share of both honey and pollen. Sugar maple, Acer saccharinum, now throws out its 10,000 silken tassels, beautiful as gold. Strawberries modestly open their petals in invitation, but, like obscure virtues, are often neglected for the more conspicuous dandelion and the showy appearance and fragrant blossoms of the apple trees, which now open their stores, offering to their acceptance a real harvest. Fruit flowers important in good weather. In good weather, sometimes a gain of 20 pounds is added to their stores during this period of apple tree blossoms. But we are seldom fortunate enough to have good weather all through this period, it being rainy, cloudy, cool, or windy, which is very detrimental. Sometimes a frost at this time destroys all, and the gain of our bees is reversed. That is, they are lighter at the end than at the beginning of these flowers. Yet this is the season that decides their prosperity for the summer, whether they do first rate or otherwise. If good weather now, we expect our first swarms about the 1st of June. If not, no subsequent yield of honey will make up for this deficiency. We now have a time of several days,
from 10 to 14, in which but few flowers exist. If our hives are poorly supplied when this scarcity occurs, it will so disarrange their plans for swarming that no preparations are again made much before July, and sometimes not at all. In sections where the wild cherry, Cerasus ceratina, abounds, the flowers of this will appear and fill this time of scarcity, which this section annually presents. Red raspberry, a favorite. The red raspberry, Rubus strigosus, next presents the stamens as the most conspicuous part of the flower, soliciting the embrace of the bee by pouring out bounteous libations more prized by our industrious insect than wine. For several weeks they are allowed to partake of this exquisite beverage. It is secreted at all hours and in all kinds of weather. When the morning is warm, we often hear their cheerful humming among the leaves and flowers of this shrub, ere the sun appears above the horizon. The gentle shower, sufficient to induce man to seek a shelter, is often unheeded by the bee when luxuriating among these flowers. Even white clover, important as it is in furnishing the greatest part of their stores at this season, would be neglected if there was only a full supply of this. Clover begins to blossom with the raspberry and continues longer. We have an insufficient supply, in this section, in most seasons. Red clover probably secretes as much honey as the white, but the tube of the corolla being longer, the bee appears to be unable to reach it. Yet I have seen a few at work even here, but it appeared like slow business. Sorrel, Rumex acetosella, the pest of many farmers, is brought under contribution and furnishes the precious dust in any quantity. Morning is the only part of the day appropriated to its collection. Catnip, motherwort, and horehound are sought after. Catnip, Nipida cataria, motherwort, Leonurus cardiaca, and horehound, Marubium vulgare, about the middle of June, put forth their flowers, rich in sweetness, and like the raspberry, the bees visit them at all hours and in nearly all kinds of weather. They last from 4 to 6 weeks. The catnip I have known to last 12 in a few instances, yielding honey during the whole time. Ox-eyed daisy, Leucanthemum vulgare, that beautiful and splendid flower in pasture and meadow, and worth but little in either, also contains some honey. The flower is compound, and each little floret contains particles so minute that the task of obtaining a load is very tedious. It is only visited when the more copious honey-yielding flowers are scarce. Snapdragon, Linaria vulgaris, with its nauseous and sickening odor, troubling the farmer with its vile presence, is made to bestow the only good thing about it, except its beauty, upon our insect. The flower is large and tubular, and the bee, to reach the honey, must enter it. To see the bee almost disappear within the folds of the corolla, one would think that it was about being swallowed, when the hideous mouth was gaping to receive it. But unharmed, soon it emerges from the yellow prison, covered with dust. This is not brushed into pellets on its legs, like the pollen from some other flowers, but a part adheres to its back between the wings, which it is apparently unable to remove, as it remains there sometimes for months, making a cluster outside the hive appear quite speckled. Bush honeysuckle, Diervilla trifida, is another particular favorite. Singular fatality attendant on silkweed. Silkweed, Asclepias cornuti, is also another honey-yielding perennial, but a singular fatality attends many bees while gathering it that I never yet saw noticed. I had observed during the period this plant was in bloom that a number of the bees belonging to swarms, before the hive was full, were unable to ascend the sides to the comb. There would be sometimes 30 or more at the bottom in the morning. On searching for the cause, I found from 1 to 10 thin yellow scales attached to their feet, triangular or somewhat wedge shape, in size about the 20th part of an inch. On the longest point or angle was a black thread-like point, from a 16th to an 1/8 of an inch in length. On this stem was either hooks, barbs, or a glutinous matter that firmly adhered to each foot or claw of the bee, rendering it useless as far as climbing the sides of the hive was concerned. I found also among bees clustered outside of full hives this ornament attached, but to them it appeared no inconvenience. Among the scales of wax and waste matter that accumulates about the swarms to the amount of a handful, I found a great many of these scales, which the bees had worked from their feet. The question then arose, were these scales a foreign substance, accidentally entangled in their claws, or was it something formed there by nature, or rather an unnatural appendage? It was soon decided. From the number of bees carrying it, I was satisfied that if it was the product of any flower, it belonged to a species somewhat abundant. I set about a close examination of all such as were then in bloom. I found the flowers of the silkweed, or milkweed, as some call it, sometimes holding a dead bee by the foot, secured by this appendage. Both sepals and petals of this flower are recurved, that is, turned backward towards the stem, forming 5 acute angles, or notches, just the thing for a trap for a bee with strings of beads on its toes. When at work, they are very liable to slip a foot into one of these notches. The flower, being thick and firm, holds it fast. Pulling only draws it deeper into the wedge-like cavity. The bee must either perish or break loose. Their instincts fail them in this emergency. They know nothing about getting it out by a gentle pull the other way. I never saw one do it except by accident. By examining the buds of this plant just before opening, I found this fatal appendage by which great numbers of our bees are lost. When I point out a loss among our bees, I would like to give a remedy, but here I am at a loss unless all these plants are destroyed, and this is impracticable in many places. After all, I am not sure but honey enough is obtained by such bees as do escape to counterbalance what we lose. This would depend on the amount of honey yielded by other flowers at the same time. Whitewood, Liriodendron tulipifera, yields something eagerly sought for by the bees, but whether honey or pollen or both, I have never been able to ascertain. All the flowers of this kind, with us, are too high. It is very scarce, as well as basswood, Tilia americana, that in some places is abundant and yields honey clear and transparent as water, superior in appearance, but inferior in flavor to clover. It also appears much thinner when first collected. Large yield from basswood. During the time this tree is in bloom, a period of 2 or 3 weeks in many sections, astonishing quantities are obtained. A person once assured me that he had known 10 pounds collected by one swarm in a day by weighing the hive in the morning and again at evening. I have some doubt of the statement and think half the amount would be a good day's work, but I had but a small chance to know, as only a few trees, as a specimen, grow in this section. I have weighed hives during seasons of apple tree blossoms and buckwheat, the 2 best yields of honey we have, and 3½ pounds was the best for one day that I ever had. Sumac, Rus glabra, in some sections affords considerable honey. Mustard, Sinapis nigra, is also a great favorite. I have now mentioned most of the honey-producing trees and plants that come on before the middle of July. The course of these flowers is termed the first yield. In sections where there are no crops of buckwheat, it constitutes the only full one. Other flowers continue to bloom till cold weather. Where white clover is abundant and the fields are used for pasture, it will continue to throw out fresh flowers, sometimes throughout the summer, Yet the bees consume about all they collect in rearing their brood, etc. Thus, it appears in some sections 6 or 8 weeks is about all the time they have to provide for winter. End of Chapter 4, Bee Pasturage, Part 1. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, February 2022. Section 12 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby, Chapter 4, Bee Pasturage, Part 2. Garden flowers unimportant. In passing along, I have not mentioned garden flowers because the amount obtained here is a small item compared to the forest and fields, especially ornamental flowers. It is true that the hollyhock, Altha rosea, mallows, Malva rotundifolia, and many others yield honey, but what does it amount to? A person expecting his hives to be filled from such a source would very likely be disappointed, especially when many are kept together. Honeydew. Honeydew is said to be a source from whence large collections are made in some places. When or where it appears or disappears is more than I can tell. I have seen the accounts of it, but accounts I have learned to doubt until I find something corroborative in my own experience. I find too many errors copied merely because they happen to be in company with several truths. Huber discovered many important truths and has given them to the world. Too many writers take it for granted when 2 points of his are true, the third must be also. It is no proof that there is no such article merely because I never discovered it. In the many fruitless endeavors that I have made to get a view of this substance, it may be I have lacked close observation, or possibly there is none showered upon this region, or I may have failed to bring my imagination to assist me to convert common dew into the real article. Singular secretion. I once discovered bees collecting a secretion unconnected with flowers, but was not honeydew, as it has been described. I was passing a bush of witch hazel, Hamamelis virginiana, and was arrested by an unusual humming of bees. At first, I supposed that a swarm was about me, yet it was late in the season, it being about the 25th July. On close inspection, I found the bush contained numerous warty excrescences, the size and shape of a hickory nut. These proved to be only a shell, the inside lined with thousands of minute insects, a species of aphis. These appeared to be engaged sucking the juices and discharging a clear, transparent fluid. Near the stem was an orifice about 1/8 of an inch in diameter, out of which this liquid would gradually exude. So eager were the bees for this secretion that several would crowd around one orifice at a time, each endeavoring to thrust the other away. This occurred several years ago, and I never have been able to find anything like it since. Neither have I learned whether it is common in other sections. Secretions of the aphis. The liquid ejected by the aphis, plant louse, when feeding or sucking the juices of tender leaves and received by the ants that are always in attendance, is something like it, but in this case the bees were in attendance instead of ants. This mode of elaborating honey, although not generally collected by bees, perhaps may not be too much out of place here. Also, it may furnish a clue to the cause or substantiate some theory of honeydew. These insects, aphis, have been very appropriately termed ants' cows, as they are regarded by them with the most tender care and solicitude. In July or August, when the majority of the leaves of our apple trees are matured, there is often a few sprouts or suckers about the bottom or trunk that continue growing and putting out fresh leaves. On the underside of these, you will find the aphis by hundreds of all sizes, from those just hatched to the perfect insect with wings. All appear to be engaged in sucking the bitter juice from the tender leaf and stalk. The ants are among them by scores. They are often accused by the careless observer of the injury instead of the aphis. Occasionally, there will issue from their abdomen a small, transparent globule, which the ant is ever ready to receive. When a load is obtained, it descends to the nest. Others may be seen going and returning continually. Many other kinds of trees, shrubs, and plants are used by the ants as cow pasture, and most kinds of ants are engaged in this dairy business. Would the bees attend on the aphis for this secretion, for it appears to be honey, if the ant was not there first? Or if there were no ants or bees, would this secretion be discharged, and falling on the leaves below them, be honeydew? If they were situated on some lofty trees, and it lodged on the leaves of small bushes near the earth, it would, with some authors. These questions I shall not answer at present. As for theory, I shall probably have enough before I get through, where I hope the subject may be more interesting. We will now return to the flowers and see what few there are yet to appear after the middle of July. The buttonball bush, Cephalanthus occidentalis, is now much frequented for honey. Also our vines, melons, cucumbers, squashes, and pumpkins. The latter are visited only in the morning, and honey is the only thing obtained. Notwithstanding the bee is covered with farina, it is not kneaded into pellets on its legs. I have seen it stated that bees never get honey early in the morning, but pollen instead. Now, it is not best always to take our word, who pretend to know all about it, but look for yourselves into some of these matters. Take a look some warm morning, when the pumpkins are in bloom, and see whether it is honey or pollen they are in quest of. Also, please make an observation when they are at work on the red raspberry, motherwort, or catnip. You will thus ascertain a fact so easily that you will wonder any one with the least pretension to apiarian science could be ignorant of it. I mention this not because it is of much importance in itself, but to show the fallibility of us all, as we sometimes copy the mistaken assertions of others. Advantages of buckwheat. Under some circumstances, clover will continue to bloom through this part of the season. Also, a few other flowers, but I find by weighing a loss from 1 to 6 pounds between the 20th July and the 10th of August, when the flowers of buckwheat begin to yield honey, which generally proves a second harvest. In many places, it is their main dependence for surplus honey. It is considered by many an inferior quality. The color, when separated from comb, resembles molasses of medium shade. The taste is more pungent than clover honey. It is particularly prized on that account by some, and disliked by others for the same reason. In the same temperature, it is a little thicker than other honey and is sooner candied. Amount of honey collected from it. Swarms issuing as late as the 15th July, when they commence on buckwheat, sometimes contain not over 5 pounds of stores, and yet make good stocks for winter, whereas, without this yield, they might not live through October. It fails about once in 10 years. I have known a swarm to gain in 1 week 16 pounds and construct comb to store it at the same time. At another time, I had a swarm issue the 18th August that obtained 30 pounds in about 18 days. But such buckwheat swarms in ordinary seasons seldom get over 15 pounds. The flowers last from 3 to 5 weeks. The time of sowing the grain varies in different sections, from the 10th of June to the 20th July. Farmers wish to give it just time to ripen before frost, as the yield of grain is considered better, but as the time of frost is a matter of guesswork, some will sow several days earlier than others. Whenever an abundant crop of this grain is realized, a proportionate quantity of honey is obtained. End of Chapter 4, Bee Pasturage, Part 2. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, February 2022. Section 13 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 4, Bee Pasturage, Part 3. Do bees injure the crop? Many people contend that bees are an injury to this crop by taking away the substance that would be formed into grain. The best reasons for this opinion that I have obtained are these. I believe it and have thought so a long time. It is reasonable if a portion of this plant is taken away by the bees, there must be a less quantity of material left for the formation of seed, etc. Most of us have learned that a person's opinion is not the strongest kind of proof unless he can exhibit substantial reasons for it. Are the above reasons satisfactory? How are the facts? The flowers expand, and a set of vessels pour into the cup or nectary a minute portion of honey. I am not aware that anyone contends that the plant has another set of vessels prepared to again absorb this honey and convert it into grain. But strong testimony proves very plainly that it never again enters the stalk or flower, but evaporates like water. We all know that animal matter, when putrid, will be dissolved into particles small enough to float in the atmosphere, too minute for the naked eye. When passing off in this way, this real flesh and blood would escape notice perhaps altogether, and never be detected, were it not for the olfactories, which on some occasions notify us of its presence very forcibly. In passing a field of buckwheat in bloom, by the same means we are assured of the presence of honey in the air. Now, what is the difference whether this honey passes off in the air or is collected by the bees? If any difference, the advantage appears to be in favor of the bees getting it, for the reason that it thus answers another important end in the economy of nature, consistent with her provisions in 10,000 different ways of adapting means to ends. Most breeders of domestic animals are aware of the deteriorating qualities induced by in breeding. A change of breed is found necessary for perfection, etc. Are not bees an advantage to vegetation? Vegetable physiology seems to indicate a similar necessity in that department. The stamens and pistils of flowers answer the different organs of the two sexes in animals. The pistil is connected with the ovaries. The stamens furnish the pollen that must come in contact with the pistil. In other words, it must be impregnated by this dust from the stamens, or no fruit will be produced. Now, if it be necessary to change the breed, or essential that the pollen produced by the stamens of one flower shall fertilize the pistil of another to prevent barrenness, what should we contrive better than the arrangement already made by him who knew the necessity and planned it accordingly? And it works so admirably that we can hardly avoid the conclusion that bees were intended for this important purpose. It is thus planned. Their wants and their food shall consist of honey and pollen. Each flower secretes but little, just enough to attract the bee. Nothing like a full load is obtained from one. Were it thus, the end in view would not be answered. But 100 or more flowers are often visited in one excursion. The pollen obtained from the first may fertilize many, previous to the bees returning to the hive. Thus, a field of buckwheat may be kept in health and vigor in its future productions. A field of wheat produces long, slender stalks that yield to the influence of the breeze, and one ear is made to bestow its pollen on a neighboring ear several feet distant, thereby effecting just what bees do for buckwheat. Corn, from its manner of growth, the upright stalk bearing the stamens some feet above the pistils, on the ears below, seems to need no agency of bees. The superabundant pollen from the tassel is wafted by the wind's rods from the producing stalk, and there does its office of fertilizing a distant ear, as is proved by different varieties mixing at some distance. But how is it with our vines trailing on the earth, a part of these flowers producing stamens, the other only pistils? Now, it is absolutely essential that pollen from the staminate flowers shall be introduced into the pistillate to produce fruit, because if a failure occurs in this matter, the germ will wither and die. Here we have the agent ready for our purpose. These flowers are visited by the bee promiscuously. No pollen, as was said, is kneaded into pellets, particularly that from pumpkins, but it adheres to every part of their body, rendering it next to impossible for a bee thus covered with dust to enter the pistillated flower without fulfilling the important duty designed, and leave a portion of the fertilizing dust in its proper place. Hence, it is reasonably inferred by many that if it was not for this agent among our vines, the uncertainty of a crop from non-fertilization would render the cultivation of them a useless task. When the aphis is located on the stalk or leaf of a plant, it is furnished with means to pierce the surface and extract the juices essential to the formation of the plant, thereby preventing vigorous growth and a full development. This idea is too apt to be associated with the bee when she visits the flower, as if she was armed with a spear, to pierce bark or stem and rob it of its nourishment. Her real structure is lost sight of, or perhaps never known. Her slender, brush-like tongue folded closely under her neck, and seldom seen except when in use, is not fitted to pierce the most delicate substance. All that it can be used for is to sweep or lick up the nectar as it exudes from the pores of the flower, secreted, it would seem, for no other purpose but to attract her. While there she obtains nothing but what nature has provided for her and given her the means of obtaining, and the most delicate petal receives no injury. During an excursion, the bee seldom visits more than a single species of flower. Were it otherwise, and all kinds of flowers were visited promiscuously, by fertilizing one species with the pollen from another, the vegetable kingdom would be very likely to get into confusion. Writers, when noticing the peculiarity of instinct governing the bee here, cannot be content always, but must add other marvels. They follow this trait into the hive and make her store every kind by itself there. Relative to honey, it is not an easy matter to be positive, but pollen is of a variety of colors, generally yellow, yet sometimes pale green, and reddish or dark brown. Now, I think a little patient inspection would have satisfied anyone that two kinds are sometimes packed in one cell, and prevented the assertion to the contrary. I will admit that two colors are seldom found packed together, but sometimes will be. I have thus found it, and it has entirely ruined that theory for me. A test for the presence of queen doubted. It is further asserted that if a hive loses its queen, no pollen is collected. Also, that such quantities are sometimes collected and fill so many cells that too little room is left for brood, and the stock rapidly dwindles away in consequence. The first of these assertions has been given as a test to decide whether the hive contains a queen or not. Now, my bees have such a habit of doing things wrong that the above is no test whatever. It is made to appear very well in theory, but wants the truth in practice. I will say what I have known on this point, and perhaps clear up the difficulty of a stock containing an unusual quantity of bee bread with the honey, and instead of being the cause of its having but few bees, it is the effect. Stocks and sometimes swarms lose their queen in the swarming season. The particulars will be given in another place, when, instead of remaining idle, the usual quantity of both pollen and honey is collected, unless the family is very small. There being no larva to consume the bread, the consequence is more than half the breeding cells will contain it. They will be packed about 2/3 full and finished out with honey. I have known a large family left under such circumstances, and about all the cells in the hive would be occupied. Whereas, in a stock containing a queen and rearing brood, a portion of the combs will be used for this purpose until the flowers fail, and then such comb will be found empty. An extra quantity of pollen not always detrimental. To test whether this extra quantity of bee bread was so very detrimental, I have introduced into such hive in the fall a family with a queen and wintered them in it, and watched their prosperity another year, and never found them less profitable on that account. I am so well satisfied of this that whenever I now have a hive in such a situation, it is a rule to introduce a swarm. It is calculated, I believe, generally, that when medium-sized hives are full, about 7/8 of the cells are made the proper diameter for raising the workers, the remainder for drones, except a few for queens. Here is one circumstance I do not remember to have seen mentioned, and that is, bee bread is generally packed exclusively in the worker cells. I would say always, but I would do better to be careful, especially as I find my bees doing things so differently from some others. I might as well remark here that when taking combs from a hive filled with honey, if such pieces were selected as contained only the large or drone cells, but little risk of bee bread would occur. Of the other combs, the outside sheets and the corners of the others near the top are the next best. The sheets of comb used principally for raising workers, and the cells next those so used, for an inch or two in width, are nearly all packed with pollen, and much of it will remain when the breeding season is past. Smaller portions are found in the worker cells in nearly all parts of the hive. Even the boxes will sometimes contain a little. Manner of packing stores. In a glass hive, the bees may be seen depositing their load of pollen. The legs holding the pellets are thrust into the cell, not their heads, and a motion like rubbing them together is made for a half-minute, when they are withdrawn and the 2 little loaves of bread may be seen at the bottom. This bee appears to take no farther care about them, but another will soon come along and enter the cell head first and pack it close. This cell is filled about 2/3 of its length in this way, and when sealed over, a little honey is used to fill it out. End of Chapter 4, Bee Pasturage, Part 3. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, February 2022.
Chapter 14 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quimby. Chapter 14 Loss of Queens. Of swarms that lose their queen. Swarms that lose their queen the first few hours after being hived generally return to the parent stock, with the exception that they sometimes unite with some other. If much time has elapsed before the loss, they remain unless standing on the same bench with another. On a separate stand, they continue their labor, but a large swarm diminishes rapidly and seldom fills an ordinary sized hive. One singular circumstance attends a swarm that is constructing combs without a queen. I have never seen it noticed by anyone and may not always be the case, but every instance that has come under my notice, I have so found it. That is, 4/5 of the combs are drone cells. Why they thus construct them is another subject of speculation, from which I will endeavor in this instance to refrain. A suggestion and an answer. It has been suggested as a profitable speculation to hive a large swarm without a queen and give them a piece of brood comb containing eggs to rear one, and then as soon as it is matured, deprive them of it, giving them another piece of comb, and continue it throughout the summer, putting on boxes for surplus honey. The bees, having no young brood to consume any honey, no time will be lost or taken to nurse them, and as a consequence, they will be enabled to store large quantities of surplus honey. This appears very plausible and to a person without experience somewhat conclusive. If success depended on some animal whose lease of life was a little longer, it would answer better to calculate in this way. But as a bee seldom sees the anniversary of its birthday, and most of them perish the first few months of their existence, it is bad economy. It will be found that the largest amount of our surplus honey is obtained from our prolific stocks. Therefore, it is all important that every swarm and stock has a queen to repair this constant loss. Disputed question. We now approach another disputed point in natural history relative to the queen leaving at any time except when leading out a swarm. Most writers say that the young queen leaves the hive and meets her paramour, the drone, on the wing. Others deny this positively, having watched a whole summer without seeing Her Highness leave. Consequently, they have arrived at the very plausible and apparently consistent conclusion that nature never intended it to be so, since it must happen at a time when the existence of the whole family depends entirely on the life of the queen. The stock at such times contains no eggs or larvae from which to rear another if she should be lost. The chances at such times of being devoured by birds, blown away by the winds, and the other casualties are too many, and it is not probable the Creator would have so arranged it. But facts are stubborn things. They will not yield one jot to favor the most finely spun hypothesis. They are most provokingly obstinate many times. When man, without the necessary observation, takes a survey through animated nature and finds with scarcely an exception that male and female are about equal in number, he is ready and often does conclude that one bee among thousands cannot be the only one capable of reproduction or depositing eggs. Why? The idea is preposterous. And yet, only a little observation will upset this very consistent and analogous reasoning. So it appears to be with the excursions of the young queens. I was compelled, though reluctantly, to admit that they leave the hive, that their purpose is to meet the drones. I cannot at present contradict. Also, that when the queen is once impregnated, it is operative for life. Yet it is another anomaly, as I never detected her coming out again for that purpose. What then is the use of the 10,000 drones that never fulfill this important duty? It seems indeed like a useless waste of labor and honey for each stock to rear some 12 or 1500 when perhaps but one, sometimes not any of the whole number is of any use. If the risk is great in the queen's leaving, we find it arranged admirably in its not being too frequent. A multitude of drones needed. Instinct teaches the bee to make the matters left to them as nearly sure as possible. When they want one queen, they raise half a dozen. If one drone or only half a dozen were reared, the chances of the queen meeting one in the air would be very much reduced. But when 1,000 are in the air instead of one, the chances are 1,000 times multiplied. If a stalk casts a swarm, there is a young queen to be impregnated and be got safely back, or the stalk is lost. Every time she leaves, there is a chance of her being lost, 1 in 15. If the number of drones was any less than it is, the queen would have to repeat her exertions in proportion before successful. As it is, some have to leave several times. The chances and consequences are so great that on the whole, no doubt but it is better to rear 1,000 unnecessarily than to lack one just in time of need. Therefore, let's endeavour to be content with the present arrangement, inasmuch as we could not better it, and probably, had we been consulted, would have so fixed the thing that it would not go at all. But what is the use of the drones in hives that do not swarm and do not intend it, situated in a large room or very large hives? Such circumstances seldom produce swarms, yet, as regular as the return of summer, a brood of drones appear. What are they for? Suppose the old queen in such hive dies, leaving eggs or young larvae, and a young queen is reared to supply her place. How is she to be impregnated without the drones? Perhaps they are taught that whenever they can afford it, they should have some on hand to be ready for an emergency. I have already said when bees are numerous and honey abundant, they never fail to provide them. I once put a swarm in a glass hive. The queen was a cripple, having lost one of her posterior legs in 2 months after she was replaced by one young and perfect. Here was an instance of drones being needed when no intention of swarming was indicated. The hive was but little more than half full. The queen liable to be lost in her exertions. This exertion of the queen, whenever I have witnessed it, always took place a little after the middle of the day, when the drones were out in the greatest numbers. At such times, I have seen them leave amid rather more commotion than usual among the workers. I have watched their return, which varied from 3 minutes to half an hour, and seen them hover around their own hive, apparently in doubt whether they belonged in that or the next. In a few instances, they have actually settled on the neighboring hive, and would have there perished but for my assistance in putting them right. The time when it occurs. Thus, we see that queens are lost on these occasions from some cause, and part of them by entering the wrong hive, perhaps most of them. If so, it is another good reason for not packing stocks too close. The hives are very often nearly alike in color and appearance. The queen coming out for the first time in her life is no doubt confused by this similarity. The number of such losses in a season has varied. One year the average was 1 in 9, another it was 1 in 13, and another 1 in 20. The time from the first swarm also varies from 12 to 20 days. The inexperienced reader should not forget that it is the old stocks which have cast swarms, where these accidents happen, the old queen having left with the first swarm. Also, all after swarms are liable to the same loss. I would suggest that these have abundant room given between the hives. If it is necessary to pack close, let it be the first swarms, where the old queen has no occasion to leave. Having never seen this matter fully discussed, I wish to be somewhat particular and flatter myself that I shall be able to direct the careful apiarian how to save a few stalks and swarms annually, that is, if he keeps many. A few years ago, I wrote an article for the Albany Cultivator. A subscriber of that paper told me a year afterwards that he saved 2 stocks the next summer by the information. They were both at least $5 each, enough to pay for his paper 10 years or more. When a stock casts but one swarm, the queen, having no competitors to interfere with her movements, will leave in about 14 days if the weather is fair. But should an after swarm leave, the oldest of the young queens will probably go with that, of course. Then it must be later before the next is ready. It may be 20 days or even more. Those with after swarms will vary from 1 to 6. It always must occur when no eggs or larvae exist and no means left to repair this loss. A loss it is, and a serious one. The bees are in as much trouble as their owner, and a great deal more, they seeming to understand the consequences, and he, if he knows nothing of the matter, has no trouble. Should he now, for the first time, learn the nature of it, he will at the same time understand the remedy. Indications of the loss. The next morning, after a loss of this kind has occurred, and occasionally at evening, the bees may be seen running about in the greatest consternation outside, to and fro on the sides. Some will fly off a short distance and return. One will run to another, and then to another, still in hopes, no doubt, of finding their lost sovereign. A neighboring hive close by, on the same bench, will probably receive a portion, which will seldom resist an accession under such circumstances. All this will be going on while other hives are quiet. Towards the middle of the day, this confusion will be less marked, but the next morning it will be exhibited again, though not so plainly, and cease after the third, when they become apparently reconciled to their fate. They will continue their labors as usual, bringing in pollen and honey. Here I am obliged to differ with writers who tell us that all labor will now cease. I hope the reader will not be deceived by supposing that because the bees are bringing in pollen, that they must have a queen. I can assure you it is not always the case. The result. The number of bees will gradually decrease and be all gone by the early part of winter, leaving a good supply of honey and an extra quantity of bee bread, as before mentioned, because there has been no young brood to consume it. This is the case when a large family was left at the time of the loss. When but few bees are left, it is very different. The combs are unprotected by a covering of bees, the moth deposits her eggs on them, and the worms soon finish up the whole. Yet the bees from the other stocks will generally first remove the honey. Age of bees indicated. Hundreds of beekeepers lose some of their stocks in this way and can assign no reasonable cause. Why, say they, there wasn't 20 bees in the hive, it was all full of honey, or worms, as the case may be. Only a short time before, it was full of bees. I got 3 good swarms from it, and it always had been first rate, but all at once the bees were gone. I don't understand it. Such beekeepers cannot understand how rapidly a family of bees diminish. When there is no queen to replenish with young this mortality of the old ones. I doubt whether the largest and the best family possibly could be made to exist 6 months without a queen for their renewal, except perhaps through the winter. When standing close on one bench, they are gone sooner than if on separate stand, as they often join a neighboring hive when they can walk to it. Necessity of care. As this tumult cannot be seen but a few days at most, it is well, yes, it is necessary to make it a duty to glance at the hives at this period after swarming every morning. A glance is sufficient to tell you of the fact. Remember to reckon from the date of the first issue. This occurs when the first royal cells are sealed over and is the best criterion as to when the queen will leave. If the first swarm issue and return, it can make no difference. Reckon from their first issuing. Remedy. When you discover a loss, first ascertain if there is any after swarm to be expected from another stock by listening for the piping. If so, wait till it issues and obtain a queen from that for your stock. Even if there is but one, take it and let the bees return. They would be likely to come out again the next day. If not, it is very often no great loss. Should no such swarm be indicated, go to a stock that has cast a first swarm within a week, smoke it and turn it over. As before directed, find a royal cell and with a broad knife cut it out, being careful not to injure it. This must now be secured in the other hive in its natural position, the lower end free from any obstacle that would interfere with the queen leaving it. It will make but little difference whether at the top or bottom, providing it is secure from falling. I generally introduce it through a hole in the top, taking care to find one that will allow the sail to pass down between two combs. It being largest at the upper end, the combs each side will sustain it and leave the lower end free. In a few hours, the bees will secure it permanently to the combs with wax. This operation cannot be performed in a chamber hive as it is impossible to see the arrangement of the combs through the holes. To put it in at the bottom is some more trouble. The difficulty is to fasten it and prevent it resting on the end. I have done it as follows. Get an old thick piece of dry comb, some 3 inches square, cut out an inch of the middle. At right angles with this, in one edge in the center, make another to intersect it, just the size of the sail, and have the lower end reach into the opening. This comb will keep it in the right position and may rest on the floorboard. It can now be put in the hive, cutting out a piece of comb to make room for it if necessary. Soon after such sail is introduced, the bees are quiet. In a few days it hatches and they have a queen as perfect as if it had been one of their own rearing. This queen of course will be necessitated to leave the hive and will be just as liable to be lost, but no more so than others, and must be watched the same. It is unnecessary to look for a sail in a stock that has cast its first swarm more than a week before, as they are generally destroyed by that time, sometimes short of it, unless they intend to send out an after swarm. Mark the date of swarms on the hive. Should you have so many stocks that you cannot remember the date of each swarm without difficulty, it is a good plan to mark the date on one side or corner of the hive as it issues. You can then tell at once where to look for a sale when wanted. It will sometimes happen that a queen may be lost at the extreme end of the swarming season when no other stock contains such sales. I then look around for the poorest stock or swarm that I have on hand, one that I can afford to sacrifice if it possesses a queen, to save the one that has sustained this loss. This is not often the case, but is sometimes. I have a few times put just beads enough with the queen to keep her in a box and kept them for this purpose, as was mentioned in the last chapter. When introduced, the bees are generally killed, but the queen is preserved. Obtaining queen from worker brood. There is yet another method to be adopted, and that is to obtain a piece of brood comb containing workers' eggs or larvae very young. You will generally find it without much trouble in a young swarm that is making combs. The lower ends usually contain eggs. Take a piece from one of the middle sheets, 2 or 3 inches long. You will probably use smoke by this time without telling. Invert the hive, that is, to receive it. Put the piece edgewise between the combs. If you can spread them apart enough for the purpose, they will hold it there, and then there will be ample room to make the cells. They will nearly always rear several queens. I have counted 9 several times, which were all they had room for. But yet I have very little confidence in such queens. They are almost certain to be lost. They are poor dependents. Therefore, I would recommend getting a royal cell whenever it is practical. There is yet another advantage. You will have a queen ready to lay eggs 2 or 3 weeks earlier than when they are compelled to commence with the egg. I have put such piece of brood comb in a small glass box on the top of the hive instead of the bottom because it was less trouble, but in this case the eggs were all removed in a short time. Whether a queen was reared in the hive or not, I cannot say. But this I know, I never obtained a prolific queen after repeated experiments in this way. It would appear that I have been more unfortunate with queens reared in this way than most experimenters. I have no difficulty to get them formed to all appearance perfect, but lose them afterwards. Now, whether this arose from some lack of physical development by taking grubs too far advanced to make a perfect change, or whether they were reared so late in the season that most of the drones were destroyed and the queen to meet one had to repeat her exertions till lost, I am yet unable to fully determine. To test the first of these questions, I have a few times removed all the larvae from the comb, leaving nothing but eggs, that all the food given them might be royal pap from the commencement, and had no better success so far. Yet occasionally prolific queens have been reared when I could account for their origin in no other way but from worker eggs. But you will find they are not to be depended upon generally. Sometimes, after all our endeavours, a stock or two will remain destitute of a queen. These, if they escape the worms, will generally store honey enough in this section to winter a good family. This will have to be introduced, of course, from another hive containing a queen, but this belongs to fall management. As respects the time that elapses from the impregnation of the queen till the commencement of egg laying, I cannot tell, but guess it might be about 2 or 3 days. I have driven out the bees 21 days after the first swarm, when no second swarm had issued. The young queen came out on the 14th day. I found eggs and some very young larvae. It is remembered that eggs remain 3 days before they hatch. It shows that the first of these must have been deposited some 4 or 5 days. When writers tell us the exact time to an hour, 46 or 48, from impregnation to laying, I am willing to admit the thing in this case, but feel just as if I would like to ask how they managed to find out the fact. By what sign they knew when a queen returned from an excursion whether she had been successful or not in her amours, or whether another effort would have to be made, and then how they managed to know exactly when the first egg was laid. Occasionally, a queen is lost at other than the swarming season, averaging about 1 in 40. It is most frequent in spring, At least it is generally discovered then. The queen may die in the winter and the bees not give us any indications till they come out in spring. Occasionally they may all desert the hive and join another. If we expect to ascertain when a queen is lost at this season, we must notice them just before dark on the first warm days, because the mornings are apt to be too cool for any bees to be outside. Any unusual stir or commotion similar to what has been described shows the loss. This is the worst time in the year to provide the remedy, unless there should happen to be some very poor stock containing a queen that we might lose anyway. Then it might be advisable to sacrifice it to save the other, especially if the last contained all the requisites of a good stock except a queen. Some 8 or 10 that I have managed in this way have given me full satisfaction. I have at other times let them go till the swarming season and then procured a queen, or introduced a small swarm, at which time they are so reduced as to be worth but little, even when not affected by the worms. To obviate this loss in this way, it might be an advantage to transfer the bees to the next stock, if it was not too full already, or the bees of the next stock to this. Let the age and condition of the combs, quantity of stores, etc. decide. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 5. Wax. The careless, unreflecting observer, when seeing the bees enter the hive with a pellet of pollen on each of their posterior legs, is very apt to conclude that it must be material for comb, as it appears unlike honey. So little regard is paid to the matter by many people that they are unable to imagine any other use for it. Others suppose that it will change from that to honey after being stored a time in the hive, and wonder at the curious phenomenon, but when asked how long a time must elapse before it takes place, they cannot tell exactly, but, they have found cells where it began to change, as a portion near the outer end of the cell had become honey, and no doubt the remainder would in time. It has been remarked that cells were only filled about 2/3 full of this, and finished with honey. Now when any one finds a cell filled to the brim with pollen and no honey, such reasoning will apply better. If this was the case, by examining at different periods through the summer, we certainly should find some cells before the change had commenced, instead of their always being in just this stage of transition. Is pollen converted into wax? As for pollen being converted into wax or comb, a simple question will show its fallacy. Do not the bees belonging to a hive that is full of combs, and no more wax for that purpose needed, bring home as much and often more pollen than one half full? Any person who has watched 2 such hives 5 minutes when busily engaged at work can answer. It is evident, then, that pollen is for something else besides wax. How is it obtained? The inquiry is now made, where do they get it from, if not from pollen? I might with propriety answer, they don't get it at all. Stop there, if you please. If you expect us to credit you, you must not give us too much absurdity. Well, let me ask a question. Do cattle, when grazing, actually obtain flesh, bone, etc., or only the materials from which these parts are secreted? As to the production of wax, I believe all close observers that I have found agree that it is a secretion natural only to the bee. With the ox, fruit, grain, or grass may be converted into tallow. With the bee, honey and syrup made of sugar may be converted into wax. These are probably the only 2 substances yet discovered from which they extract it. Some writers have pretended that pollen is also used, but they have failed to prove that the old bees consume it at any time, which they must in this case if it is converted into wax. From experiments related by Huber, either of these substances mixed with a little water is all sufficient for its production. From experiments of my own, I am satisfied that he is correct. The experiment is tried by shutting up a swarm when first hived, feeding them with honey. A few of the bees will probably have some pollen, though not enough to make a comb 3 inches square, yet it is something, and to be certain time must be given them to exhaust it. In 3 or 4 days take out the bees and remove the combs, enclose them again and feed with honey as before. Repeat the process until satisfied that no pollen is needed in the composition of wax. Huber removed the combs 5 times with the same result at every trial. Whenever bees are confined in hot weather, air and water are absolutely necessary. We will now describe the first appearance of wax and how it is produced. When a swarm of bees is about leaving the parent stock, 3/4 or more of them will fill their sacs with honey. When located in their new home, of course, no cells exist to hold it. It must remain in the stomach or sac for several hours. The consequence is that thin white scales of wax, the 1/16 of an inch in diameter, somewhat circular, are formed between the rings of the abdomen underside. With the claws of one of their hind legs, one of these is detached and conveyed to the mouth, and there pinched with their forceps or teeth until one edge is worked somewhat rough. It is then applied to the comb being constructed or to the roof of the hive. The first rudiments of comb are often applied within the first half hour after the swarm is hived. In the history of insects before noticed is a minute account of the first foundation of combs, somewhat amusing if not instructive. Huber's account of a commencement of comb. Huber, it is said, quote, having provided a hive with honey and water, it was resorted to in crowds by bees who, having satisfied their appetite, returned to the hive. They formed festoons, remained motionless for 24 hours, and after a time scales of wax appeared. An adequate supply of wax for the construction of a comb having been elaborated, one of them disengaged itself from the center of the group, and clearing a space about an inch in diameter at the top of the hive, applied the pincers of one of its legs to its side, detached a scale of wax, and immediately began to mince it with the tongue. During the operation, this organ was made to assume every variety of shape. Sometimes it appeared like a trowel, then flattened like a spatula, and at other times like a pencil ending in a point. The scale, moistened with a frothy liquid, became glutinous, and was drawn out like a ribbon. This bee then attached all the wax it could concoct to the vault of the hive, and went its way. A second now succeeded, and did the like. A third followed, but owing to some blunder did not put the wax in the same line with its predecessor, upon which another bee, apparently sensible of the defect, removed the displaced wax, and carrying it to the former heap, deposited it there, exactly in the order and direction pointed out. End quote. Now, I have some objections to make to this account. First, in the usual course of swarming, it is unnecessary to provide the honey and water, as they come laden with honey from the parent stock. Next, to form festoons and remain motionless 24 hours to concoct the wax is not the way they generally manage affairs. They either swallow the honey before leaving home long enough to have the wax ready, or less time than 24 hours is needed to produce it. I have frequently found lumps half the size of a pin's head attached to the branch of a tree where they had clustered, when they had not been there over 25 minutes. I have had occasion a few times to change the swarm to another tenement an hour or 2 after being hived, and found places on the top nearly covered with wax. How it was managed to see a bee quit the group is more than I can comprehend. And then the tongue to be the only instrument used to mold the scale of wax is another difficulty. To witness the whole process minutely in this stage of comb-making has never been my good fortune, and I am sometimes inclined to doubt the success of others. I have had glass hives, and put swarms in them, and always found the first rudiments of comb so entirely covered with bees as to prevent my seeing anything. Best time to witness comb-making. The only time when I have witnessed the process with any degree of satisfaction is when the combs approach the glass, and but few bees in the way. Then, by watching patiently a few minutes, some part of the process may be seen. Manner of working wax. Transferring the swarms to different hives from 1 to 48 hours after being hived will show their progress. I have found that wax is attached to the top of the hive at first promiscuously, that is, without the least order, until some of the blocks or lumps are sufficiently advanced for them to begin cells. The scales of wax are welded on the edge quite thick, without regard to the shape of the cell. Then an excavation is made on one side for the bottom of a cell, and 2 others on the opposite side, the division between them exactly opposite the center of the first. When this piece is an inch or 2 in length, 2 other pieces at equal distances on each side are commenced. If the swarm is large and honey abundant, it is common for 2 pieces of comb to be started at one time on different parts of the top. The sheets in the 2 places are often at right angles, or any other way, just as chance happens to give direction. The little lumps that are placed at random at first are all removed as they advance. While the combs are in progress, the edges are always kept much the thickest, and the base of the cell is worked down to the proper thickness with their teeth and polished smooth as glass. The ends of the cell also, as they lengthen them, will always be found much thicker than any other part of it when finished. When 2 combs approach each other in the middle of the hive at nearly right angles, an edge of the comb is left there, but when an obtuse angle, the edges are generally joined, making a sheet of crooked comb. It is evident where the 2 combs join there must be some irregular cells unfit for rearing brood. Crooked combs a disadvantage. These few irregular cells have been considered a great disadvantage. It is thought or pretended that there is a vast difference between the prosperity of a stock with straight combs and one with crooked ones. To avoid them or cause the bees to make them all straight has given rise to much contrivance, as if a few such cells could effect much. Suppose there were a dozen sheets of comb in a hive, and each one had a row or more of such irregular cells from top to bottom. What proportion would they hold to those that were perfect? Perhaps not 1 in 1,000. Hence we infer that in a hive of the proper size, the difference in amount of brood never could be perceived. This is the only difference it can make, because such cells can be used for storing honey as well as others. But sometimes there will be corners and spaces not wide enough for 2 combs, and too wide for 1 of the proper thickness for breeding. As bees use all their room economically and generally at the best advantage, a thick comb will be the result. It is said they never use such thick combs for breeding. How are the facts? I have just such a space in a glass hive, 1 comb, 2 inches thick. How is it managed? Towards fall, this sheet is filled with honey. The cells outside are lengthened until there's just room for a bee to pass between them and the glass when they are sealed over. In spring, these long cells are all cut down, except at the top and upper corners, to the proper length for breeding, and used for this purpose. This has been done for 5 years in succession. I will grant that there is a little waste room in such spaces for part of the year. It amounts to but little, as it is only outside. They are necessitated to make such combs, because the inside combs, if built in a breeding apartment, however crooked one may be, the next one will generally match it the right distance from it. But when they are built expressly for storing honey in such as are made in boxes, the right distance is not so well preserved, hence it's not recommended to compel bees to use such storing apartment for breeding. But suppose we should compel a swarm to labor under these disadvantages, I should not apprehend such disastrous results, providing they have a proper proportion of worker cells, as no swarms or even no surplus honey, as has been represented. Imagine a hive filled with combs that are all too thick, and room wasted when cut down to the amount of 1/4 of all that's in the hive. Now here are combs enough left to mature 3/4 as many bees as in an ordinary hive, where all are right. We can now suppose a good swarm will bring home the same amount of honey as though it belonged to other hives. Only 3/4 as much can be fed to the brood and stored in the hive, and the result ought to be that we get 1/4 more surplus honey in boxes. Even if we get no swarm, I cannot see how our surplus honey can be less, as in this case there would be more bees at all times than in a hive that had been reduced by swarming. Does experience substantiate the theory that stocks with crooked combs are as profitable as when they are straight? When combs are built expressly for breeding, I could never discover any difference. Any person can easily test it by a little observation, not by taking a solitary instance of only one hive, because some other cause might produce the result. Take a half dozen at least with straight combs, and as many with them crooked, have them all alike in other respects, and carefully watch the result. I think you will have but little interest which way the combs are made, providing they are made, as far as profit is concerned. It is true it would gratify order to have them all straight, and if it was not attended with more trouble than the result would pay for, it would be well to have them so. In ordinary circumstances, when a swarm is first hived, they set about comb making immediately, yet sometimes they will remain 2 days and not make a particle. I have known them to swarm out and cluster in the usual way, and when rehived, commence at once. This seems to prove that they can retain the wax or prevent secreting it till wanted. This seldom occurs. Uncertainty in weight of bees. A large swarm will probably carry with them some 5 or 6 pounds of honey from the parent stock. I only guess at this because I'm uncertain what the bees weigh exactly. "I can tell you," someone exclaims. "I saw some weighed. So many weigh just 8 ounces." Are you sure there was nothing but bees weighed? Was there no honey, bee bread, feces, or other substances that might deceive you? "Can't say. I never thought of that." Now, it is important if we weigh bees to know their weight, to be sure we weigh nothing else. It is evident that if 5,000 weigh 3 pounds, when nothing is in their sacks, they would weigh, when filled with honey, several pounds more. Hence the fallacy of judging the size of a swarm by weight, as one swarm might issue with half the honey of another. Perhaps 8 pounds for large swarms might be an average for bees and honey. This honey, whatever it amounts to, cannot be stored till combs are constructed to hold it. This principle holds good till the hive is full. That is, whenever they have more honey than the combs will hold. If there is room in the hive, they construct more, but they seem to go no farther than this in comb making. However large the swarm may be, this compulsion appears necessary to fill the hive. Drone cells are seldom made in the top of the hive, but apart are generally joined on the worker cells, a little distance from the top, others near the bottom. There seems to be no rule about the number of such cells. Some hives will contain twice the number of others. It may depend on the yield of honey at the time, when very plenty, more drone cells, etc. If the hive be very large, no doubt an unprofitable number would be constructed. Where the large and small cells join, there will be some cells of irregular shape, some with 4 or 5 angles. The distance from one angle to the other is also varied. Even where 2 combs of cells the same size join, making a straight comb, they are not always perfect. Some wax wasted. When constructing comb, they are constantly wasting wax, either accidentally or voluntarily. The next morning, after a swarm is located, the scales may be found and will continue to increase as long as they are working at it. The quantity often amounts to a handful or more. It is the best test of comb making that I can give. Clean off the board, and look the next morning. You'll find the scales in proportion to their progress. Some will be nearly round as at first, others more or less worked up, and a part will be like fine sawdust. Huber and some others have divided the working bees into different classes, denominating some wax workers, others nurses and pollen gatherers, etc. It may be partially true, but how it was found out is the mystery. The angles in the cells used for brood are gradually filled and after a time become round both at the ends and sides. Water necessary to comb making. Whenever bees are engaged making comb, a supply of water is absolutely necessary. Some think it requisite in rearing brood. It may be needed for that, or it may be required for both purposes, but yet I have doubts if a particle is given to the young bee besides what the honey contains. June and the first part of July and most part of August, the season of buckwheat, are periods of extensive comb making. Then they use most water. Breeding is carried on from March till October, and as extensively in May, perhaps more so, than in August, yet not a 10th part of the water is used in May. I have known stocks repeatedly to mature brood from the egg to the perfect bee, when shut in a dark room for months, when it was impossible to obtain a drop. Also, stocks that stand in the cold, if good, will mature some brood, whether the bees can leave the hive or not. These facts prove that some are reared without water. As they get sufficient honey to require more comb to store it, they will at the same time have a brood, and it is easy to guess they need it for brood as comb without a little investigation. This much is certain, that they use water at such times for some purpose, and when no pond, brook, spring, or other source is within convenient distance, the apiarian would find it economy to place some within their reach, as it would save much valuable time if they would otherwise have to go a great distance, when they might be more profitably employed. It always happens in a season of honey. It should be so situated that the bees may obtain it without jeopardizing their lives. A barrel or pail has sides so steep that a great many will slip off and drown. A trough made very shallow, with a good broad strip round the edge to afford an alighting place, should be provided. The middle should contain a float or a handful of shavings spread in the water with a few small stones laid on them, to prevent their being blown away when the water is out, is very convenient. A tin dish, an inch or so in depth, will do very well. The quantity needed may be ascertained by what is used. Only give them enough and change it daily. I have no trouble of this kind, as there is a stream of water within a few rods of the hives, but I have an opportunity to witness something of the number engaged in carrying it. Thousands may be seen in June and August, filling their sacks, while a continual stream is on the wing, going and returning. Remarks. The exact and uniform size of their cells is perhaps as great a mystery as anything pertaining to them, yet we find the second wonder before we are done with the first. In building comb they have no square or compass as a guide, no master mechanic takes the lead, measuring and marking for the workmen. Each individual among them is a finished mechanic. No time is lost as an apprentice, no service given in return for instruction. Each is accomplished from birth. All are alike. What one begins, a dozen may help to finish. A specimen of their work shows itself to be from the hands of master workmen, and may be taken as a model of perfection. He who arranged the universe was their instructor. Yes, a profound geometrician planned the first cell, and knowing what would be their wants, implanted in the sensorium of the first bee all things pertaining to their welfare. The impress then given is yet retained unimpaired. They need no lectures on domestic economy to tell them, by using the base of one set of cells on one side of their combs for the base of those on the opposite, will save both labor and wax. No mathematician that a pyramidal base, just 3 angles, with just such an inclination, will be the exact shape needed, and consume much less wax than round or square. That the base of one cell of 3 angles would form a part of the base of 3 other cells on the opposite side of the comb. That each of the 6 sides of one cell forms one side of 6 others around it, that these angles and these only would answer their ends. Quote, "The bees appear," says Rottger, "to have a problem to solve, which would puzzle many a mathematician. A quantity of matter being given, it is required to form out of it cells which shall be equal and similar and of a determinate size, but the largest possible with relation to the quantity of matter employed, while they shall occupy the least possible space." End quote. How little does the epicure heed, when feasting on the fruits of their industry, that each morsel tasted must destroy the most perfect specimens of workmanship, that in a moment he can demolish what has taken hours, yes, days, perhaps weeks, of assiduous toil and labor for the bees to accomplish. End of section 15, chapter 5. Read by Sandra, Montreal, 2022. Section 16 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 6. Propolis. What used for? This substance is first used to solder up all the cracks, flaws, and irregularities about the hive. A coat is then spread over the inside throughout when the hive is full, and many bees cluster outside. The latter part of summer, a coat of it is also spread there. An additional coat, it seems, is annually applied, as old hives will be coated with a thickness proportionate to its age, providing it has been occupied with a strong family. Huber has said it was also used to strengthen the cells when first made by mixing it with the wax. If it was their practice at that time, the practice has been abandoned by our bees to a great extent. I have made examinations when comb was first made, when it contained eggs, and when it contained larvae, and have never been able to find anything other than pure wax composing it. After a young bee has matured in a cell, the coating or cocoon that it leaves is of a dark color, somewhat resembling it, and may have given rise to the supposition. How the article is obtained appears to be the mystery. This is a subject about which apiarians have failed to agree. A few contend that it is an elaborated substance, while others assert it to be a resinous gum exuding from certain trees and collected by the bees like pollen. It differs materially from wax, being more tenacious, and when it gets a little age, much harder. Is it an elaborate or natural substance? No modern observer has ever been able to detect the bees in the act of gathering it. Huber's opinion. Huber tells us that, quote, near the outlet of one of his hives, he placed some of the branches of the poplar, which exuded a transparent juice the color of garnet. Several workers were soon seen perched upon these branches. Having detached some of this resinous gum, they formed it into pellets, and deposited them in the baskets of their thighs. Thus loaded, they flew to the hive, where some of their fellow laborers instantly came to assist them in detaching this viscid substance from their baskets. End quote. Some of our modern apiarians have doubted this account of Huber's. Now, in the absence of anything positive on this subject, I am inclined to adopt this theory, that it is a resin or gum produced by trees. I cannot say that I am exactly satisfied with the story of bringing the branches and laying them by the hive, etc. That bees gather it in its natural state is in accordance with my own observation. Further proof. Our first swarms that issue in May or 1st of June seldom use much of the article pure for soldering and plastering, but instead a composition, the most of which is wax. I have noticed at this season, when old pieces of boards that had been used for hives were left in the sun, that this old propolis would become soft in the middle of the day. Here I have frequently seen the bees at work, packing it upon their legs. It was detached in small particles, and the process of packing was seen distinctly, as the bee did not fly during the operation, as in the case of packing pollen. It is asserted that when bees need it, they always have it, indicating that they can elaborate it, like wax. I can see no reason why they do not need it in June as much as in August, yet in the latter month they use more than 100 times the quantity. At this time they manifest no disposition to gather any from the old boards, etc. It would seem they prefer the article new, which they now have in abundance. Boxes filled in June contain but very little, sometimes none. Why not, if they have enough of it? But when filled in August, they always have the corners and sometimes the top and sides lined with a good coat. Cracks large enough for bees to pass through are sometimes completely filled with it. In this season, a little before sunset of some fair day, I have frequently seen the bees enter the hive with what I suppose to be the pure article on their legs like pollen, except the surface, which would be smooth and glossy, the color much lighter than when it gets age. I have also seen them through the glass inside, when they seemed unable to dislodge it themselves, like pollen, and were continually running around among those engaged in soldering and plastering. When one required a little, it seized a hold of the pellet with its teeth or forceps and detached a portion. The whole lump will not cleave off at once, but firmly adheres to the leg. From its tenacity, perhaps a string an inch long will be formed in separating. The piece obtained is immediately applied to their work, and the bee is ready to supply another with a portion. It doubtless gets rid of its load in this way. It is difficult to watch it till it's freed from the whole, as it is soon lost among its fellows. Now, if this substance is not found in its natural state, how does it happen that they pack it on their legs just as they do when getting it from a board of an old hive, or pollen when collected? They never take the trouble to pack the wax there when elaborated. Do not these circumstances strongly favor the idea of its being a vegetable substance? Perhaps the reason of its being collected at this season in greater abundance may be found in the fact that the buds of trees and shrubs are now generally formed. Many kinds are protected from rain and frost by a kind of gum or resinous coating. It may be found in many species of Populus, particularly the balsam poplar, Populus balsamifera, and the balm of Gilead, Populus candicans. By boiling the buds of these trees, an aromatic resin or gum may be obtained, used sometimes for making salve. The odor is very similar to that emitted by Propolis when first gathered by the bees or by heating it afterwards. In the absence of facts, we are apt to substitute theory. This appears to me to be very plausible, yet I'm ready to yield it as soon as facts decide differently. Perhaps not one bee in 1,000 is engaged in collecting this substance. There being so few may be one reason why they're not often detected. Yet, few as they are, a few of us should set about close observation. Something certain might decide. Apiarian science is sadly neglected. A large amount of error is mixed up with the truth. That patient, scrutinizing investigation must separate. Remarks. I feel anxious to get to the practical part of this work, which I hope will interest some readers who care but little about the natural history. I shall begin with spring, and will now endeavor to mix more of the practical with it as we proceed to the end of the year. In order to illustrate some points of practice, I may have occasion to repeat some things already mentioned. End of Chapter 6. Read by Sandra, Montreal, 2022.
Chapter 7 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. The Apiary. Its location. In the location of the apiary, one important consideration is that it is convenient to watch in the swarming season, that the bees may be seen at any time from a door or window, when a swarm rises, without the trouble of taking many steps to accomplish it, because if much trouble is to be taken, it is too often neglected. Also, if possible, the hive should stand where the wind will have but little effect, especially from the northwest. If no hills or buildings offer protection, a close, high-board fence should be put up for this purpose. It is economy to do it. Bees enough may be saved to pay the expense. During the first spring months, the stocks contain fewer bees than at any other season. It is then that a numerous family is important, for the purpose of creating animal heat to rear the brood, if for nothing else. One bee is of more consequence now than a half-dozen in midsummer. When the hive stands in a bleak place, the bees returning with heavy loads in a high wind are frequently unable to strike the hive, and are blown to the ground, become chilled, and die. A chilly south wind is equally fatal, but not so frequent. When protected from winds, the hives may front any point you choose. East or south is generally preferred. A location near ponds, lakes, large rivers, and etc. will be attended with some loss. Hard winds will fatigue the bees when on the wing, often causing them to alight in the water, where it is impossible to rise again until wafted ashore. And then, unless in very warm weather, they are so chilled as to be past the effort. I do not mention this to discourage anyone from keeping them, when so situated, because some few must keep them thus or not at all. I am so situated myself. There's a pond of 4 acres, some 12 rods off. In spring, during high winds, a great many may be found drowned and driven on shore. Although we cannot miss so few from a stock, it is nevertheless a loss as far as it goes. Decide early. Whatever location is chosen, it should be decided upon as early in the spring as possible, because when the chilling winds of winter have ceased for a day, and the sun unobstructed is sending his first warm rays to a frozen earth, the bees that have been inactive for months feel the cheering influence, and come forth to enjoy the balmy air. As they come from their door, they pause a moment to rub their eyes, which have long been obscured in darkness. Bees mark their location on leaving the hive. They rise on the wing, but do not leave in a direct line, but immediately turn their heads towards the entrance of their tenement, describing a circle of only a few inches at first, but enlarge as they recede, until an area of several rods have been viewed and marked. Changing stand, attended with loss. After a few excursions, when surrounding objects have become familiar, this precaution is not taken, and they leave in a direct line for their destination, and returned by their way marks without difficulty. Man with his reason is guided on the same principles. There are a great many people who suppose the bee knows its hive by a kind of instinct, or is attracted towards it, like the steel to the magnet. At least they act as if they did, as they often move their bees a few rods or feet after the location is thus marked. And what is the consequence? The stocks are materially injured by the loss of bees, and sometimes entirely ruined. Let us trace the cause. As I remarked, the bees have marked the location. They leave the hive without any precaution, as surrounding objects are familiar. They return to their old stand and find no home. If there is more than one stock, and the removal has been from 4 to 20 feet, some of the bees may find a hive, but just as liable to enter the wrong one as the right. Probably they would not go over 20 feet, and very likely not that, unless the new situation was very conspicuous. If a person had but one stock, very likely the loss would be less, as every bee finding a hive would be sure to be home, and none killed, as is generally the case when a few enter a strange hive. Can be taken some distance. When bees are taken beyond their knowledge of country, some 2 miles or more, the case seems to be somewhat different, but not always without loss, especially if many hives are set too close. They leave the hive, of course, without knowing that the situation has been changed, perhaps get a few feet before strange objects warn them of the fact. When they return, the immediate vicinity is strange, and they often enter the neighbor's domicile. Danger of setting stocks too close. A case in point occurred in the spring of '49. I sold over 20 stocks to one person. He had constructed a bee house, and his arrangement brought the hives within 4 inches of each other. The result was he entirely lost several stocks. Some of them were the best, others were materially injured, yet he had a few made better by the addition of bees from other hives. Sometimes a stock will allow strange bees to unite with them, but it is seldom. Unless a large number enters, it is safest to keep each family by itself, under ordinary circumstances. These stocks, before they were moved, had been collecting pollen, and had their location well marked. Had they been placed 6 feet apart instead of 4 inches, he probably would not have lost any, or even 2 feet might have saved them. I have often moved them at this season, and placed them at 3 feet distance and had no bad results. Facts like the foregoing satisfied me long since that stocks should occupy their situation for the summer, as early as possible in the spring, at least before they mark the location, or if they must be moved after that, let it be nothing short of 1.5 miles, and plenty of room between the hives. Space between hives. As regards the distance between hives generally, I would say let it be as great as convenience will allow. Want of room makes it necessary sometimes to set them close, where such necessity exists. If the hives were dissimilar in color, some dark, others light, alternately it would greatly assist the bees in knowing their own hive. But it should be borne in mind that whenever economy of space dictates less than 2 feet, there are often bees enough lost by entering the wrong hive, which, if saved, would pay the rent of a small addition to a garden, or bee yard. I have several other reasons to offer for giving plenty of room between hives, which will be mentioned hereafter. Small matters. The reader who is accustomed to doing things on gigantic principles will consider this long yarn about saving a few bees in spring a rather small affair. And so it is, yet small matters must be attended to if we succeed. A small leak will sink a ship. A grain of wheat is a small matter. 'Tis only in the aggregate that its importance is manifest. The bee is small, the load of honey brought home by it is still less, and the quantity secreted in the nectary of each flower yet more minute. The patient bee visits each, and obtains but a tiny morsel. By perseverance a load is obtained, and deposited in the hive. It is only by the accumulation of such loads that we find an object worthy our notice. Here is a lesson. Look to little things, and the manner in which they are multiplied, and preserved. It is much better to save our bees than waste them, and wait for others to be raised. A penny saved is worth 2 pence earned. If a stock is lost by small means, a corresponding effort is only necessary to save it. This trifling care is sometimes neglected through indolence, but I hope for better things generally. I am willing to believe it is thorough ignorance, not knowing what kind of care is necessary, how, when, and where to bestow it. This is what now appears to be my duty to tell. You will now sufficiently understand the cause of loss on this point. Therefore, let it be a rule to have all ready in spring, before the bees leave their hives, the stands, bee house, etc., and not change them. Economy. If we keep bees for ornament, it would be well to build a bee house, paint the hives, etc. But as I expect the majority of readers will be interested in the profit of the thing, I will say that the bees will not pay a cent towards extra expenses. They will not do a whit more labor in a painted house than if it was thatched with straw. When profit is the only object, economy would dictate that labor shall be bestowed only where there will be a remuneration. Cheap arrangements of stands. So many kinds of bee houses and stands have been recommended, all so different from what I prefer, that I perhaps ought to feel some hesitancy in offering one so cheap and simple. But as profit is my object, I shall offer no other apology. I have 15 years' experience to prove its efficiency, and have no fears on this score in recommending it. I make stands in this way. A board about 15 inches wide is cut off 2 feet long. A piece of chestnut or other wood, 2 inches square, is nailed on each end. This raises the board just 2 inches from the earth, and will project in front of the hive some 10 inches, making it admirably convenient for the bees to alight before entering the hive, when the grass and weeds are kept down, which is but little trouble. A separate piece for each hive is better than to have several on a bench together, as there can be no communication by bees running to and fro. Also, we are apt to give more room between them, and a board or plank will make a stand for as many stalks when cut in pieces, as if left whole, and it ought to make more. Cannel bottom board discarded. I used what is termed a cannel bottom board, until I found out it did not pay expense, and have now discarded it, and succeed just as well. It is generally recommended as a preventive of robberies, and keeping out the moth. It may prevent 1 hive in 50 from being robbed, but as for keeping out the moth, it is about as good an assistant for it as can be contrived. It is a place of great convenience for the worms to spin their cocoons, and some ingenuity of the apiarian is requisite to get at them. Some advantage in being near the earth. I am aware that I go counter to most apiarians, in recommending the stands so near the earth. Less than 2 or 3 feet between the bees and the earth, it is said, will not answer any way. Mr. Minner is very positive on this point in his manual. I ventured to suggest to him that there was more against it in theory than in practice, and gave him my experience. In less than 2 years from the time I visited him, and found his bees close to the earth. Experience is worth a dozen theories. In fact, it is the only test to be depended upon. I shall not urge the adoption of any rule that I have not proved by my own practice. The objection raised is dampness from the earth when too near. I am unable to perceive the least bad effect. Now let us compare advantages and disadvantages a little farther. 1 hive or a row of hives suspended, or standing on a bench 2 or 3 feet from the earth, when approached by the bees on a chilly afternoon, and we have many such in spring, towards evening, even if there is not much wind, they are very apt to miss the hive and bottom, and fall to the ground, so benumbed with cold as to be unable to rise again, and by the next morning are no use whatever. On the other hand, if they are near the earth with a board as described, there is no possibility of their alighting under the hive, and if they should come short and get on the ground, they can always creep, long after they are too cold to fly, and are able, and often do enter the hive without the necessity of using their wings. Enough may be saved in 1 spring from a few hives, in this way to make a good swarm, which taken from several is not perceived yet. As much profit from them might be realized, as if they were a swarm by themselves. A little contrivance is all that is needed to save them. To such as must and will have them up away from the earth, I would say, do suggest some plan to save this portion of your best and most willing servants. Have an alighting board project in front of the hive at least 1 foot, or a board long enough to reach from the bottom of the hive to the ground, that they may get on that, and crawl up to the hive. Do you want the inducement? Examine minutely the earth about your hives, towards sunset, some day in April, when the day has been fair, with some wind and chilly towards night, and you will be astonished at the numbers that perish. Most of them will be loaded with pollen, proving them martyrs to their own industry and your negligence. When I see a bench 3 feet high and no wider than the bottom of the hive, perhaps a little less, and no place for the bees to enter but at the bottom, and as many hives crowded on as it will hold, I no longer wonder that beekeeping is all in luck. The wonder is how they keep them at all. Yet it proves that, with proper management, it is not so precarious after all. The necessary protection from the weather for stocks is a subject that I have taken some pains to ascertain. The result has been that the cheapest covering is just as good as any. Something to keep the rain and rays of the sun from the top is all sufficient. Covers for each hive, like the bottom board, should be separate and some larger than the top. Utility of bee houses doubted. I have used bee houses, but they will not pay and are also discarded. They are objectionable on account of preventing a free circulation of air. Also, it is difficult to construct them, so that the sun may strike the hives both in the morning and afternoon, which in spring is very essential. If they front the south, the middle of the day is the only time when the sun can reach all the hives at once. This is just when they need it least, and in hot weather sometimes injurious by melting the combs. But when the hives stand far enough apart in my plan, it is very easily arranged to have the sun strike the hive in the morning and afternoon, and shaded from 10 o'clock till 2 or 3 in hot weather. Notwithstanding our prodigality in building a splendid bee house, we think of economy when we come to put our hives in and get them too close. Can't afford to build a house and give them so much room nohow. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Robberies, Part 1. Robberies. Robbing is another source of occasional loss to the apiary. It is frequent in spring, and at any time in warm weather when honey is scarce. It is very annoying, and sometimes gets neighbors in contention, when perhaps neither is to blame farther than ignorance of the matter. Not properly understood. A person keeping many hives must expect to be accountable for all losses in his neighborhood, whether they are lost by mismanagement or want of management. Many people suppose if one person has but one stock and another has 10, that the 10 will combine for plundering the one. There are no facts showing any communication between different families of the same apiary that I can discover. It is true, when one family finds another weak and defenseless, possessing treasure, they have no conscientious scruples about carrying off the last particle. The hurry and bustle attending it seldom escape the notice of the other families. And when one hive has been robbed in an apiary, perhaps 2/3 of the other families, sometimes all, have participated in the plunder. One family, if it be large, is just as likely, and more so, to find a weak one among the 10, and commence plundering as the other way. Improper remedies. Notwithstanding it is common to hear remarks like this. I had a first-rate hive of bees, when the fact was he had not looked particularly at his bees for a month, to know whether it was so or not, and if he had, very likely would not know. And Mr. A's bees began to rob them. I tried everything to stop it. I moved them around in several places to prevent their finding the hive. It did no good. The first I knew they were all gone. Bees, honey, and all. The bees all joined the robbers. Now the fact is, that not one good stock of bees in 50 will ever be robbed, if let alone, that is, if the entrance is properly protected. This moving the hive was enough to ruin any stock. Bees were lost at every change, until nothing was left but honey to tempt the robbers, whereas if left on its stand it might have escaped. A great many remedies have been given me gratis, which, had one half been followed, would have ruined them. The fact is, with many people, the remedies are often the cause of the disease. The most fatal is to move them a few rods, another to close the hive entirely, very liable to smother them, or break out some comb and set the honey to running. There are some charms that affect them but little anyway. Probably there are but few beekeepers able to tell at once when bees are being robbed. It requires the closest scrutinizing observation to decide. Difficulty in deciding. There is nothing about the apiary more difficult to determine, nothing more likely than to be deceived. It is generally supposed, when a number are outside fighting, that it is conclusive that they are also robbing, which is seldom the case. On the contrary, a show of resistance indicates a strong colony, and that they are disposed to defend their treasures. I no longer have any fears for a stock that has courage to repel an attack. Weak families in most danger. It is weak families that show no resistance, where we find the most danger. In seasons of scarcity, all good stocks maintain or keep sentinels about the entrance, whose duty it appears to be to examine every bee that attempts to enter. If it is a member of the community, it is allowed to pass. If not, it is examined on the spot. It would seem that a password was requisite for admittance, for no sooner does a stranger bee endeavor to get in than it is known. If without necessary credentials, there is evidence enough against it. Each bee is a qualified juris, judge, and executioner. There is no delay, no waiting for witnesses for defense. The more a bee attempts to escape, the more likely it will be to receive a sting, unless it succeeds. How strange bees are known would be nothing but theory, if I should attempt to explain. Let it suffice that they are known. Their battles. I will here describe some of their battles. I have in the spring frequently seen the whole front side of the hive covered with combatants, but for such hives I have no fears. They are able to defend themselves. Several will surround one stranger. One or two will bite its legs, another the wings. Another will make a feint of stinging, while another is ready to take what honey it has, when worried sufficient to make it willing. It is sometimes allowed to go after yielding all its honey, but at others is dispatched with a sting, which is almost instantly fatal. A bee is killed sooner by a sting than by any other means, except crushing. Sometimes the leg will tremble for a minute, the legs are drawn close to the body, the abdomen contracts to half its usual size unless filled with honey. I have known a pint accidentally to enter a neighboring stalk and be killed in 5 minutes. The only places the sting will penetrate a bee are the joints of the abdomen, legs, the neck, and etc. I have occasionally seen one bee drag about the dead body of its victim, being unable to withdraw its sting from a joint in the leg. During the fight, if it be to keep off those in search of plunder, a few bees may be seen buzzing around in search of a place unguarded to enter the hive. If such is found, it alights and enters in a moment. At other times, when about to enter, it meets a soldier on duty, and is on the wing again in an instant. But another time it may be more unfortunate, and be nabbed by a policeman, when it must either break away or suffer the penalty of insect justice, which is generally of the utmost severity. Bad policy to raise the hives. A great many apiarians raise their hives an inch from the board early in spring. They seem to disregard the chance it gives robbers to enter on every side. It is like setting the door of your own house open, to tempt the thief, and then complain of depravity. Let it be understood, then, that all good stocks under ordinary circumstances will take care of themselves. Nature has provided means of defense, with instinct to direct its use. Non-resistance may do for highly cultivated intellect in man, but not here. Indications of robbers. We will now notice the appearance about a weak hive that makes no resistance, and show the result to be a total loss of the stock, without timely interference. Each robber, when leaving the hive, instead of flying in a direct line to its home, will turn its head towards the hive to mark the spot, that it may know where to return for another load, in the same manner that they do when leaving their hive in the spring. The first time the young bees leave home, they mark their location by the same process. A few of these begin to hatch from the cells very early, in all good stocks often before the weather is warm enough for any to leave the hive. Consequently, it cannot be too early for them at any time in spring. These young bees about the middle of each fair day, or a little later, take a turn of flying out very thickly for a short time. The inexperienced observer would be very likely to suppose such stock very prosperous, from the number of inhabitants in motion. This unusual bustle is the first indication of foul play, and should be regarded with suspicion, yet it is not conclusive. A duty. It is a duty of every beekeeper who expects to succeed to know which his weak stocks are. An examination some cool morning can be made by turning the hive bottom up, and letting the sun among the combs. The number of inhabitants in them is easily seen. When weak, close the entrance till there is just room for one bee to pass at once. The first real pleasant days at any time before honey is obtained plentifully, a little after noon. Look out for them to commence robbing. Whenever a weak stock is taken with what appears to be a fit of unusual industry, it is quite certain they are either robbers or young bees. The difficulty is to decide which. Their motions are alike, but there is a little difference in color. The young bees are a shade lighter. The abdomen of the robbers, when filled with honey, is a little larger. It requires close, patient observation to decide this point, and when you have watched close enough to detect this difference, you can decide without trouble. A test. But while you are learning this nice distinction, your bees may be ruined. We will therefore give some other means of protection. Bees, when they have been stealing a sack of honey from a neighboring hive, will generally run several inches from the entrance before flying. Kill some of these if filled with honey. They are robbers, because it is very suspicious to be filled with honey when leaving the hive, or sprinkle some flour on them as they come out, and have someone watch by the others to see if they enter. Another way is less trouble but will take longer, before they are checked if robbing. Visit them again in the course of half an hour or more, after the young bees have had time to get back. If it should happen to be them, but if the bustle continues or increases, it is time to interfere. When the entrance has been contracted as directed, close it entirely till near sunset. When it has been left without, it should now be done, giving room for only one bee at a time. This will allow all that belong to the hive to get in, and others to get out, and materially retard the progress of the robbers. Robbing usually commences on a warm day. Unless it should be cool, they will continue their operations till evening. Very often some are unable to get home in the dark and are lost. This, by the way, is another good test of robbing. Visit the hives every warm evening. They commence depredations on the warmest days, seldom otherwise. If any are at work when honest laborers should be at home, they need attention. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Robberies, Part 2. Remedies. As for remedies, I have tried several. The least trouble is to remove the weak hive in the morning to the cellar, or some dark, cool place for a few days, until at least 2 or 3 warm days have passed, that they may abandon the search. The robbers will then probably attack the stock on the next stand. Contract the entrance of this in accordance with the number of bees there are to pass. If strong, no danger need be apprehended. They may fight and even kill some. Perhaps a little chastisement is necessary to a sense of their duty. Common opinion. There is an opinion prevalent that robbers often go to a neighboring stock, kill off the bees first, and then take possession of the treasures. To corroborate this matter, I have never yet discovered one fact, although I have watched very closely. Whenever bees have had all their stores taken at a period when nothing was to be had in the flowers, it is evident they must starve, and last but a day or 2 before they are gone. This would naturally give rise to the supposition that they were either killed or gone with the robbers. A case in point. I have a case in point. Having been from home a couple of days, I found on my return a swarm of medium strength that had been carelessly exposed, had been plundered off about 15 pounds of honey, every particle they had. About the usual number of bees were among the combs, to all appearance very disconsolate. I at once removed them to the cellar, and fed them for a few days. The other bees gave over, looking for more plunder in the meantime. It was then returned to the stand entrance nearly closed, as directed, and etc. In a short time I made a valuable stock, but had I left it 24 hours longer, it probably would not have been worth a straw. Further directions. When a stock has been removed, if the next stand contains a weak instead of a strong one, it is best to take that in also, to be returned to the stand as soon as the robbers will allow it. If a second attack is made, put them in again, or if practicable, remove them a mile or 2 out of their knowledge of country. They would then lose no time from labor. Where but few stocks are kept, and not more than 1 or 2 stocks are engaged, sprinkle a little flour on them as they leave, to ascertain which the robbers are. Then reverse the hives, putting the weak one in the place of the strong, and the strong one in the place of the weak one. The weak stock will generally become the strongest, and put a stop to their operations, but this method is often impracticable in a large apiary, because several stocks are usually engaged very soon after one commences, and a dozen may be robbing one. Another method is, when you are sure a stock is being robbed, take a time when there are as many plunderers inside as you can get, and close the hive at once. Wire cloth or something to admit air, and at the same time confine the bees is necessary. Carry in, as before directed, for 2 or 3 days, when they may be set out. The strange bees thus enclosed will join the weak family, and will be as eager to defend what is now their treasure, as they were before to carry it off. This principle of forgetting home and uniting with others after a lapse of a few days, writers say 24 hours is sufficient for them to forget home, can be recommended in this case. It succeeds about 4 times in 5, when a proper number is enclosed. Weak stocks are strengthened in this way very easily, and the bees being taken from a number of hives are hardly missed. The difficulty is to know when there are enough to be about equal to what belongs to the weak stock. If too few are enclosed, they are surely destroyed. Common cause of commencing. After all, bees being robbed is like being destroyed by worms, a kind of secondary matter. That is, not one strong stock in 100 will ever be attacked and plundered on the first onset. Bees must be first tempted, and rendered furious by a weak hive. A dish of refuse honey set near them is sometimes sufficient to set them at work, also where they have been fed and not had a full supply. After they have once commenced, it takes an astonishing quantity to satiate their appetite. They seem to be perfectly intoxicated, and regardless of danger, they venture on to certain destruction. I have known a few instances where good stocks by this means were reduced, until they in turn fell a prey to others. I have for several years kept about 100 stocks away from home, where I could not see them much to prevent robbing. Yet I never lost a stock by this cause. I simply keep the entrance closed, except a passage for the bees at work during spring. It is true I have lost a few stocks when the other bees took the honey, but they would have been lost anyway. Spring, the worst time. As I before remarked in the commencement of this chapter, bees will plunder and fight at any time through the summer, when honey cannot be collected, but spring is the only time that such desperate and persevering efforts are made to obtain it. It is the only time the apiarian can be excused for having his hives plundered, or letting them stand in a situation for it. We then often have families reduced in winter and spring, from various causes, and when protected through the season generally make good stocks. It is then we wish them to form steady, industrious habits, and not live by plunder. Prevention is better than cure. Evil propensities should be checked in the beginning. The bee, like man, when this disposition has been indulged for a time, it is hard breaking the habit. A severe chastisement is the only cure. They too go on the principle of much wanting more. No necessity to have the bees plundered in the fall. The apiarian having his bees plundered in the fall is not fit to have charge of them. Their efforts are seldom as strong as in spring, unless there is a general scarcity. The weak hives are usually better supplied with bees, and consequently a less number is exposed, but yet, when there are some very weak families, these should be taken away as soon as the flowers fail, or strengthened with bees from another hive. Particulars in fall management. I have sometimes made my swarms equal, early in spring, by the following method, and I have also failed. Bees, when wintered together in a room, will seldom quarrel when first set out. When one stock has an oversupply of bees, and another a very few, the next day or two after being out, I change the weak one to the stand of the strong one, as mentioned a page or two back, and all bees that have marked the location return to that place. The failure is when too many leave the strong stock, making that the weak one when nothing is gained. If it could be done when they had been out of the house just long enough for the proper number to have marked the location, success would be quite certain. But before an exchange of this kind is made, it would be well, if possible, to ascertain what is the cause of a stock being weak. If it is from the loss of a queen, which is sometimes the case, we only make the matter worse by the operation. To ascertain whether the queen be present do not depend on the bees carrying in pollen, as most writers assert they will not, when the queen is gone, because I have known them do it so many times without, that I can assure the reader again, it is no test whatever. The test given in Chapter 3, page 73, is always certain. End of Chapter 8, Part 2.
Chapter 9 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Greene. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 9, Feeding. Should be a last resort. Feeding bees in spring is sometimes absolutely necessary, but in ordinary seasons and circumstances, it is somewhat doubtful if this is the surest road to success. For the apiarian to attempt wintering any stock so poorly supplied with honey that he feels satisfied will need feeding in the spring or before, I will recommend in another place, in fall management, what I consider a better disposition of such light families. But as some stocks are either robbed or from some other cause consume more honey than we expect, a little trouble and care may save a loss. Also, bees are often fed at this season to promote early swarming and filling boxes with surplus honey. Care needed. Considerable care is requisite, but few know how to manage it properly. Honey fed to bees is almost certain to get up quarrels among them. Sometimes strong stocks scent the honey given to weak ones and carry it off as fast as supplied. Apparent contradiction when feeding causing starvation. It is possible that feeding a stock of bees in spring may cause them to starve, whereas if left alone, they might escape. Notwithstanding this looks like a contradiction, I think it appears reasonable. Whenever the supply of honey is short, probably not more than 1 egg in 20 which the queen deposits will be matured, there means not allowing the young brood to be fed. This appears from the fact that several eggs may be found in one cell. I transferred over 20 stocks in March 1852. Most of the cells occupied with eggs contained a plurality. 2, 3, and even 4 were found in one cell. It is evident that all could not be perfected. Also, the fact of these eggs being at this season on the bottom board. Now suppose you give such a stock 2 or 3 pounds of honey, and they are encouraged to feed a large brood, and your supply fails before they are half grown. What are they to do? Destroy the brood and lose all that they have fed? Or draw on their old stores for a small quantity to help them in this emergency, and trust to chance for themselves? The latter alternative will probably be adopted, and then, without a timely intervention of favorable weather, the bees starve. The same effect is sometimes produced by the changes of the weather. A week or two may be very fine and bring out the flowers in abundance. A sudden change, perhaps frost, may destroy all for a few days. This makes it necessary to use considerable vigilance, as these turns of cold weather, when they occur, make it unsafe till white clover appears. But if the spring is favorable, there is but little danger unless they are robbed. If you take the necessary care about worms, you will know which are light and which heavy, unless your hives are suspended. Even then, it is a duty to know their true condition in this respect. This is another advantage of the simple hive. Merely raising one edge to destroy worms tells you something about the honey on hand. To be very exact, the hive should be weighed when ready for the bees, and the weight marked on it. By weighing at any other time after, tells at once within a few pounds of what honey there is on hand. Some allowance must be made for the age of the combs, the quantity of brood, etc. It is wrong to begin to feed without being prepared to continue to do so, as the supply must be kept up till honey is abundant. How long will it do to wait before feeding? If it is wished to wait as long as possible and not lose the bees, a test will be necessary to decide how long it will do to delay feeding. In this case, strict attention will be necessary. They will need examination every morning. If a light tap on the hive is answered by a brisk, lively buzzing, they are not suffering yet. But if no answer is returned to your inquiry, it indicates a want of strength. Extreme destitution destroys all disposition to repel an attack. Sometimes a part of the bees will be too weak to remain among the combs and will be lying on the bottom, and some few outside. If the weather is cool, they appear to be lifeless, yet they can be revived and now must be fed. Directions for feeding. Those among the combs might be able to move, though feebly. When this is the condition of things, invert the hive, gather up all the scattered bees, and put them in. Get some honey. If candied, heat it till it dissolves. Comb honey is not so good without mashing. If no honey is to be had, brown sugar may be taken instead. Add a little water and boil it till about the consistency of honey and skim it. When cool enough, pour a quantity among the combs. Directly on the bees, cover the bottom of the hive with a cloth, securing it firmly, and bring it to the fire to warm up. In 2 or 3 hours, they will be revived and may be returned to the stand, providing the honey given is all taken up. On no account let any honey run out around the bottom. The necessity of a daily visit to the hives is apparent from the fact that, if left over for one day in the situation just described, it will be too late to revive them. At night, if you have a box cover such as I have recommended, you may open the holes in the top of the hive, fill a small baking dish with honey or syrup, and set it on the top. Put in some shavings to keep the bees from drowning, or a float may be used if you choose. It should be made up of some very light wood, very thin, and full of holes or narrow channels, made with a saw. At the commencement of feeding, a few drops should be scattered on the top of the hive and trailed to the side of the dish to teach them the way. After feeding a few times, they will know the road. When the weather is warm enough for them to take it during the night, it is best to feed at evening. From 4 to 8 ounces daily is sufficient. If the family is very small, what honey is left in the morning may attract other bees. It is then best to take it out or carry the hive in the house to a dark room, sufficiently warm, and feed them enough to last several days, and then return them to the stand, keeping a good lookout that they are not plundered and again in a starving condition, until flowers produce honey sufficient. Whole families may desert the hive. When you have the means to keep up a supply of food and time requisite to make feeding secure, perhaps it would not be advisable to wait until the last extremity before feeding, as a small family will sometimes entirely desert the hive when destitute if it occurs before they have much brood. In these cases, they issue precisely as a swarm. After flying a long time, they either return or unite with some other stock. If they return, they need attention immediately. You may be certain there is something wrong. Let the desertion take place when it may. In spring, it may be destitution or moldy combs. At other times, the presence of worms, diseased brood, etc. By whatever cause it is produced, ascertain it and apply the remedy. Objections to general feeding. I have known it recommended and practiced by some apiarians to feed bees all at once in the open air in a large trough, but whoever realizes much profit by this method will be very fortunate, as every stock in the neighborhood will soon scent it out and carry off a good share, and nearly every stock at home will be in contention and great numbers killed. The moment the honey is out, their attention is directed to other stocks. Another objection to this general feeding is that some stocks are not necessitated at all, while others need it, but the strongest stock is pretty sure to get the most. Now, as I cannot afford to divide with my neighbors in this way of feeding, and I suppose but few will be found who are willing to do it, I will give my method, which, when once arranged, is but little trouble. Arrangement for feeding. I got a tin man to make some dishes, 2 inches deep, 10 by 12 inches square, and perpendicular sides. A board was then got out, 15 inches wide and 2 feet long. 2 inches from one end, a hole is cut out the longest way, just the size of the dish, so that it will set in just even with the upper side of the board. A good fit should be made, so that no bees can get in around it. Cleats should be nailed on the underside of the board, some over an inch thick, to prevent crowding the dish out. This is to go directly under the hive, but it is not ready yet, because if such dish is filled with honey under a hive, the bees would drown. If a float is put on to keep them out, it will settle to the bottom when the honey is out, and the bees cannot creep up sides of tin very easily. Another thing, there is nothing to prevent the bees from making their combs to the bottom of this dish, 2 inches below the bottom of the hive. These things are to be prevented. Get out 2 pieces of 1/2-inch board, 10 inches long, one to be 2 inches wide, the other 1.5 inches. With a coarse or thick saw, cut channels in the side of the strips, 1/4 inch deep, 3/8 or 1/2 an inch apart, crosswise the whole length. You will then want a number corresponding to the places sawed of very thin shingles or strips, say 1/8 of an inch thick and 1 3/4 wide and 9.5 long. These are to stand edgewise in the dish. The first 2 are to hold them in channels in the ends. The narrow one needs a block, 1/2 inch square, nailed on each end. On the edge, a strip of wire cloth is then nailed on, making the whole width just 2 inches. This is now put in the dish, wire cloth at the bottom, 2 inches from one end. 2 pins to act as braces will keep it there. The other wide one is placed against the other end and pressed down even with the top of the dish. The thin pieces are now slipped into the channels even with the top. It is now ready to go under the hive to be fed. Let the 2-inch space project out on the back side of the hive. A narrow board should be provided, some more than 2 inches wide, to cover it. Let the hive stand close on this board. The hole in the side is sufficient for the passage of bees at work till very hot weather. Thus you see that the hive covers all but the space behind which the board covers, and not a strange bee can get at the honey without entering the hole at the side and passing through among the bees belonging to the hive, which they will not often do. If the family is numerous, it makes it as safe as feeding on the top, with this advantage: there are no bees in the way to interfere while pouring in the food. When the bees are to be fed, raise the board at the back and pour in the honey. The wire cloth in the bottom prevents all bees from entering this space. At the same time, we'll let the honey pass through directly under the bees, which will take it up quicker than from any other place that I can put it. They will work all night, even when the weather is quite cool. This board and feeder can be taken out when done feeding and put away till wanted again. If left through the summer, it affords the worms a place rather too convenient to spin their cocoons, where they are not easily destroyed. Feeding to induce early swarms. If the object in feeding is to induce early swarms, of course the best stock should be chosen for this purpose, but some care is necessary not to give too much and fill the combs with honey that ought to be filled with brood, and thereby defeat your object. 1 pound per day is enough, perhaps too much. The quantity obtained from flowers is a partial guide. When plenty, feed less. When scarce, more. Begin as soon as you can make them take it up in the spring, and continue in accordance with the weather, till white clover blossoms or swarms issue. Another object in feeding bees at this period is to have the store combs all filled with inferior honey, so that when clover appears, which yields the best honey, There is no room except in the boxes to store it, which are now put on and rapidly filled. When this last object alone is wished for, it is not much matter how much is given at a time, providing it is all taken up through the night. It will then take no time in daylight when they might work on flowers. Also, the bees will have no trouble in repelling any attempt of others to get at it. What may be fed? Inferior honey may be used for this purpose. Southern or West India is good and costs but little. Even molasses sugar mixed with it will do, but they will not relish it so well when fed without the honey. I have usually taken about equal quantities of each, adding a pint of water to 10 pounds of this mixture and making it as hot as it will bear without boiling over and skimming it. Is candied honey injurious? There has been an idea advanced that candied honey is injurious to bees, even said to be fatal. I could never discover anything further than it was a perfect waste while in this state. When boiled and a little water added, it appears to be just as good as any. Nearly every stock will have more or less of it on hand at this season, but as warm weather approaches and the bees increase to warm the hive, it seems to get liquefied from this cause alone. The bees, when compelled to use honey from these cells, thus candied, waste a large portion. A part is liquid, and the rest is grained like sugar, which may be seen on the bottom board as the bees work it out very often. Another object in feeding bees is to give inferior honey mixed with sugar and flavor to suit the taste to the bees, and let them store it in boxes for market. Now, I have no faith in honey undergoing any chemical change in the stomach of the bee and cannot recommend it as an honest course. Neither do I think it would be very profitable feeding to this extent under any circumstances. I have a few times had some boxes nearly finished and fit for market at the end of honey season. A little more added would make them answer. I have then fed a few pounds of good honey, but have always found that several pounds had to be given the bees to get in one of the boxes. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lisa Greene. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 10. Destruction of Worms. I shall not give a full history of the moth in this chapter, as spring is not the time they are most destructive. It will be further noticed under the head of Enemies of Bees. But as this is a duty belonging to spring, a partial history seems necessary. As soon as the bees commence their labors, the worms are generally ready to begin theirs. Some in the best stocks. You will probably find some in your best stocks, but don't be frightened. This is not the season when they often destroy your stocks, yet they injure them some. How found? In the morning, when cool, raise the hive, and you will find them on the board. You must not suppose that these chaps are bred outside the hive, got their growth, and are now on their way among the bees. But the reverse. They are bred in the hive, and most of them are on the way out. And this is the precise time to arrest them and bring them to justice for their crimes. A tool for their destruction. I have used a simple tool, made in a few minutes, and very convenient in this business. Anyone can make it. Get a piece of narrow hoop iron, steel would be better, 3/4 inch wide, 5 inches long, taper from one side 3 inches from the end to a point, then grind each edge sharp. Make 3 or 4 holes through the wide end to admit small nails through it in the handle, which should be about 2 feet long and about 1/2 inch square. Armed with this weapon, you can proceed. Raise the hive on one edge, and with the point of your sword you may pick a worm out of the closest corner and easily scrape all from underneath the hive with it. Now be sure and dispatch every one. Not that the little victim will itself personally do much mischief, but through its descendants the mischief is to be apprehended. Very likely half of all you find will have finished their course of destruction among the combs and have voluntarily left them for a place to spin their cocoons. They are worried by the bees, if they are numerous, until satisfied that it is no safe place among them to make a shroud and remain helpless 2 or 3 weeks. Accordingly, when they get their growth, they leave, get on the board on the bottom, become chilled and helpless in the morning, but again active by the middle of the day. Now, if they are merely thrown on the earth, a place there will be selected, if no better is found, for transformation. And a moth perfected 10 feet from the hive is just as capable of depositing 500 eggs in your hive as if she had never left it. Several generations are matured in the course of one summer. Consequently, one destroyed at this season may prevent the existence of thousands before the summer is over. This is another subject of theoretical reasoning and imposition, at least in my opinion. I wish the reader to judge for himself, get rid of whims and prejudice, and look at the subject candidly and fair. And if there is no corroborative testimony comes up to confirm any position that I assume, I shall not complain if my assertions fare no better than some others. Only defer judgment until you know for yourself. Bees have ever received my especial regard and attention, and my enthusiasm may blind my judgment. I may be prejudiced, but will not be willfully wrong. I have found so many theories utterly false when carried out in practice that I can depend on no one's hypothesis, however plausible, without facts and practice to support it. No one should be fully credited without a test. To return to our subject. Mistaken conclusions. It is supposed by many, when these worms are found on the board, that they get there by accident, having dropped from the combs above. They seem not to understand that the worm generally travels on safe principles. That is, he attaches a thread to whatever he travels over. To be satisfied on this point, I have many times carefully detached his foothold when on the side of the hive or other place where he would fall a few inches, and always found him with a thread fast at the place he left, to enable him to regain his position if he chose. Is it not probable, then, that whenever he leaves the combs for the bottom board, he can readily ascend again? No doubt he often does, to be driven down again by the bees. Now, what I wish to get at by all this preamble is simply this, that all our trouble and worrying to prevent the worms from again ascending to the combs by wire hooks, wire pins, screws, nails, turned pins, clamshells, blocks of wood, etc., is perfect nonsense, when half or more of them would not harm the bees any more if they did, and might as well go there as anywhere else. Besides, these useless fixens are very often a positive injury to the bees. Objections to suspended bottom board. Suppose, if you please, that the worm has no thread attached above, and your board is far enough from the bottom of the hive to prevent his reaching it. Of course he can't get up, but how are your bees to do any better? The worm can reach as high as they can. The bee can fly up, you think, so it will, sometimes, but will try a dozen times first to get up without, and when it does, it is a very bad position to start from, being a smooth board. In hot weather, it does better. Did you ever watch by a hive thus raised in April or May, towards night, when it was a little cool, and see the industrious little insects arrive with a load as heavy as they could possibly carry, all chilly and nearly out of breath, scarcely able to reach home, and there witness their vain attempts to get among their fellows above them? If you never witnessed this, I wish you would take some pains for it, and when you find them giving up in despair when too chilly to fly, and perishing after many fruitless attempts for life, I think if you possess sympathy, benevolence, or even selfishness, you will be induced to do as I did. Discard at once wire hooks and all else from under the hive in the spring, and give the bees, when they do get home with a load under such circumstances, what they richly deserve, and that is protection. Advantage of the hive close to the board. An inch hole in the side of the hive, a few inches from the bottom, as a passage for the bees is needed. As I shall recommend letting the hive close to the board, it is essential on account of robbing. Also, It is necessary to confine as much as possible the animal heat. In most hives during the season, the bees are engaged in rearing young brood, and warmth is necessary to hatch the eggs and develop the larvae. We all know that when the hive is close, less heat will pass off than if raised an inch. Objection answered. You object to this and tell me, the worms will get between the bottom of the hive and the board. Well, I think they will. And what then? Why, I expect if you intend to succeed, you will get them out and crush their heads. If you cannot give as much attention as this, better not keep them, or let someone have the care of them that will. I am as willing to find a worm under the edge of the hive and dispatch it as to have it creep into some place out of sight and change to the moth. I once trimmed off the bottom of my hives to a thin edge so they did not have this place for their cocoons, but now prefer to have them square. All profit is seldom obtained with anything. If you plant a field with corn, you do not expect that the whole work for the crop is finished. Neither should you expect when you set up a stock of bees that a full yield will be realized without something more. If you are remunerated by keeping the weeds from your corn, be assured it is equally profitable to weed out your bees. Insufficiency of inclined bottom board. Now do not be deceived in this matter, and through indolence be induced to get those hives with descending bottom boards, to throw out the worms as they fall, and hope by that means to get rid of the trouble. I have already, in another chapter, expressed doubts of this. But we will now suppose such descending bottom boards capable of throwing every worm that it touches heels over head to the ground. What have we gained? His neck is not broken, nor any other bone of his body. As if nothing extraordinary had happened, he quietly gathers himself up and looks about for snug quarters. He cares not a fig for the hive now. He gormandized on the combs until satisfied before he left them, and is glad to get away from the bees anyhow. A place large enough for a cocoon is easily found, and when he again becomes desirous of visiting the hives, it is not to satisfy his own wants, but to accommodate his progeny. He is then furnished with wings ample to carry him to any height that you choose to put your bees. A moth can go where bees can. A hive that is proof against the moth is yet to be constructed. We frequently hear of them, but when they come to be tested, somehow these worms get where the bees are. When your hives become so full of bees that they cover the board in a cool morning, the worms will seldom be found there, except under the edge of the hive. Trap to catch worms. You may now raise it, but you may still catch the worms by laying under the bees a narrow shingle, a stick of elder split in two lengthwise and the pith scraped out, or anything else that will afford them protection from the bees and where they may spin their cocoons. These should be removed every few days and the worms destroyed and the trap put back. Do not neglect it till they change to the moth and you have nothing but to remove the empty cocoon. Box for wren. If you would take the trouble to put up a cage or two for the wren to nest in, he would be a valuable assistant in this department of your labor. He would be on the lookout when you were away, and many worms, while looking up a hiding place in some corner, would be relieved from all further trouble by being deposited in his crop. The cage for him need not be more than 4 inches square. It may be fastened near as possible to the bees, to a post, tree, or side of some building a few feet high. I have seen the skull of some animal, horse or ox, used, and is very convenient for them, the cavity for the brains being used for the nest. A person once told me the wren would not build in one that he had put up. On examination, the stake to support it was found driven into the only entrance. I mention this to show how little some people understand what they do. It is sometimes well enough to know why a thing is to be done as to know it must be done. I could tell you to do a great many things, but then you would like to know why and then how to do it. Now, if this prolixity is unnecessary for you, another may need it. You must remember, I am endeavoring to teach some few how to keep bees who are not oversupplied with ingenuity. End of Chapter 10.
Section 22 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 11. Putting on and taking off boxes. Putting on boxes may be considered a duty intermediate between spring and summer management. I cannot recommend putting them on as early as the last of April or 1st of May in ordinary circumstances. It is possible to find a case that it would be best, but before the hive is full of bees it is generally useless, very likely a disadvantage, by allowing a portion of animal heat to escape that is needed in the hive to mature the brood. Also, moisture may accumulate until the inside molds, etc. Some experience and judgment is necessary to know about what time boxes are needed. That boxes are needed at the proper season, I think I shall not need an argument to convince anyone in the present day. Beekeepers have generally discarded the barbarous practice of killing the bees to obtain the honey. Many of them have learned that a good swarm will store sufficient honey for winter, besides several dollars' worth as profit in boxes. Advantage of the patent vendor. Here is where the patent vendor has taken the advantage of our ignorance, by pretending that no other hive but his ever obtained such quantities or so pure in quality. Time of putting on. Rule. It is probable a great many readers will need the necessary observation to tell precisely when the hive is full of honey. It may be full of bees, and not of honey, and yet the only rule that I can give to be generally applied is when the bees begin to be crowded out, but a day or two before would be just the right time, that is, when they are obtaining honey, for it should be remembered that they do not always get honey when beginning to cluster out. This guide will do in place of a better one, which close observation and experience only can give. By observing a glass hive attentively, in those cells that touch the glass on the edge of the combs, wherever honey is being deposited here abundantly, it is quite evident that the flowers are yielding it just then, and other stocks are obtaining it also. Now is the time, if any cluster out, to put on the boxes. When boxes are made as I have recommended, that is, the size containing 360 solid inches, it is advisable to put on only one at first. When this is full either of bees or honey, and yet bees are crowded outside, the other can be added. This is before swarming. Too much room might retard the swarming a few days, but if crowded outside, it indicates want of room, and the boxes can make but little difference. It is better to have one box well filled than two half full, which might be the case if the bees were not numerous. The object of putting on boxes before swarming is to employ a portion of the bees that otherwise would remain idly clustering outside 2 or 3 weeks, as they often do, while preparing the young queens for swarming. But when all the bees can be profitably engaged in the body of the hive, more room is unnecessary. Making holes after the hive is full. Whenever it is required to put boxes on a hive that has no holes through the top, it need not prevent your getting a few pounds of the purest honey that may be had, just as well as to have a portion of the bees idle. I always endeavor to ascertain in what direction the sheets of comb are made, and then mark off the row of holes on the top at right angles with them. Advantage of proper arrangement. 2 inches being nearly the right distance, each one will be so made that a bee arriving at the top of the hive between any 2 sheets will be able to find a passage into the box, without the task of a long search for it, which I can imagine to be the case when only one hole for a passage is made, or when the row of holes is parallel with the combs. A hive might contain 8 or 10 sheets of comb, and a bee desirous of entering the box might go up between any 2 many times before it found a passage. It has been urged that every bee soon learns all passages and places about the hive, and consequently will know the direct road to the box. This may be true, but when we recollect that all within the hive is perfect darkness, that this path must be found by the sense of feeling alone, that this sense must be its guide in all its future travels, that perhaps 1,000 or 2 young workers are added every week, and these have to learn by the same means, It would seem if we studied our own interest, we would give them all the facility possible for entering the boxes. What way so easy for them as to have a passage when they get to the top between each comb? That bees do not know all roads about the hive can be partially proved by opening the door of a glass hive. Most of the bees about leaving, instead of going to the bottom for their exit, where they have departed many times, seem to know nothing of the way, but vainly try to get out through the glass whenever light is admitted. I am so well convinced of this that I take some pains to accommodate them with a passage between each comb. They will then at least lose no time by mistakes between the wrong combs, crowding and elbowing their way back through a dense mass of bees which impede every step, until again at the top, perhaps between the same combs, perhaps right, perhaps farther off than at first, when I suppose they try it again, as boxes are filled sometimes under just such circumstances. To assist them as much as possible when new hives are used for swarms, I wait till the hive is nearly filled before making the holes to ascertain the direction of the combs. We all know it is uncertain which way the combs will be built when the swarm is put in, unless guide combs are used. When holes are made before the bees are put in, guide combs, as directed for boxes, should be put in. Of course they should cross at right angles the row of holes. Directions for boring holes in full stalks. To make holes in the top after the combs are made, mark out the top as directed for making hives and boxes. A center bit or an auger bit with a lip or barb is best, as that cuts down a little faster than the chip is taken out, leaving it smooth. When nearly through, a pointed knife can cut the remainder of the chip loose, and it can be taken out. If it is between the combs, it is well. If directly over the center one, it is a little better. With the knife, take out a piece as large as a walnut. Even if honey is in it, no harm will be done. The bees will then have a passage through from either side of the comb. After you've opened one hole, very likely the bees will want to see what's going on overhead and walk out to reconnoiter. To prevent their interference, use some tobacco smoke and send them down out of your way till your hole is finished. Now lay over this a small stone or block of wood, and make the others in the same way. When all are done, blow in some smoke as you uncover them, and put on your box. This process is not half so formidable as it appears. I have in this way bored hundreds. You will remember my hives are not as high as many others keep them. They are in about as convenient a position as I can get them. This method saves me the trouble of sticking the guide combs in my hives, also the necessity of covering or stopping the holes. Dr. Bevan and some others have made a crossbar hive. Instead of nailing on a top in the usual way, a half-inch board of the right length is cut into strips, some over an inch wide, and half an inch apart across the top. It is plain that in such a hive a bee can pass into the box whenever it arrives at the top without difficulty. I will here repeat the objection to allowing too much room to pass into the boxes, that you may see the disadvantages of the extremes of too little and too much room. In these crossbar hives the animal heat rises into the box from the main hive, making it as warm as below. The queen goes up with the bees, and finding it warm and convenient for breeding, deposits her eggs, and young brood as well as honey is found there. When we think it full, it is then indispensable to return it, if taken off, till they hatch, otherwise they spoil it by moulding, which makes the combs dark, tough, etc. Another objection to such open tops is that open bottom boxes must be used, which are not half as neat for market. To be taken off when filled. This advantage attends glass boxes. While being filled, the progress can be watched till finished, when they should be taken off to preserve the purity of the combs. Every day the bees are allowed to run over them renders them darker. Consequently, when our bees are a long time filling a box, it is not as purely white as when filled expeditiously. Time taken to fill a box. 2 weeks is the shortest time I ever had any filled and finished. This, of course, depends on the yield of honey and size of the swarm. 3 or 4 weeks are usually taken for the purpose. I have before said that the first yield of honey nearly fails in this section, usually about the 20th of July. There are some variations, later or earlier, according to the season. In other places it may be much later. When to take off boxes part full. It can be ascertained by occasionally raising the cover to your glass boxes. When no more is being added, all boxes that are worth the trouble should be taken off. If left longer, the comb gets darker, and such cells of honey as are not sealed over, and sometimes the majority are such, the bees generally remove down into the hive. Tobacco smoke preferred to slides. When boxes are to be taken off, if a slide of tin, zinc, etc. is used to close the holes, some of the bees are apt to be crushed. Others will find themselves minus a head, leg, or abdomen, and all of them be irritable for several days. A little tobacco smoke is preferable, as it keeps all quiet. Just raise the box to be taken off sufficient to puff under it some smoke, and the bees will leave the vicinity of the holes in an instant. The box can then be removed and another put on if necessary, without exciting their anger in the least. Manner of disposing of the bees in the boxes. Arouse the bees by striking the box lightly 4 or 5 times. If all the cells are finished and honey is still obtained, turn the box bottom up near the hive from which it was taken, so that the bees can enter it without flying. By this means you can save several young bees that have never left the hive and mark the location, and a few others too weak to fly, but will follow the others into the hive. Such are lost when we're obliged to carry them at a distance. Boxes can be taken off either in the morning or evening. If in the morning, it may stand several hours when the sun is not too hot, but on no account let it stand in the sun in the middle of the day, as the combs will melt. The bees will all leave, sometimes in an hour. At others they will not be out in 3. They may be taken off at evening and stand till morning in fair weather. If not too cool, they are generally all out. But here is some risk of the moth finding it and depositing her eggs. Perhaps 1 in 50 may thus be found. Bees disposed to carry away honey. When boxes are taken off at the end of the honey season, a different method of getting rid of the bees must be adopted, or we lose our honey. Unless the combs are all finished, we lose some then anyway. As most of the bees fill themselves before leaving, they carry it home and return for more immediately, and take it all if not prevented. It has been recommended to take it to some dark room with a small opening to let the bees out. In the course of the day they will sometimes all leave, but this method I have found unsafe, as they sometimes find the way back. When a large number of boxes are to be managed, a more expeditious mode is to have a large box with close joints, or an empty hogshead, or a few barrels with one head out, set in some convenient place. Put the boxes in, one above another, but not in a manner to stop the holes. Over the top throw a sheet of one thickness. A thin one is best, as it will let through more light. The bees will leave the boxes, creep to the top, and get on the sheet. Take this off and turn it over a few times. In this way all may be got rid of without the possibility of carrying off much honey. All that know the way will return to the hive, but a few young ones are lost. Not disposed to sting. They seldom offer to sting during this part of the operation, even when the box is taken off without tobacco smoke and carried away from the hive. After a little time, the bees, finding themselves away from home, lose all animosity. As honey becomes scarce, less brood is reared. A great many cells that they occupied are soon empty. Also, several cells that contained honey have been drained and used to mature the portion of brood just started at the time of the failure. We can now understand, or think we do, why our best stocks that are very heavy, that but a few days before were crowded for room and storing in boxes, are now eager for honey to store in the hive, as there is abundant room for several pounds. They will quickly remove to the hive the contents of any box left exposed, or even risk their lives by entering a neighboring hive for it, after being allowed to make a beginning under such circumstances. Rule: during a yield of honey, take off boxes as fast as they're filled, and put on empty ones. At the end of the season, take all off. Not one stock in 100 will starve that has worked in boxes, that is, when the hive is the proper size and full before adding the boxes, unless robbed or other casualty. End of section 22, read by Czandra, Montreal, 2022. Section 23 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 12. Securing Honey from the Moth. 2 things to be prevented. When the boxes are free from the bees, 2 things are to be prevented if we wish to save our honey till cold weather. One is to keep out the worms, the other to prevent souring. The last may be new to many, but some few of us have had it caused by dampness in warm weather. The combs become covered with moisture, a portion of the honey becomes thin like water, and instead of the saccharine qualities we have the acid. Remedy: keep perfectly cool and dry if you can, but dry at any rate. Apt to be deceived about the worms. But the worms, you can surely keep them out, you think, since you can seal up the boxes perfectly close, preventing the moth or even the smallest ant from entering. Yes, you may do this effectually, but the worms will often be there somehow, unless in a very low temperature, such as a very cool cellar, or in a house when you have dampness to guard against. I have a little experience in this matter that spoils your theory entirely. I've taken off glass jars and watched them till the bees were all out, and was certain the moth did not come near them, then immediately sealed them up, absolutely preventing access afterwards. I could do this with a jar more effectually than a box, which is made of several pieces. I then felt quite sure that I was ahead, and should have no trouble with the worms, as had often been the case before. I was sadly mistaken. Their progress described. In a few days I could see at first a little white dust, like flour, on the side of the combs and on the bottom of the jar. As the worms grew larger, this dust was coarser. By looking closely at the combs, a small white thread-like line was first perceptible, enlarging as the worm progressed. When combs are filled with honey, they go only on the surface, eating nothing but the ceiling of the cells, seldom penetrating to the center, without an empty cell to give the chance. Disgusting as they seem to be, they dislike being daubed with honey. Wax, and not honey, is their food. The reader would like to know how these worms came in the jars, when to all appearance it was a physical impossibility. I would like to tell positively, but cannot. But I will guess, if you will allow it. I will first premise that I do not suppose they are generated spontaneously. Their being found there, then, would indicate some agent or means not readily perceived. A solution offered. The hypothesis that I offer is original and new, and therefore open for criticism. If there is a better way to account for the mystery, I would be glad to know it. From the 1st of June till late in the fall, the moth may be found around our hives, active at night, but still in the day. The only object probably is to find a suitable place to deposit its eggs, that the young may have food. If no proper and convenient place is found, why, I suppose it will take up with such as it can find. Their eggs must be deposited somewhere. It may be in the cracks in the hive, in the dust at the bottom, or outside, as near the entrance as they dare approach. The bees running over them may get one or more of these eggs attached to their feet or bodies, and carry it among the combs where it may be left to hatch. It is not at all probable that the moth ever passed through the hive among the bees to deposit her eggs in the jars before mentioned. Had these jars been left on the hive, not a worm could have ever defaced a comb, because when the bees were numerous, each worm, as soon as it commences its work of destruction, will be removed, that is, when it works on the surface, as in the boxes of honey. In breeding combs they get in the center and are more difficult to remove. By taking off these jars and removing the bees, it gave all the eggs that happened to be there a fair chance. Many writers, finding the combs undisturbed when left on the hive till cold weather, recommend that as the only safe way, preferring to have the combs a little darker than the risk of being destroyed by the worms. But I object to dark combs, and leaving the boxes will effectually prevent empty ones taking their places, which are necessary to get all the profits. I will offer a few more remarks in favor of my theory, and then give my remedy for the worms. I have found in all hives where the bees have been removed in warm weather, say between the middle of June and September, and it has been a great many, moth eggs enough among the combs to destroy them in a very short time, unless kept in a very cool place. This result has been uniform. Any person doubting this may remove the bees from a hive that's full of combs in July or August, and close it to prevent the possibility of a moth entering, set it away in a temperature ranging from 60 to 90, and if there are not worms enough to satisfy him that this is correct, he will have better success than I ever did. Yet no such result will follow when the bees are left among the combs, unless the swarm be very small. Then the injury done will be in proportion. A strong stock may have as many moth eggs among the combs as a weak one, yet one will be scarcely injured, while the other may be nearly or quite destroyed. Now, if this theory be correct, and the bees do actually carry these eggs among the combs, is there not a great deal of lost labor in trying to construct a moth-proof hive? The moth, or rather the worms, are ever present to devour the combs, whenever the bees have left them in this season. Method of killing worms in boxes. Now, whether you are satisfied or not with the foregoing, we will proceed with the remedy. Perhaps you may find 1 box in 10 that will have no worms about it. Others may contain from 1 to 20 when they've been off a week or more. All the eggs should have a chance to hatch, which in cold weather may be 3 weeks. They should be watched, that no worms get large enough to injure the combs much before they're destroyed. Get a close barrel or box that will exclude the air as much as possible. In this put the boxes with the holes or bottom open. In one corner leave a place for a cup or dish of some kind to hold some sulphur matches while burning. They are made by dipping paper or rags in melted sulphur. When all is ready, ignite the matches and cover close for several hours. A little care is required to have it just right. If too little is used, the worms are not killed. If too much, it gives the combs a green color. A little experience will soon enable you to judge. If the worms are not killed on the first trial, another dose must be administered. Much less sulphur will adhere to paper or rags if it is very hot when dipped than when just above the temperature necessary to melt it. This should be considered, as well as the number of boxes to be smoked, size of the vessel used in smoking them, etc. Whether this gas from burning sulphur will destroy the eggs of the moth before the worm appears, I have not tested sufficiently to decide, but I do know that it is an effectual quietus for the larvae. Freezing destroys them. Boxes taken off at the end of warm weather and exposed in a freezing situation through the winter appear to have all the worms, as well as eggs for them, destroyed by the cold. Consequently, all boxes so exposed may be kept any length of time, the only care being necessary to shut out the moth effectually. But don't forget to look out for all combs from which the bees have been removed in warm weather. I prefer taking off all boxes at the end of the first yield of honey, even when I expect to put them on again for buckwheat honey. The bees at this season collect a great abundance of propolis, which they spread over the inside of the boxes as well as hive. In some instances it is spread on the glass so thick as to prevent the quality of honey being seen. There's no necessity for boxes on a hive at any season when there's no yield of honey to fill them. Sometimes, even in a yield of buckwheat honey, a stock may contain too few bees to fill boxes, but just a few may go into them and put on the propolis. This should not be allowed, as it makes it look bad when used another year. At this season, August, some old stocks may be full of combs, and but few bees. But swarms, when they've got the hive full in time, are very sure to have bees enough to go into the boxes to work. I have known them to do so in 3 weeks after being hived. Objection to using boxes before the hive is full. Some put on boxes at the time of hiving the bees. In such cases the box is often filled first, and nearly as often will contain brood. I consider it no advantage, and often a damage to do so, as I want the hive full anyway, and then, if they have time, let them into boxes, although it may be buckwheat instead of clover honey that we get. End of chapter 12, read by Sandra.
Section 24 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 13, Swarming, Part 1. Swarming. Time to expect them. The season for regular swarms in this section I have known to commence the 15th of May and in some seasons the 1st of July. The end is about the 15th of the latter month, with some exceptions. I have had one as late as the 21st, also a few buckwheat swarms between the 12th and 25th of August. The subject now before us is one of thrilling interest. To the apiarian, the prospect of an increase of stocks is sufficient to create some interest, even when the phenomenon of swarming would fail to awaken it. But to the naturalist, this season has charms that the indifferent beholder can never realize. All beekeepers should understand it as it is. As a guide in many cases, it is important that the practical apiarian should understand this matter as it is, and not as said to be by many authors. I shall be under the necessity of differing from nearly all in many points. Means of understanding it. This is another case of, when doctors disagree, who shall decide? You, reader, are just the person. There is no need of a doctor at all in this matter. I will endeavor to give a test for most of my assertions. To make this subject as plain as possible in this place, I may repeat some things said before. The facts related have come under my own observation. I have probably taken more pains than most beekeepers to understand this matter to the bottom from the beginning. I mean the bottom of the cells. But few apiarians have made the number of examinations that I have to get at the modus operandi of swarming. Perhaps I ought not to expect full credit for veracity when I assure the reader that I have inverted more than 100 stocks to get a peep at the royal cells, some of them near a dozen times in one summer. I have inverted them frequently for the purpose of obtaining cells, but generally to see when such cells are being made, when they contain eggs, when these eggs are sufficiently matured for swarming, or abandoned and destroyed, etc. By these signs, I predict with certainty, almost, when to expect swarms and when to cease looking for them. Inverting a stock rather formidable at first. To a person that has never inverted a hive full of bees, even to overflowing, or never has seen it done, it appears like a great undertaking, as well as the probability of ruining the stock. But after the first trial, the magnitude of the performance is greatly diminished and will grow less with every repetition of the feat, until there is not the least dread attending it. Without tobacco smoke, I hardly think it practicable, but with it, there is not the least difficulty. It would be very unsatisfactory to turn over a hive and nothing to drive the bees away from the very places on the combs that you wish particularly to inspect. The smoke is just the thing to do it. As for the bad effects of such overturning and smoking, I never discovered any. Requisites before preparation of queen cells. I have found the process for all regular swarms something like this. Before they commence, 2 or 3 things are requisite. The combs must be crowded with bees. They must contain a numerous brood advancing from the egg to maturity. The bees must be obtaining honey either by being fed or from flowers. Being crowded with bees in a scarce time of honey is insufficient to bring out the swarm. Neither is an abundance sufficient without the bees and the brood. The period that all these requisites happen together and remain long enough will vary with different stocks, and many times do not happen at all through the season with some. These causes then appear to produce a few queen cells, generally begun before the hive is filled, sometimes when only half full, but usually remain as rudiments till the next year, when the foregoing conditions of the stock may require their use. State of queen cell when used. They are about half finished when they receive the eggs. As these eggs hatch into larvae, others are begun and receive eggs at different periods for several days later. The number of such cells seem to be governed by the prosperity of the bees. When the family is numerous and the yield of honey abundant, they may amount to 20, at other times perhaps not more than 2 or 3, although several such cells may remain empty. I have already said that a failure, or even a partial one, in the yield of honey at any time from the depositing of royal eggs till the sealing of the cells, which is about 10 days, would be likely to bring about their destruction. Even after being sealed, I have found a few instances where they were destroyed. State when swarms issue. But when there is nothing precarious about the honey, the sealing of these cells is the time to expect the first swarm, which will generally issue the first fair day after one or more are finished. I never missed a prediction for a swarm 48 hours when I have judged from these signs in a prosperous season. When there is a partial failure of honey, the swarms sometimes will wait several days after finishing them. Clustering outside not always to be depended upon. The clustering out of the bees I find but a poor criterion to judge from. Further than full hives do swarm. Many such do not. Examinations, the result. I will detail a few circumstances that have led to these conclusions. Some years ago, the honey began to fail when only about 1/3 of my good stocks had cast swarms. And all at once, the issues began to be few and far between. I had previously examined and found they had gone into preparations pretty extensively by having not only constructed cells, but occupied them with royal eggs and larvae. Now I examined again and found 5 out of 6 had destroyed them. At the same time, the bees clustered out extensively. This put an end to all hopes of swarms here. Some few had finished their cells, and these, I had some hopes, would send out the swarms. But the dry weather caused some misgivings. After waiting 3 or 4 days and none coming, I found these sealed cells destroyed also, and had no more swarms that season. Subsequent observations have fully confirmed these things. One season, some of the hives commenced preparations at 2 different periods, and then abandoned them without swarming at all, through the summer. The first time it was the last of May, the next in July. Remarks. The failure of honey was the cause, without any doubt. And who shall say these bees were not wise in their conduct? What prudent man would emigrate with a family if the prospect of a famine was plainly indicated, when by remaining at home there was enough, at least for the present? Who can help but admire this wise and beautiful arrangement? The combs must contain brood. The bees must find honey during the rearing of the queens. If a swarm were to issue the moment of obtaining honey, the consequence might be fatal, as there would not be a numerous brood to hatch out and replenish the old stock with bees sufficient to keep out the worms. Were they to issue at any time, as soon as the bees had increased enough in numbers to spare a swarm, without regard to the yield of honey, they might starve. Conflicting theories. I find many theories conflicting with these views, which appear to call for some remarks. It is generally supposed that a young queen must be matured to issue with the swarms, and the old one with the old bees are permanent residents of the old hive. Both old and young leave with swarms. It is probable that no rule governs the issue of workers. Old and young come out promiscuously. That old bees come out may be known sometimes, by so many leaving, that not a quarter as many will be left as commenced work in the spring. That young bees leave, any one may be satisfied on seeing a swarm issue. A great many too young and weak to fly will drop down in front of the hive, having come out now for the first time, and perhaps some of them had not been out of the cell an hour. These very young bees are known by the color. Cause of the queen's inability to fly suggested. The old queen often gets down in the same way, but I would assign another cause for her inability to fly. That is, I would suggest it to be her burden of eggs. Evidence of the old queen's leaving. That the old queen does leave with the first swarm is indicated by several things. One is, eggs may often be found on the board the next morning. Another, when the first swarm has left and before any of these royal cells hatch, the bees may be driven out and no queen will be found. Or you may drive out the bees at the end of 3 weeks, and the brood of workers will be about all hatched, the drone brood not quite as near. The combs may also contain some eggs, and perhaps some very young larvae, that have been deposited by the young queen, which begins to lay usually 16 or 18 days after the first swarm. This shows a cessation of laying eggs for about 2 weeks. First swarms will have eggs in the cells as soon as they are made to hold them, which is often within 24 hours after being hived. Occasionally, a new piece of comb will fall down, and if the cells are deep enough, they are almost certain to contain eggs. I could add other proof, but the attentive observer will discover it himself. Mr. Weeks's theory not satisfactory. Mr. J. M. Weeks, in his work on bees, says, 2 causes and 2 only can be assigned why bees ever swarm. The first, the crowded state of the hive. The second, to avoid the battle of the queens. The first cause producing first swarms, the other second, third, etc. Mr. Colton's patent hive, it is said, can be made to swarm at any time within 2 days, merely for want of room. By removing the 6 boxes attached to it, the bees are compelled to crowd into the main body of the hive and swarm out in consequence. Now, if merely crowding the hive with bees is the only cause of first swarms, how is it that half or more of mine refused to swarm when a great many, for want of room, were crowded outside for weeks, and great numbers maturing every day to crowd them still more? To me, the reason is plain, that some of the before-mentioned requisites were wanting. Mr. Weeks further says, when the first swarm has left, not a single queen in any stage of minority is left in the old hive. The bees, destitute of a queen, set about constructing several royal cells, take larvae or eggs and put in them, and feed with royal jelly, and in a few days have a queen. Although I had not had much experience at the time of getting his work, I had some doubts, because I found that all hives that became full and began to run over did not swarm, and some others swarmed before being quite full. It seemed as if something like a preparation beforehand was requisite. I knew of no means for a long time that would decide positively, when it occurred to me, if I examined the old stock immediately after the first swarm had left, I should find some preparations if there were any. A thing so simple and easy that I felt somewhat mortified not to have thought of it before. The first stock I looked at revealed the secret. I examined it the evening of the day that a swarm had left. I was gratified by finding 2 finished cells on the lower edges of the combs. Other cells were in different stages of progression, from those containing an egg to the full developed larva. Several more hives showed the same result. I now got bold enough to examine some previous to swarming, as I have already explained. Mr. Minor not correct. Mr. T.B. Minor, in his work, has allowed the preparation of queen cells previous to swarming, but he has put off the time of the swarm issuing 8 or 9 days too long. That is, he has the young queen matured so that she commences piping first, which does not occur more than 1 time in 50. Now, I think it more than probable that many readers will have some doubts in regard to my statements about this swarming matter. Yet I think I can give directions sufficiently particular that they may remove them themselves. They should bear in mind that they have no right to be positive on any subject without an investigation. Particular directions for testing the matter. I will now give more minute directions for an examination. Full hives require a little more care than those containing fewer bees. Don't let the crowded state of the hive, even if some are outside, deter you from gratifying a laudable curiosity. Such hives are most likely to possess these cells. Let the satisfaction of ascertaining a few facts for yourselves stimulate you to this exertion. The risk is not much. What I have done, you may do. This is better than to rely on any man's ipse dixit. I do it without any protection whatever for face or hands, but if you have too much fear of stings, A veil to protect the face may be put on, but do without it if you can find the courage, as you will want a good view. The best time is when most of the bees are out at work near the middle of the day, but then the bees from the other hives are sometimes cross and interfere. On that account, I prefer morning or evening, although there are more bees to be smoked out of the way. If you are accustomed to smoking tobacco, you will find a pipe just the thing for making a smoke here. If not, read a description of an apparatus in Chapter 18th, page 281. When you are ready to proceed, some smoke must be blown under the hive before you touch it. Then raise the front side a few inches and blow in some more. Now carefully lift the hive from the stand, avoiding any jar as this would arouse their anger. Turn it bottom upwards. Also, be careful all the time not to breathe among them. More smoke will now make them crowd among the combs out of your way while you examine. It is very common for the bees to set up a buzzing and rush up the sides of the hive, but a little smoke will drive them back, get them out of the way as much as possible, and look on the edges of the combs for the queen's cells, where most of them are. If the hive is fully supplied with honey, they will be near the bottom. If not, farther up among the combs. In some hives, they cannot be seen even where they exist, yet they may be found in 4 out of 5 by a thorough search. I have found 9 within 2 inches of the bottom, some on the extreme ends of the comb. I would here give a caution about turning over hives with very new combs before they are attached to the sides of the hive, as they are apt to bend over. End of Chapter 13, Swarming, Part 1. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, March 2022. Section 25 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 13, Swarming, Part 2. Empty hives to be ready. We will now suppose that some of your stocks are ready to cast their swarms. We will also presume that your empty hives for the reception of swarms are ready before this period. To prepare a hive after the swarm has issued is bad management. Negligence here argues negligence elsewhere. It is one of the premonitions of bad luck. Bottom boards for hiving. You will want also a number of bottom boards expressly for hiving. Get a board a little larger than the bottom of the hive. Nail strips across the ends on the underside to prevent warping. In the middle, cut out a space 5 or 6 inches square and cover with wire cloth. These are for your large swarms in very hot weather, to be used for 4 or 5 days. They are much safer than to raise the hive an inch or more for ventilation. They are also essential for many other occasions. I would not do without them, even if the expense was 10 times what it is. Description of swarm issuing. When the day is fair and not too much wind, first swarms generally issue from 10 o'clock till 3. If you are on the lookout, the first outside indication of a swarm will be an unusual number of bees around the entrance, from 1 to 60 minutes before they start. The utmost confusion seems to prevail, bees running about in every direction, the entrance apparently closed with a mass of bees, perhaps one exception in 20. Presently, a column from the interior forces a passage to the open air. They come rushing out by hundreds, all vibrating their wings as they march out, and when a few inches from the entrance, rise in the air. Some run up the side of the hive, others to the edge of the bottom board. If you have seen the old queen come rushing out the first one, and the rest following her, as we are often told she does, you have seen what I never did in a first swarm. Second and third swarms conduct themselves quite differently. I have seen the old queen issue a few times, but not till half the swarm was out. The bees, when first rising from the hive, describe circles of but few feet, but as they recede, they spread over an area of several rods. Their movement are much slower than usual. In a few minutes, thousands may be seen revolving in every possible direction. A swarm may be seen and heard at a distance where 50 hives, ordinarily at work, would not be noticed. When about out of the hive, or soon after, some branch of a tree or bush is usually selected on which to cluster. In less than half a minute after the spot is indicated, even when the bees are spread over an acre, they are gathered in the immediate vicinity and all cluster in a body from 5 to 10 minutes after leaving the hive. They should now be hived immediately, as they show impatience if left long, especially in the sun. Also, if another stock should send out a swarm while they were hanging there, they would be quite sure to mix together. Manner of hiving can be varied. It makes but little difference what way they are put in the hive, providing they are all made to go in. Proceed as is most convenient. An old table or bench is very good to keep them out of the grass if there should happen to be any. If there is not much in the way, lay your bottom board on the ground, make it level, set your hive on it, and raise one edge an inch or more to give the bees a chance to enter. Usual method. Cut off the branch with the bees, if it can be done as well as not, and shake it in front of the hive. A portion will discover it and will at once commence a vibration of their wings. This, I suppose, is a call for the others. A knowledge of a new home being found seems to be communicated in this way, as it is kept up until all are in. A great many are apt to stop about the entrance, thereby nearly or quite closing it, and preventing others going in, when they will gather on the outside. You can expedite the matter with a stick or quill by gently pushing them away, and another portion will enter. When gentle means will not induce them to go in a reasonable time, and they appear obstinate, a little water sprinkled on them will facilitate operations greatly when nothing else will. Be careful and not overdo the matter. By using too much water, they can be so wet as not to move at all. When they cluster on a branch that you do not wish to cut off, place your bottom board as near as convenient. On it, lay 2 sticks about 1 inch in diameter of the same length. Try the hive and see that all is right. Then turn it bottom up, directly under the main part of the cluster. If you have an assistant, let him jar the branch sufficiently to detach the bees. Most of them will fall directly into the hive. If no assistant is at hand, it is unnecessary to wait. I have done it 100 times without help. With the bottom of the hive, strike the underside of the branch hard enough to dislodge them, then turn it on the board. The sticks will prevent the bottom crushing many bees. When out of reach. I have gone up a ladder 15 feet, got the bees in the hive in this way, and backed down without difficulty. After putting the hive in its place, sometimes a part will go back. In that case, a small branch full of leaves should be held directly under and close to them, and as many jarred on it as possible. Hold this still and shake the other to prevent their clustering there. You will soon have them all collected, ready to bring down and put by the hive. A handle basket or large tin pan may be taken up the ladder instead of the hive when they can be readily emptied before it. But very few will fly out in coming down. If you succeed in getting nearly all the bees in the first effort, and but few are left, merely shaking the branch will be sufficient to prevent their holding fast, and will turn their attention to those below, where those which have already found a hive will be doing their best to call them. When the hive is first turned over, most of the bees fall on the board and rush out, but as soon as it is realized that a home is found, a buzzing commences inside. This quickly communicates the fact to those outside, which immediately turn about, facing the hive, and hum in concert while marching in. Another plan may be adopted, even if 15 feet high. When the branch is not too large and there is not too much in the way below it. Have ready 2 or 3 light poles of suitable length. Select such as have a branch at the upper end, large enough to hold a 2-bushel basket. This is raised directly under the swarm. With another pole, the bees are all dislodged and fall into the basket, and are quickly let down. Now, if you have got about all, throw a sheet over for a few moments to prevent their escape. They soon become quiet and may be hived without many going back to the branch, as they do, when attempting to hive them immediately. I often have them begin to cluster near the ground, very conveniently for hiving. In such a case, I do not wait for all to collect, but as soon as such place is indicated, I get the board and hive ready. When a quart or so are gathered, shake them in a hive and set it up. The swarm will now go to that instead of the branch, especially if the latter is shaken a little. Where many stocks are kept, it is advisable to be as expeditious as possible. A swarm will thus hive itself much sooner than when it is allowed to cluster. When they cannot be shaken off. Swarms will sometimes get in places where it is impossible to jar them off or cut off a branch, such as the trunk of a tree or a large limb near it. In which case, place the hive near as first directed. Take a large tin dipper, a vessel most convenient for the purpose, and dip it full of bees. With one hand, turn back the hive. With the other, throw the bees into it. Some of them will discover that a home is provided and set up the call for the rest by the vibration of their wings, and the remainder may be emptied in front of the hive as you dip them off. I have known a few instances when the first dipperful all ran out and joined the others without making the discovery that they were in a hive, but this is seldom the case. When you get the queen in, there is no trouble with the remainder, even if there are many left. As soon as they ascertain that the queen is no longer among them, it may be known by their uneasy movements, and they will soon leave and join those in the hive. But if the queen is yet on the tree and but a dozen with her, they will leave the hive and cluster again. All should be made to enter. In all cases, be sure to get them all to enter. A cluster outside of it may contain the queen, unconscious of a home so near, and the probable consequence might be she would leave for a miserable one in the woods. Should be taken to the stand immediately. When all are in, except a few that will be flying, let the hive down close to the board. Take hold of this and carry it at once to the stand they are to occupy, and raise the front edge half an inch. Let the back rest on the board. This will give them means to reascend if they chance to drop, which large swarms often do in hot weather. If the bottom is an inch or more from the board when the bees fall, there is nothing to prevent their rushing out on every side. Their means of getting up again are bad. If the queen comes out with the rush, there are some chances for their leaving. End of Chapter 13, Swarming Part 2. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, March 2022. Section 26 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 13, Swarming, Part 3. Protection from the sun necessary. Another thing is very important. Swarms should be protected from the sun for several days. In hot weather, from 9 o'clock till 3 or 4. And then, if the heat is very oppressive and the bees cluster outside, sprinkle them with water and drive them in. And by wetting the hive occasionally, it will carry off a large portion of the heat and make it much more comfortable. Clustering bushes. If there are no large trees in the vicinity of your apiary, all the better, as there will then be no danger of your swarms lighting on them. But all beekeepers are not so fortunate, myself being one of the number. In such a place, it is necessary to provide something for them to cluster on. Get some bushes 6 or 8 feet high. Hemlock is preferable. Cut off the ends of the branches, except a few near the top. Secure the whole with strings to prevent swaying in ordinary winds. Make a hole in the earth deep enough to hold them and large enough to be lifted out easily. The bees will be likely to cluster on some of these. They can then be raised out and the bees hived without difficulty. A bunch of dry mullein tops tied together on the end of a pole makes a very good place for clustering. It so nearly resembles a swarm that the bees themselves appear to be sometimes deceived. I have frequently known them leave a branch where they had begun to cluster and settle on this when held near. The motives for immediately removing the swarm to the stand are that they are generally more convenient to watch in case they are disposed to leave. Also, many bees can be saved. All that leave the hive mark the location the same as in spring. Several hundreds will probably leave the first day. A few may leave several times. When removed at night, such will return to the stand of the previous day and generally are lost. Whereas, if they are carried at once to a permanent stand, this loss is avoided. Those that are left flying at the time return to the old stock, which those that return from the swarm the next day will not always do. The time for moving them now is no more than at another. It is unnecessary to object and say that it will take too long to wait for the bees to get in. This will not do. I shall insist on your getting all the bees to enter before leaving any way. I consider this an essential feature in the management. I will not say that my directions will always prevent their going to the woods, but this I do say, that out of the hundreds that I have hived, not one has ever left. It is possible proper management has had no influence in my success, yet something like an opinion of this kind has been indulged for a long time. How swarms are generally managed that leave for the woods. Some of my neighboring beekeepers lose a quarter or half of their swarms by flight. And how do they manage? When the word is given out, bees swarming, a tin horn, tin pan, bells, or anything to make a horrible din is seized upon in the hurry of the moment, and as much noise made as possible to make them cluster, which they naturally would do without the music, at least all mine have. This probably gave rise to the opinion of one old lady who knew drumming on a pan did good, for she had tried it. Very often, a hive is to be constructed, or an old one unfit to use anyway needs some sticks across or something to take time. When the hive is obtained, it must be washed with something nice to make the bees like it. A little honey must be daubed on the inside. Sugar and water, molasses and water, salt and water, or salt and water rubbed on with hickory leaves is the best thing in the world. Several other things are just as good, and some are better. Even whiskey, that bane of man, has been offered them as a bribe to stay, and sometimes they are persuaded and go to work. Nothing but bees needed in a hive. Now, I cannot say positively that these things do harm, yet I am quite sure they do no good, as nothing but bees is needed in a hive. Is it reasonable to suppose they are fond of all the knickknacks given them? I have never used any, and could not possibly have done better. I am careful to have the hive sweet and clean, and not too smooth inside. An old hive that has been used before is scalded and scraped. But to the manner they get the bees in after the hive is ready. A table is set out and a cloth spread on it. Sticks are put on to raise the hive an inch or more. If they succeed in getting the swarm even on the outside of the hive, it is left. If they go in, it is well. If they go off, why, hope for better luck next time. The hive is left unsheltered in the hot sun, and when there is no wind, the heat is soon insupportable, or at least very oppressive. The bees hang in loose strings instead of a compact body as when kept cool. They are very apt to fall, and when they do, will rush out from every side. If the queen chances to drop with them, they may step out. 2/3 of all the bees that go to the woods are managed in this or a similar manner, and may it not be said they are fairly driven off? Seldom go off without clustering. Perhaps one swarm in 300 will depart for the woods without first clustering. I have had 3 times that number, not one of which has ever left me thus. Yet I have evidence not to be disputed that some will do it. 3 instances have occurred near me that satisfied me of the fact. 2 were lost. The other was followed to a tree half a mile off. I assisted in cutting the tree and hiving them. The cavity where they entered was very small and contained old comb, made by a swarm a year or 2 previous, which had probably starved, as there was too little room for storing sufficient honey for winter. This swarm, when hived and carried home, remained perfectly contented. Do swarms choose a location before swarming? The inquiry is often made, do all swarms have a place looked out before leaving the parent stock? The answer to this must ever be guesswork. I could offer some circumstances indicating the affirmative very strongly, and as much for the negative, and will let it pass at that. Yet I think if bees are properly cared for, that 99 swarms in 100 will prefer a good clean hive to a rotten tree in the woods. Means of arresting a swarm. I have had 3 swarms that were exceptions to general rules, giving me some trouble by swarming out after being hived. The 3rd and 4th time they left, I threw water among them, causing quite a shower. When my pail full was out, I used earth. They went but a short distance and clustered in the usual way. Now, were these bees intending to leave, and had their designs frustrated by the water and earth? I am not quite as sure as the old lady, who knew that drumming on a tin pan did good, but I am inclined to think it had some effect. I have heard of several instances where swarms were apparently stopped by having earth thrown among them, while passing over a field where men were at work. We know they dislike being wet, as we see them hastening home on the approach of a shower, or we can at any time drive them in the hive by sprinkling them with water. Throwing water in the swarm is a kind of imitation shower, and earth is something like it. Whether useful or not, these swarms leaving the hive was rather suspicious, and I should try it again under similar circumstances. Some compulsion. After getting them in the hive for the 4th time, I resolved not to be baffled or have much more such trouble, and perhaps go to the woods at last, thereby setting a bad example. I put under the hive the wirecloth bottom board, opened 2 or 3 holes on the top, and covered these also with wirecloth. This was to let the air circulate. A quantity of honey and water was given them, and they were then carried to the cellar and kept prisoners 4 days, except half an hour before sunset, when too late to leave for a journey. I set them out to provide a few necessaries, and then returned them to the cellar. In 4 days, when honey enough is given them, a good swarm will half fill an ordinary hive with combs. Some of the first eggs deposited will be about hatching into larvae, all of which would seem like too much to leave. I now set them out and gave them liberty, shading the hive, etc., as before directed. They all proved faithful and industrious, prospering like others. If their design was for a distant location, they put a good face on the matter in the end. How far will they go in search of a home? How far they will travel in search of a home is also uncertain. I have heard of their going 7 miles, but could not learn how the fact was proved. I have no experience of my own in this matter, but will relate a circumstance that happened near me a few years since. A neighbor was plowing when a swarm passed over him. Being near the earth, he pelted them heartily with the loose dirt he had plowed up, which seemed to bring them up, or rather down, as they clustered on a very low bush. They were hived and gave no further trouble. A man living some 3 miles from this neighbor on that day hived a swarm about 11 o'clock and left them to warm up in the sun as described a page or 2 back. About 3 o'clock, their stock of patience was probably exhausted when they resolved to seek a better shelter. They put off in a great hurry, not even waiting to thank their owner for the spread on his table and the sweet-scented yarbs and good things with which he had rubbed their hive. They gave him no notice whatever of their intention to quit until they were moving. With all their goods ready packed, they were soon under way, accompanied by their owner with music. But whether they marched with martial precision, keeping time, is uncertain. In this case, the bees took the lead, the man with his tin pan music kept the rear and was soon at a respectful distance. They were either not in a mood just then to be charmed by melodious sounds, or their business was too urgent to allow them to stop and listen. Their means of locomotion being superior to his, he gave up in despair, out of breath, after following about a mile. Another person, about the same time in the day, saw a swarm moving in the same direction of the first. He also followed them till compelled to yield to their greater traveling facilities. A third discovered their flight and attempted a race, but like the others soon came out behind. The before-mentioned neighbor saw them and thought of the fresh earth that he had plowed up, which he threw among them till they stopped. How much farther they would have gone, if any, would be guessing. That it was the same swarm that started 3 miles away appears almost certain. The direction was the same as seen by all until they were stopped. The time and the day also exactly corresponded. We will now return to the issuing of the swarms. There will be some emergencies to provide for and some exceptions to notice. 2 or more swarms liable to unite. If we expect to keep many stocks, the chances are that 2 or more may issue at one time, and when they do, they nearly always cluster together. I once knew an instance where only 3 stocks were kept. They all swarmed and clustered together. It is plain that the greater the number of stocks, the more such chances are multiplied. Disadvantage. One first swarm, if of the usual size, will contain bees enough for profit, yet 2 such will work together without quarreling and will store about 1/3 more than either would alone. That is, if each single swarm would get 50 pounds, the 2 together would not get over 70 pounds, perhaps less. Here, then, is a loss of 30 pounds. Besides, one of the swarms is about lost for another year, because such double swarms are not generally any better the next spring as a stock, and often not as good as a single one. You will therefore see the advantage of keeping the first swarms separate. Can often be prevented. Prevention is better than cure. We can, if we keep a good lookout, often prevent more than one issuing at a time. This depends on our knowledge of indications, in a great measure. I have said that before starting to fly off, they were about the entrance in great numbers. There may be one exception in 20, where the first indications will be a column of bees rushing from the hive. To take this matter a little farther from the surface, we will take a peep at the interior. That is, if our hives contain glass boxes, such as have been recommended. It is an advantage to know which are about to cast their swarms as long beforehand as possible. End of Chapter 13, Swarming, Part 3. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, March 2022. Section 27 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 13, Swarming, Part 4. Indications of swarming inside the hive. These glass boxes are usually filled with bees. Before leaving, they may be seen in commotion, long before any unusual stir is visible outside, sometimes for near an hour. The same may be noticed in a glass hive. Now, in good weather, when we have reason to expect many swarms, it is our duty to watch closely, especially when the weather has been unfavorable for several days previous. A number of stocks may have finished their queen cells during bad weather and be ready to come out within the first hour of sunshine that occurs in the middle of the day. We must expect some such occurrences, and in large apiaries there is apt to be trouble, unless you take some precautions. If you have taken no care, which but few will, by previous examinations to know which are ready, as soon as one has started or commenced flying, look at all the rest that are in condition to swarm, or what is much better, look before any have started. Even if nothing unusual is seen about the entrance, Raise the cover to the boxes. If the bees in them are all quiet as usual, no swarm need be immediately apprehended, and you will probably have time to hive one or two first. Preventing a swarm issuing for a time. But should you discover the bees running to and fro in great commotion, although there may be but few about the entrance, you should lose no time in sprinkling those outside with water from a watering pot or other means. They will immediately enter the hive to avoid the supposed shower. In half an hour, they will be ready to start again, in which time the others may be secured. I have had in one apiary 12 hives all ready in one day, and did actually swarm, several of which would have started at once had they not been kept back with water, allowing only one at a time, thus keeping them separate. They had been kept back by the clouds, which broke away about noon. To prevent swarms uniting with those already hived. When any of the subsequent swarms were disposed to unite with those already hived, a sheet was thrown over to keep them out. I had 4 so covered at once. An assistant in such cases is very important. One can watch symptoms and keep them back, while the other hives the swarms. Occasionally, when ready for a swarm and waiting for one to start, 2 may do so at once. Whenever a part have got on the wing, I never succeeded in stopping the issue. Consequently, I have found it useless trying to drive or coax them back in such cases. To succeed, the means must be used in season before any of the swarm leaves. When 2 have united, the method of separating. 2 or more swarms will cluster together and not quarrel if put in one hive. I have already told you the disadvantages. Unless business is very urgent, your time cannot be better employed than in dividing them. First, it is necessary to provide a good stock of patience, as it may be a short job or it may be a long one. Get 2 empty hives and divide the bees as nearly equal as possible. It is generally the best way to spread a sheet on the ground and shake the bees in the center and set the hives each side of the mass, their edges raised to allow the bees to enter. If too many are disposed to enter one hive, set it farther off. If they cluster in a situation where they cannot be got to the earth in a body, they must be dipped off as before directed, but in this case, putting a dipper full in each hive alternately until all are in. They should be made to hurry some in going in. Keep the entrance clear and stir them up often, or sprinkle a very little water on them, as they should not be allowed to stop their humming until all are in. We have 1 chance in 2 of getting a queen in each. The 2 hives should now be placed 20 feet apart. If there is a queen in each, the bees in both will remain quiet and the work is done. But if not, the bees in the one destitute will soon manifest it by running about in all directions, and when the queen cannot be found, will leave for the other hive, where there are probably 2, a few going at a time. Now there are 2 or 3 methods of separating these queens. One is to empty the bees out and proceed as before, a kind of chance game that may succeed at the next trial and may have to be repeated. Another way is that as soon as it is ascertained which is without a queen, before many bees leave, spread down a sheet, set this hive on it, and tie the corners over the top to secure the bees for the present. Turn the hive on its side for the present to give them air, or it may be let down on a wire cloth bottom board and the hole in the side stopped, and this would be less likely to smother the bees if it could be secured to the bottom, and have the hive lie on its side. When this division is secured, get another hive and jar out those with the queens. Let them enter as before and then set them apart, etc., watching the result. If the queens are not yet separate, it will be known by the same appearances. The process must be continued till separate, or the number with the queens may be easily looked over, and one of them found. Indeed, a sharp lookout should be kept up from the beginning, and the queens caught, if possible. No danger of a sting by the queen. No danger of her sting need be apprehended, as she will not demean herself to use that for a common foe. She must have a royal antagonist. When successful in obtaining one, it is sufficient. Put her in a tumbler or some safe place. Then put your bees in 2 hives. Place them as directed, and you will soon learn where your queen is needed. After all is done, the 2 hives should not be nearer than 20 feet. At least the first day, perhaps 40 would be still better. When 2 swarms are mixed and then separated, it is evident that a portion of each swarm must be in both hives. A queen in each must of course be a stranger to at least a part of the bees. These might, if their own mother was too near, discover her and leave the stranger for an old acquaintance, and in the act of going, call or attract the whole with them, including the queen. I have known a few instances of the kind. Some precautions in hiving 2 swarms together. If you are disposed to separate them, but are afraid to work among them to this extent in the middle of the day, or if there is danger of more issuing to mix with them, and add to your perplexity, of which you already have enough, then you can hive them as a single swarm. But instead of a bottom board, invert an empty hive and set the one with the swarm on this, and insert a wedge between them for ventilation. As many bees are liable to drop down, in this case the lower hive will catch them, and there is less danger of leaving. Let them remain till near sunset, when another course may be taken to find a queen, though by that time one is sometimes killed. Yet it is well to know the fact. Take them to some place out of the sun, as a less number will fly during the operation. How to find queen when 2 strangers are together. First, look into the lower hive for a dead queen, and if none is found there, look thoroughly, as far as possible, for a little compact cluster of bees, the size of a hen's egg, that may be rolled about without separating. Secure this cluster in a tumbler. It is quite sure one of the queens is a prisoner in the middle. Should 2 be seen, get both. Then divide the bees and give the one destitute a queen. Or, if you have 2, 1 to each, as the case may be. It would be well first to see if the queen was alive by removing the bees from about her. But should you find nothing of the kind, spread a sheet on the ground, shake the bees on one end of it, and set the hive on the other. They will immediately begin a march for the hive. You may now see the cluster and may not, but they will spread out in marching and give a good chance to see Her Majesty, when a tumbler is the most convenient thing to set over her. No matter if a few bees are shut up with her, there is no risk, then, in your eagerness to get the queen, of taking hold of a worker or 2. A piece of window glass can be slipped under, and you have her safe, and by this time you will know what is to be done next. This operation could not well be done in the middle of the day, or in the sun, as too many bees would be flying and greatly interfere. Should you fail in finding a queen and cannot succeed in making a division in consequence, or should you resolve, from want of time, patience, or energy, to let them remain together in the beginning, it is unnecessary to get a hive any larger than usual for 2 swarms. They will certainly find room by cold weather. If more than 2, they should be divided by all means. It will be a disadvantage for another year. For the first 4 days, when 2 large swarms are together, it is necessary to keep an inverted hive under them, but much longer it would not do, as they might extend their combs into the lower hive. Boxes for double swarms immediately. It should then be taken out and boxes immediately put on, which should be changed for empty ones as fast as they are filled. Yet this extra honey is not quite as much advantage as increase of stocks. When that is an object, I will recommend another disposition. Returning a part to the old stock. Separate 1/3 or more of the 2 swarms, being sure there is no queen with this part, by the test given of setting them at a distance, and then return them to one of the old stocks. They will immediately enter without contention, and issue again in about 9 days, or as soon as a young queen is matured to go with them. There may be an exception to this, of 1 in 20. I would have recommended this course in all cases of the kind, but there will be a loss of time for the bees in the old stock, because they are apt to be rather idle even when they might labor in the boxes, and here there is a loss of some 8 or 10 days. The collections of a good swarm may be estimated at least 1 pound a day, often 2 or 3. A swarm that just fills the hive would make at least 10 pounds box honey if it could have been located 10 days earlier. Still another method may be adopted when you have a very small swarm, one that is not likely to fill the hive and has not been hived more than 2 or 3 days. A third of your 2 swarms may be put in with that, taking care, as before, not to let your only queen go with them. Method of uniting. The manner of doing it is very simple. Get them in a hive as before directed, and jar them out in front of the one you wish them to enter, or invert it, setting the other over, and let them run up. When care is necessary. Except on the day of swarming, care is necessary not to introduce a small number with a large swarm. They are liable to be destroyed. The danger is much greater than to put together about an equal number, or a large number put in with a few. The day that swarms issue, they will generally mix peaceably, but in proportion as time intervenes between the issues, so will be the liability to quarrel. Yet I have united 2 families of about equal numbers in the fall and spring, and, with a few exceptions, have had no difficulty. End of Chapter 3, Swarming, Part 4. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, March 2022. Section 28 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 13, Swarming, Part 5. Swarm Catcher. There is another method of keeping swarms separate, contrived and used by Mr. Laux of Herkimer County, New York. He calls it a swarm catcher. He has a half dozen of them and says he would not do without for 1 season for $50, as he has a large apiary. I made one as near as I could from seeing his, without taking the exact measure. I got out 4 light posts, 4½ feet long, 1 inch square, then 12 pieces of 1/4 inch stuff, 4 inches wide. The 4 for the top 12 inches long, for the bottom 2 were 14 inches long, and 2 were 20. These were thoroughly nailed on the ends of the posts, making it into an upright frame. The other 4 pieces were nailed around the middle, which made the frame firmer. I made a frame for the top of 4 pieces, each 1.5 inches in width and 1/2 inch thick, halved at the ends and nailed together, and fastened by hinges to one side of the top, and a catch to hold it shut. The whole was now covered with very thin cloth to admit the light, but not so open as to let the bees through. Mr. Laux used cloth made for cheese strainers. I now had a covered frame 4½ feet high, 12 inches square at the top, at the bottom 14 by 20, with a door or lid at the top to let out the bees. On each side of the bottom I tacked a piece of common muslin, near 1 yard in length. When a swarm is ready to issue, the bottom of this frame is set up before the hive. One edge of the bottom rests on the bottom board, the other against the side of the hive. The top sets off from the hive at an angle of about 45 degrees, under which a brace is set to hold it. The muslin at the bottom is to wrap around the hive at the side to prevent the escape of the bees. The swarm rushes into this without any hesitation. When done coming out, the muslin at the bottom is drawn over it, and the frame is set in an upright position and allowed to stand a few minutes for the bees to get quiet in the top. It is now to be laid on its side, the door opened, and the bees hived. In the few trials that I have given it, I succeeded without difficulty. But I would remark that stocks from which swarms are caught in this way must not be raised at the backside, as a part of the swarm would issue there and not get into the net. Mr. Laux had his hive directly on the board, and he told me he kept them so through the season. The only places of entrance was a sprout out of the bottom of the front side, about 3 inches wide by ½ inch deep, and a hole in the side a few inches up. You will thus perceive that stocks from which swarms are hived in this way must be prepared for it previously. Also, it will be no use to such beekeepers as depend on seeing their swarms in the air. It will be beneficial only in large apiaries where several swarms are liable to issue at once, the swarming indications well understood, and the apiarian on the lookout. Swarms sometimes return. Occasionally, a swarm will issue, and in a few minutes return to the old stock. Mr. Miner gives a cause for this, very ingenious and romantic, but unfortunately there are but few facts to sustain this hypothesis. At least I have not discovered them. There are other causes that appear to me more reasonable. The most common is the inability of the old queen to fly on account of her burden of eggs, old age, or something else. I have sometimes, after the swarm had returned, found the queen near the stock and put her back, and the next day she would come out again and fly without difficulty. Perhaps she had discharged some of her eggs. Their returning is more frequent in windy weather or when the sun is partially obscured by clouds. About 3/4 of them will not reissue until a young queen is matured, 8 or 10 days afterwards, and a few not at all. But when the queen returns with the swarm, they usually come out again the next day or day after, and some not till the 3rd or 4th. I have known 2 instances where they issued again the same day. Repetition prevented. Sometimes a swarm will issue and return 3 or 4 days in succession, but this I generally remedy, as it is often owing to some inability of the queen, and she may be frequently found while the swarm is leaving outside the hive, unable to fly. In such cases, it is only necessary to have a tumbler ready and watch for her, and as soon as she appears, secure her, get the empty hive for the swarm, a sheet, and put down a bottom board a few feet from the stock. The swarm is sure to come back. The first bees that alight on the hive will set up the call. As soon as this is perceived, lose no time in setting the old stock on the board and throwing the sheet over it to keep out the bees. Put the new one in its place on the stand, and the queen in it. In a few minutes, the swarm will be in the new hive, when it can be removed and the old one replaced. This I have done many times, but should the swarm begin to cluster in a convenient place, when you have so caught the queen, by being expeditious she may be put with the swarm before they have missed her and may be hived in the usual way. Liability to enter wrong stocks. In all cases, whether you set a new hive in place of the old one or not, whenever a swarm returns, if other stocks stand close on each side, they are quite sure to receive a portion of the bees, probably a few hundreds. These are certain to be massacred. To prevent which, it is necessary to throw sheets over them until the swarm has gathered on their own hive. This is another reason for plenty of room between stocks. Should no queen be discovered during their issue or return, she should be sought for in the vicinity of the hive, and put back if found, and the swarm will be likely to issue several days earlier than to wait for a young queen. When the old queen is actually lost and the bees have returned to wait for a young one, it is often ready to leave 1 or 2 days short of the time required for second swarms. Whether a greater number of bees in the old stock creating more animal heat matures the chrysalis in less time than a stock thinned by casting a swarm, or some other cause, I cannot say. I mention it because I have known it to occur frequently, but not invariably. A swarm flying, unaccompanied by a queen, is scattered more than usual. First issues generally choose fair weather. First swarms are commonly more particular as to weather than after swarms. They have several days from which to choose, after these royal cells are ready, and before the queens are matured, and they usually take a fair one. But here again are exceptions. I once had 2 first swarms issue in a wind that kept every branch of tree and bush in agitation to such a degree that it was impossible to find any such place to cluster. I expected their return to the old hive, but here were more exceptions. After repeating a fruitless attempt at the branches, they gave it up and came down amongst the grass on terra firma. This occurred after several days of rainy weather. The next day being pleasant, 12 issued, almost proving that the wind the preceding day kept back a part. I also knew one to issue in a shower that beat many of them to the ground before they could cluster. In this case, the shower was sudden. The sun shone almost up to the time it began to rain. About this time, the swarm started when it seemed they were unwilling to turn about. After swarms. After swarms are second and third issues, or all after the first, from a stock, and quite a different affair from the first, as also are some first swarms when the old queen has been lost, being let out by young queens. Their size. Second swarms are usually half as large as the first, the third half as large as the second, the fourth still less, with some variations. I give general features, noticing only the exceptions that occur most frequently. Others sometimes happen, but so seldom that mentioning them is deemed unnecessary. Time after the first. Whenever the first swarm in a prosperous season was not kept back by foul weather, the first of the young queens in the old stock is ready to emerge in about 8 days. We will suppose the first swarm issued on Sunday. A week from the next Tuesday will be usually as soon as the second one need be expected. Piping of the queen. On the Monday evening previous, or on Tuesday morning, by putting your ear close to the hive and listening attentively 5 minutes, you will hear a distinct piping noise, like the word peep, peep, uttered several times in succession, and then an interval of silence. 2 or more may be often heard at the same time. That of one will be shrill and fine, of another hoarse, short, and quick. This piping is easily heard by anyone not actually deaf, and not the least danger of its being taken for any humming. In fact, it is not to be mistaken for anything else but piping, even when you hear it for the first time. These notes can probably never be heard except when the hive contains a plurality of queens. May always be heard before and after swarm. I never fail to hear it, previous to a second swarm, or any after the first, whenever I listened. And whenever I have listened and not heard it at the proper time, I never knew a second swarm to issue. Time of continuance varies. The time of commencing will be later than this rule in some stocks, if the weather is cool or not many bees left. It may be 10 or 12 days. I once found it 14 before I heard it. Also, the swarm may not issue in 2 or 3 days after you hear it. The longer the swarm delays, the louder will be the piping. I have heard it distinctly 20 feet by listening attentively when I knew one was thus engaged, but at first it is rather faint. By putting your ear against the hive, it may be heard even in the middle of the day or at any time before issuing. The length of time it may be heard beforehand seems to be governed again by the yield of honey. When abundant, it is common for them to issue the next day, but when somewhat scarce, they will be much longer, very often 3 or 4 days. In these cases, third swarms seldom occur. Time between second and third issues. Piping for third swarms, when they issue, may usually be heard the evening after the second has left, though one day commonly intervenes between their issues. Here my experience is at variance with many writers who give several days between the second and third. I do not recollect an instance of more than 3 days between, but many in less, several the next, and one the same day of the second. I had an instance of a swarm losing its queen, the old one, on its first sally, and returned to wait for the young ones. When they were ready, an uncommon number of bees were present. 3 swarms issued in 3 days. On the 4th, another came out and returned. The 5th day it left, making 4 regular swarms in 5 days. On the 8th, the 5th swarm left. Although I never had 5 swarms from a stock before, yet I expected this from the fact of hearing the piping on the next evening after the 4th one had left. The piping had continued in this hive from the evening previous to the first swarm till the last one had left. Not always to be depended upon. One stock in 15 may commence piping, yet send out no swarm. The bees will change their minds about coming out and kill their queens, or allow the eldest one of them to destroy the others, or some other way, as they do not always swarm in such circumstances. But when the piping continues over 24 hours, I never knew but one failure. I have known a few, 2 or 3, to commence this piping while I supposed the old queen was yet present and had not left the hive on account of bad weather, but a swarm issued soon after. Also, 3 instances where I supposed the old queen lost from some other cause than leading out a swarm, and the stock reared some young ones to supply her place. It occurred in or near the swarming season, and 1 or 2 issues was the consequence. One case was 3 weeks in advance of the season, and the swarm was about half the usual size. When a swarm has been out and returned at the last of the swarming season, it is much more probable to reissue than if it depended on an old queen for a leader that had not been out. Such will sometimes be a week or 10 days later than others. Once I had the first swarm kept back by wet weather, and the second came out on the 5th day after. Several other instances on the 7th and 8th, and one as late as the 16th, after the first. A rule for the time of these issues. This may be put down as a rule that all after swarms must be out by the 18th day from the first. I never found an exception, unless the following may be considered so. When a swarm left the middle of May and another the 1st of July, 7 weeks after, but 2 cases of this kind have come up, and these I consider rather in the light of first swarms, as they leave under the same circumstances, leaving the combs in the old stock filled with brood, queen cells finished, etc. A stock may cast swarms in June and a buckwheat swarm in August on the same principle. End of Chapter 13. Swarming, Part 5. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, March 2022. Section 29 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quinby. Chapter 13. Swarming, Part 6. When is it useless to expect more swarms? Therefore, beekeepers having but few stocks will find it unnecessary to watch their bees when the last of the first swarms came out 16 or 18 days before. Much trouble may be thus saved by understanding this matter. During my early days in beekeeping, I wished for the greatest possible increase of stocks. I had some that had cast the first swarm and soon after clustered out again. I vainly watched them for weeks and months, expecting another swarm. But had I understood the modus operandi, as the reader may now understand it, I should have been through with all my anxiety, as well as watching, in a fortnight. As it was, it lasted 2 months. I found no one to give me any light on this subject, or even tell me when the swarming season was over, and I came very near watching all summer. Plurality of queens destroyed. When the bees, queens, or all together decide that no more swarms are to issue, the plurality of queens is destroyed, and but one is left. It is probable that the oldest and strongest queen dispatches the others, generally while in the cells. I once had some artificial queens reared as an experiment from common eggs on the top of a hive in a small glass box where there was room for but one comb, which allowed me to see all particulars. The manner. After the first queen was matured and had left her cell, I caught her within 6 hours, taking advantage of her younger sisters, which were yet sealed up, and of course could offer no resistance. She first made an opening that would allow her to reach the abdomen of her competitor. Probably this is the most vulnerable. As soon as this was sufficiently large to admit her body, she thrust it in, inflicting the fatal sting. This was then left for another that soon shared the same fate. If quick and spiteful movements are any indications of hatred, it was manifested here very plainly. The bees enlarged the orifice and dragged out the now dead queens. Now, if I should say that all queens were dispatched in this way, merely because I witnessed it in this case, it would be carrying out the principle I am endeavoring to avoid, that is, judging all cases from 1 or 2 solitary facts. As it is somewhat confirmatory of what some others have said. I will suppose then, until further evidence contradicts it, that the first perfect queen leaving her cell makes it her business to destroy all rivals in their cradle, as soon as it is decided that no more swarms shall issue. By keeping grass, weeds, etc., away from about the stock, these dead queens, as they are brought out, may be frequently found. Such as are removed during the night may be often found on the floorboard in the morning. I have found a dozen by one stock. Should the stock send out but one swarm, they may be found about the time or a little before you would listen for the piping. But should after swarms come out, they will or may be found the next morning after it is decided that no more are to issue. It is very seldom that all the queens reared are needed. They make it a rule, as far as they have control, to go on safe principles by having a little more than just enough. When several such bodies are thrown out and no piping is heard, no further swarming need be expected. But should you hear the piping a day or 2 after finding a dead queen, you may yet look for the swarm. Theory doubted. It is stated that when the bees decide an after swarm shall issue, the first queen matured is not allowed to leave her cell, but kept a prisoner there, and fed until wanted to go forth with the swarm. This may be true in some cases, though not satisfactorily proved, but I am quite sure it is not in all. When she is confined to her cell, how does she ascertain the presence of others? By leaving the cell, this knowledge is easily obtained. Huber says she does, and is enraged at the existence of others, and endeavors to destroy them while yet in the cell, which the workers will not allow. This is so irritating to Her Majesty that she utters this peculiar sound. Also, second and third swarms may contain several queens, frequently 2, 3, and 4. Even 6 at one time come out. If these had to bite their way out, after the workers had decided it was time to start, for it must be they decide it when the queens are shut up, they would hardly be in season. After swarms different in appearance from the first when about to issue. Another thing, when after swarms start, the appearance about the entrance is altogether different from first ones, unless there is an unusual number of bees. I have said that for a little time beforehand, that such were in an apparent tumult, etc. But after swarms seldom give any such notice. One or more of the young queens may sometimes be seen to run out and back several times in a few minutes, in a perfect frenzy. Sometimes fly a short distance and return before the swarm will get started, which she could not do if confined. The workers seem more reluctant about leaving than in first swarms, when a mother instead of a sister is leader. Even after the swarm is in motion, she may return and enter the hive a moment. No doubt she finds it necessary to animate or induce as many as possible to leave with her. A person watching the issue of a second swarm under these circumstances for the first time and finding the queen leaving first would very likely guess all must be alike. Perhaps the next one would be different. The first thing seen might be the swarm leaving and no queen discovered at all. But to return to the imprisonment of the queens, I have one other fact in objection. I once saw a queen running about in a glass hive while they were piping for a second swarm. She was near the glass, appeared agitated, stopping occasionally to vibrate her wings, which was simultaneous with the piping and seemed to make it. The workers appeared to take but little notice of her. The next day the swarm left. Here was one instance, at least, of her not being confined till the time of leaving, making an exception, if not a rule. Let this matter be as it may, I admit it makes but little difference to the practical apiarian, either way. But to the reader whose interest is the natural history of the bee, the truth is important. Time of day, weather, etc. These after swarms are not very particular about the weather. Heavy winds, a few clouds, and sometimes a slight sprinkling of rain will not always deter them. Neither are they very precise about the time of day. I have known them in a warm morning to issue before 7 o'clock and after 5 p.m. These things should be understood, because when after swarms are expected, of which the piping will give warning, it is necessary to watch them in weather, and at times when first ones would not venture to leave. Swarms necessary to be seen. It is essential that you see them, that you may know where they cluster. Otherwise, it might be difficult to find them. They are apt to go farther from the parent stock than others, sometimes 50 rods, and then settle in 2 places, perhaps that distance apart, in some high or inconvenient place to get at. Let me not be misunderstood. I do not say they all do so, or even the majority, but I wish to say that a greater portion of these swarms do so than of the first. If they cluster in 2 places, a queen may be in each, and they will remain, and when you have hived one part, you may think you have all. If one cluster is without a queen, they will join the other if near, but when distant, will be very likely to return to the old stock soon, unless put together. I had a swarm light in 2 places, in exactly opposite directions from the stock. In one, a good swarm had clustered. In the other, some less than a pint. The small part had 1 or more queens, the other none. It was perceived at once by their movements. Now, if we provide a hive for a swarm and get a few to set up the call or buzzing, they will not leave till that is stopped. There is generally no difficulty to start it. The surest way is to jar a portion or all directly into the hive. It takes a few minutes to get composed and miss the queen. In my case, I got them in the hive, and before they missed the queen, carried them to the small cluster, which I got in a dipper and emptied in front of the hive. They entered, and all were peaceable. You will therefore see the necessity of watching such swarms to see if there is no separation, if nothing else. Returning after swarms to the old stock. Much has been said about returning all after swarms to the old stock, the advantages of which will depend on the time of issuing, whether late or early, the yield of honey, etc. It would be unusual to have many after swarms without a liberal yield of honey, for the time being, but to tell of its continuance is the question to be answered. Second and even third swarms, if early in the season, and the honey continues plentiful, may be hived, and these, together with the old stock, will prosper. Here, the apiarian needs a little judgment and experience to guide him. When they should be returned. It is always best, if possible, to have good, strong families. When after swarms are late, it is safest to return them, as the old stock will need them to replenish the hive and prepare for winter. Also, a less number of worms will infest it when well provided with bees, and the chances of box honey are greater. Method of doing it. But the process of returning such requires some little patience and perseverance. I have said there may be a dozen young queens in the old stock. Now, suppose 1, 2, or more leave with the swarm, and you return the whole together. There is nothing to prevent their leading out the swarm again the next day. Therefore, it is policy to keep the queens back. The least trouble is to hive in the usual way and let them stand till the next morning. It will save you the trouble of looking for more than one, if there should be more, for all but that are destroyed by that time. There is a chance, also, for the old stock to decide that no more should issue, and allow all but one to be slain there. When this is the case, and you find the one with the swarm, you will have no further trouble by their reissuing. They should be returned as soon as the next morning, otherwise they might not agree, even when put in the old home. To return them and find a queen easily, get a wide board a few feet long. Let one end rest on the ground, the other near the entrance, that they may enter the hive without flying. Then shake out the swarm on the lower end of the board. But few will fly, but soon commence running up towards the hive. The first one that discovers the entrance will set up the call for the others. If they do not discover it, which is the case sometimes, scatter some of them near it, and they will soon commence marching up, when you should look out for and secure the queen as they spread and give a good chance. By applying your ear to the hive, the piping will tell you if they are to issue again. It is evident, if you follow these directions, that the swarm cannot issue many times before their stock of royalty will be exhausted, and when but one queen remains, the piping will cease, and no further trouble will be had. To prevent these after swarms, some writers recommend turning over the hive and cutting out all the royal cells but one. This I have found impracticable with a great many stocks. Some of the cells are too near the top to be seen. Consequently, this cannot always be depended upon. As for a rule about returning, it is somewhat difficult to give one. If I should say, return all such as issue after the 20th of June, the variation in the season might be 2 or 3 weeks, even in the same latitude, i.e., the course of flowers that had bloomed by that date in one season might, another year, require 2 weeks more to bring out. Also, the 20th of June in latitude of New York City is as late as the 4th of July in many places further north. I once had a second swarm on the 11th of July that wintered well, having nearly filled the hive. Yet in some seasons, the first swarms of the last of June have failed to get enough. In sections where much buckwheat is raised, late swarms do more towards filling their hives than where there is none. More care needed by after swarms when hived. Should it be thought best to hive after swarms and risk the chances, they should receive a little extra attention after the first week or two to destroy the worms. A little timely care may prevent considerable injury. They are apt to construct more combs in proportion to the number of bees than others. Consequently, such combs cannot be properly covered and protected. The moth has an opportunity to deposit her eggs on them and sometimes entirely destroy them. 2 may be united. Whenever these swarms issue near enough together, it is best to unite them. I have said second swarms were generally half as large as the first. By this rule, 2 second swarms would contain as many bees as a first one and 4 of the third, or 1 of the second issue, and 2 of the third, etc. If the first and second are of the ordinary size, I think it advisable always to return the third. But in large apiaries, it is common for them to issue without any previous warning, just when a first one is leaving, and crowd themselves into their company and seeming to be as much at home as though they were equally respectable. Whenever the hives containing our swarms are full or very near it, the boxes should be put on without delay, unless the season of honey is so nearly gone as to make it unnecessary. I have found it an advantage to hive a few of these very small swarms on purpose to preserve queens, to supply some old stocks that sometimes lose their own at the extreme end of the swarming season. The case is to be mentioned at the last of the next chapter. I try and save one for about every 20 stocks that have swarmed. End of chapter 13. Read by Marnes 007, Chicago, March 2022.
Chapter 14 of Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Prajakta. Mysteries of Beekeeping Explained by Moses Quimby. Chapter 14 Loss of Queens. Of swarms that lose their queen. Swarms that lose their queen the first few hours after being hived generally return to the parent stock, with the exception that they sometimes unite with some other. If much time has elapsed before the loss, they remain unless standing on the same bench with another. On a separate stand, they continue their labor, but a large swarm diminishes rapidly and seldom fills an ordinary sized hive. One singular circumstance attends a swarm that is constructing combs without a queen. I have never seen it noticed by anyone and may not always be the case, but every instance that has come under my notice, I have so found it. That is, 4/5 of the combs are drone cells. Why they thus construct them is another subject of speculation, from which I will endeavor in this instance to refrain. A suggestion and an answer. It has been suggested as a profitable speculation to hive a large swarm without a queen and give them a piece of brood comb containing eggs to rear one, and then as soon as it is matured deprive them of it, giving them another piece of comb, and continue it throughout the summer, putting on boxes for surplus honey. The bees having no young brood to consume any honey, no time will be lost or taken to nurse them, and as a consequence, they will be enabled to store large quantities of surplus honey. This appears very plausible and to a person without experience somewhat conclusive. If success depended on some animal whose lease of life was a little longer, it would answer better to calculate in this way. But as a bee seldom sees the anniversary of its birthday, and most of them perish the first few months of their existence, it is bad economy. It will be found that the largest amount of our surplus honey is obtained from our prolific stocks. Therefore, it is all important that every swarm and stock has a queen to repair this constant loss. Disputed question. We now approach another disputed point in natural history relative to the queen leaving at any time except when leading out a swarm. Most writers say that the young queen leaves the hive and meets her paramour, the drone, on the wing. Others deny this positively, having watched a whole summer without seeing Her Highness leave. Consequently, they have arrived at the very plausible and apparently consistent conclusion that nature never intended it to be so, since it must happen at a time when the existence of the whole family depends entirely on the life of the queen. The stock at such times contains no eggs or larvae from which to rear another if she should be lost. The chances at such times of being devoured by birds, blown away by the winds, and the other casualties are too many, and it is not probable the Creator would have so arranged it. But facts are stubborn things. They will not yield one jot to favor the most finely spun hypothesis. They are most provokingly obstinate many times. When man, without the necessary observation, takes a survey through animated nature and finds with scarcely an exception that male and female are about equal in number, he is ready and often does conclude that one bee among thousands cannot be the only one capable of reproduction or depositing eggs. Why? The idea is preposterous. And yet, only a little observation will upset this very consistent and analogous reasoning. So it appears to be with the excursions of the young queens. I was compelled, though reluctantly, to admit that they leave the hive, that their purpose is to meet the drones. I cannot at present contradict. Also, that when the queen is once impregnated, it is operative for life. Yet it is another anomaly, as I never detected her coming out again for that purpose. What then is the use of the 10,000 drones that never fulfill this important duty? It seems indeed like a useless waste of labor and honey for each stock to rear some 12 or 1500 when perhaps but one, sometimes not any of the whole number is of any use. If the risk is great in the queen's leaving, we find it arranged admirably in its not being too frequent. A multitude of drones needed. Instinct teaches the bee to make the matters left to them as nearly sure as possible. When they want one queen, they raise half a dozen. If one drone or only half a dozen were reared, the chances of the queen meeting one in the air would be very much reduced. But when 1,000 are in the air instead of one, the chances are 1,000 times multiplied. If a stock casts a swarm, there is a young queen to be impregnated and be got safely back, or the stock is lost. Every time she leaves, there is a chance of her being lost, 1 in 15. If the number of drones was any less than it is, the queen would have to repeat her exertions in proportion before successful. As it is, some have to leave several times. The chances and consequences are so great that, on the whole, no doubt but it is better to rear 1,000 unnecessarily than to lack one just in time of need. Therefore, let's endeavour to be content with the present arrangement, inasmuch as we could not better it, and probably, had we been consulted, would have so fixed the thing that it would not go at all. But what is the use of the drones in hives that do not swarm and do not intend it, situated in a large room or very large hives? Such circumstances seldom produce swarms, yet, as regular as the return of summer, a brood of drones appear. What are they for? Suppose the old queen in such hive dies, leaving eggs or young larvae, and a young queen is reared to supply her place. How is she to be impregnated without the drones? Perhaps they are taught that whenever they can afford it, they should have some on hand to be ready for an emergency. I have already said when bees are numerous and honey abundant, they never fail to provide them. I once put a swarm in a glass hive. The queen was a cripple, having lost one of her posterior legs in 2 months after she was replaced by one young and perfect. Here was an instance of drones being needed when no intention of swarming was indicated. The hive was but little more than half full. The queen liable to be lost in her exertions. This exertion of the queen, whenever I have witnessed it, always took place a little after the middle of the day, when the drones were out in the greatest numbers. At such times, I have seen them leave amid rather more commotion than usual among the workers. I have watched their return, which varied from 3 minutes to half an hour, and seen them hover around their own hive, apparently in doubt whether they belonged in that or the next. In a few instances, they have actually settled on the neighboring hive, and would have there perished but for my assistance in putting them right. The time when it occurs. Thus, we see that queens are lost on these occasions from some cause, and part of them by entering the wrong hive, perhaps most of them. If so, it is another good reason for not packing stocks too close. The hives are very often nearly alike in color and appearance. The queen coming out for the first time in her life is no doubt confused by this similarity. The number of such losses in a season has varied. One year, the average was 1 in 9, another it was 1 in 13, and another 1 in 20. The time from the first swarm also varies from 12 to 20 days. The inexperienced reader should not forget that it is the old stocks which have cast swarms, where these accidents happen, the old queen having left with the first swarm. Also, all after swarms are liable to the same loss. I would suggest that these have abundant room given between the hives. If it is necessary to pack close, let it be the first swarms, where the old queen has no occasion to leave. Having never seen this matter fully discussed, I wish to be somewhat particular and flatter myself that I shall be able to direct the careful apiarian how to save a few stocks and swarms annually, that is, if he keeps many. A few years ago, I wrote an article for the Albany Cultivator. A subscriber of that paper told me a year afterwards that he saved 2 stocks the next summer by the information. They were both at least $5 each, enough to pay for his paper 10 years or more. When a stock casts but one swarm, the queen having no competitors to interfere with her movements, will live in about 14 days if the weather is fair. But should an after swarm leave, the oldest of the young queens will probably go with that, of course. Then it must be later before the next is ready. It may be 20 days or even more. Those with after swarms will vary from 1 to 6. It always must occur when no eggs or larvae exist and no means left to repair this loss. A loss it is, and a serious one. The bees are in as much trouble as their owner, and a great deal more, they seeming to understand the consequences, and he, if he knows nothing of the matter, has no trouble. Should he now, for the first time, learn the nature of it, he will at the same time understand the remedy. Indications of the loss. The next morning, after a loss of this kind has occurred, and occasionally at evening, the bees may be seen running about in the greatest consternation outside, to and fro on the sides. Some will fly off a short distance and return. One will run to another, and then to another, still in hopes, no doubt, of finding their lost sovereign. A neighboring hive close by, on the same bench, will probably receive a portion, which will seldom resist an accession under such circumstances. All this will be going on while other hives are quiet. Towards the middle of the day, this confusion will be less marked, but the next morning it will be exhibited again, though not so plainly, and cease after the third, when they become apparently reconciled to their fate. They will continue their labors as usual, bringing in pollen and honey. Here I am obliged to differ with writers who tell us that all labor will now cease. I hope the reader will not be deceived by supposing that because the bees are bringing in pollen, that they must have a queen. I can assure you it is not always the case. The result: the number of bees will gradually decrease and be all gone by the early part of winter, leaving a good supply of honey and an extra quantity of bee bread, as before mentioned, because there has been no young brood to consume it. This is the case when a large family was left at the time of the loss. When but few bees are left, it is very different. The combs are unprotected by a covering of bees, the moth deposits her eggs on them, and the worms soon finish up the whole. Yet the bees from the other stocks will generally first remove the honey. Age of bees indicated. Hundreds of beekeepers lose some of their stocks in this way and can assign no reasonable cause. Why, say they, there wasn't 20 bees in the hive, it was all full of honey, or worms, as the case may be. Only a short time before, it was full of bees. I got 3 good swarms from it, and it always had been first rate, but all at once the bees were gone. I don't understand it. Such beekeepers cannot understand how rapidly a family of bees diminish. When there is no queen to replenish with young this mortality of the old ones. I doubt whether the largest and the best family possibly could be made to exist 6 months without a queen for their renewal, except perhaps through the winter. When standing close on one bench, they are gone sooner than if on separate stand, as they often join a neighboring hive when they can walk to it. Necessity of care, as this tumult cannot be seen but a few days at most, it is well, yes, it is necessary to make it a duty to glance at the hives at this period after swarming, every morning. A glance is sufficient to tell you of the fact. Remember to reckon from the date of the first issue. This occurs when the first royal cells are sealed over and is the best criterion as to when the queen will leave. If the first swarm issue and return, it can make no difference. Reckon from their first issuing. Remedy. When you discover a loss, first ascertain if there is any after swarm to be expected from another stock by listening for the piping. If so, wait till it issues and obtain a queen from that for your stock. Even if there is but one, take it and let the bees return. They would be likely to come out again the next day. If not, it is very often no great loss. Should no such swarm be indicated, go to a stock that has cast a first swarm within a week, smoke it and turn it over. As before directed, find a royal cell and with a broad knife cut it out, being careful not to injure it. This must now be secured in the other hive in its natural position, the lower end free from any obstacle that would interfere with the queen leaving it. It will make but little difference whether at the top or bottom, providing it is secure from falling. I generally introduce it through a hole in the top, taking care to find one that will allow the sail to pass down between 2 combs. It being largest at the upper end, The combs each side will sustain it and leave the lower end free. In a few hours, the bees will secure it permanently to the combs with wax. This operation cannot be performed in a chamber hive as it is impossible to see the arrangement of the combs through the holes. To put it in at the bottom is some more trouble. The difficulty is to fasten it and prevent it resting on the end. I have done it as follows. Get an old thick piece of dry comb, some 3 inches square, cut out an inch of the middle. At right angles with this, in one edge in the center, make another to intersect it, just the size of the sail, and have the lower end reach into the opening. This comb will keep it in the right position and may rest on the floorboard. It can now be put in the hive, cutting out a piece of comb to make room for it if necessary. Soon after such sail is introduced, the bees are quiet. In a few days it hatches and they have a queen as perfect as if it had been one of their own rearing. This queen of course will be necessitated to leave the hive and will be just as liable to be lost, but no more so than others, and must be watched the same. It is unnecessary to look for a sail in a stock that has cast its first swarm more than a week before, as they are generally destroyed by that time, sometimes short of it, unless they intend to send out an after swarm. Mark the date of swarms on the hive. Should you have so many stocks that you cannot remember the date of each swarm without difficulty, it is a good plan to mark the date on one side or corner of the hive as it issues. You can then tell at once where to look for a sail when wanted. It will sometimes happen that a queen may be lost at the extreme end of the swarming season when no other stock contains such sails. I then look around for the poorest stock or swarm that I have on hand, one that I can afford to sacrifice if it possesses a queen, to save the one that has sustained this loss. This is not often the case, but is sometimes. I have a few times put just beads enough with the queen to keep her in a box and kept them for this purpose, as was mentioned in the last chapter. When introduced, the bees are generally killed, but the queen is preserved. Obtaining queen from worker brood. There is yet another method to be adopted, and that is to obtain a piece of brood comb containing workers' eggs or larvae very young. You will generally find it without much trouble in a young swarm that is making combs. The lower ends usually contain eggs. Take a piece from one of the middle sheets, 2 or 3 inches long. You will probably use smoke by this time without telling. Invert the hive, that is, to receive it. Put the piece edgewise between the combs if you can spread them apart enough for the purpose. They will hold it there, and then there will be ample room to make the sails. They will nearly always rear several queens. I have counted 9 several times, which were all they had room for. But yet I have very little confidence in such queens. They are almost certain to be lost. They are poor dependents. Therefore, I would recommend getting a royal sail whenever it is practical. There is yet another advantage. You will have a queen ready to lay eggs 2 or 3 weeks earlier than when they are compelled to commence with the egg. I have put such piece of brood comb in a small glass box on the top of the hive instead of the bottom because it was less trouble, but in this case the eggs were all removed in a short time. Whether a queen was reared in the hive or not, I cannot say. But this I know, I never obtained a prolific queen after repeated experiments in this way. It would appear that I have been more unfortunate with queens reared in this way than most experimenters. I have no difficulty to get them formed to all appearance perfect, but lose them afterwards. Now, whether this arose from some lack of physical development by taking grubs too far advanced to make a perfect change, or whether they were reared so late in the season that most of the drones were destroyed and the queen to meet one had to repeat her exertions till lost, I am yet unable to fully determine. To test the first of these questions, I have a few times removed all the larvae from the comb, leaving nothing but eggs, that all the food given them might be royal pap from the commencement, and had no better success so far. Yet occasionally prolific queens have been reared when I could account for their origin in no other way but from worker eggs. But you will find they are not to be depended upon generally. Sometimes, after all our endeavours, a stock or two will remain destitute of a queen. These, if they escape the worms, will generally store honey enough in this section to winter a good family. This will have to be introduced, of course, from another hive containing a queen, but this belongs to fall management. As respects the time that elapses from the impregnation of the queen till the commencement of egg laying, I cannot tell, but guess it might be about 2 or 3 days. I have driven out the bees 21 days after the first swarm, when no second swarm had issued. The young queen came out on the 14th day. I found eggs and some very young larvae. It is remembered that eggs remain 3 days before they hatch. It shows that the first of these must have been deposited some 4 or 5 days. When writers tell us the exact time to an hour, 46 or 48, from impregnation to laying, I am willing to admit the thing in this case, but feel just as if I would like to ask how they managed to find out the fact. By what sign they knew when a queen returned from an exertion whether she had been successful or not in her amours, or whether another effort would have to be made, and then how they managed to know exactly when the first egg was laid. Occasionally, a queen is lost at other than the swarming season, averaging about 1 in 40. It is most frequent in spring, at least it is generally discovered then. The queen may die in the winter, and the bees not give us any indications till they come out in spring. Occasionally they may all desert the hive and join another. If we expect to ascertain when a queen is lost at this season, we must notice them just before dark on the first warm days, because the mornings are apt to be too cool for any bees to be outside. Any unusual stir or commotion similar to what has been described shows the loss. This is the worst time in the year to provide the remedy, unless there should happen to be some very poor stock containing a queen that we might lose anyway. Then it might be advisable to sacrifice it to save the other, especially if the last contained all the requisites of a good stock except a queen. Some 8 or 10 that I have managed in this way have given me full satisfaction. I have at other times let them go till the swarming season and then procured a queen, or introduced a small swarm, at which time they are so reduced as to be worth but little, even when not affected by the worms. To obviate this loss in this way, it might be an advantage to transfer the bees to the next stock, if it was not too full already, or the bees of the next stock to this. Let the age and condition of the combs, quantity of stores, etc. decide. End of section 30.